Ready. 1,970 meters up the hill. This is the 16th edition of Simola Hillclimb. It's Friday. Welcome, race fans. It is a beautiful morning this morning. I'm joined by, first of all, Rodrigo, all the way from Portugal, Giro, all the way from Cape Town, Sasha, Joburg, biker guy, Joburg, and Stuart. We are absolutely excited. It is a classic car Friday. They have 3 practices, then there's 3 qualifying, and then they go for the ultimate, the classic conqueror. The top 10 have a shootout this afternoon. This weekend, kings will be crowned. There will be joy. There will be tears. But one thing you know, there will be the sound of petrol. The shivers will run up our spine, and we shall celebrate in the internal combustion engine as it sucks, squeezes, bangs and blows up the hill. Welcome, guys. What a beautiful morning. Sasha.
Colin, I tell you, it's so exciting. We have a smorgasbord in terms of a commentary team, and we have a compendium of some of the most well-produced, redefined classic cars that are going to be taken up to the hill today with a new tarred surface as well. It's just so exciting to be here, the 16th edition. So wonderful to have our bon dia, Rodrigo, all the way from Hillclimb Monsters. It's just magic to have him with you. Rodrigo, we've been chatting to you over the years across the oceans, but now you're here. Your first impressions?
First of all, welcome everyone, and it is a pleasure and a privilege to be here, much more so in the way that I have been received by everyone, and just how good this event has been to be throughout the years. Yes, I have been collaborating with you through the screen, and most of you must have seen me in the last 3 years, but now we are taking things to the next level. Me coming in as sort of an hillclimb expert, I come here to see an event that has grown exponentially. But there's potential for much more. It all begins here with a Classic Car Friday, which offers a unique taste and a little bit of something preparing us for what will be a crazy weekend, and where I am sure we will see things just devolving into some crazy speeds. And now with a new tarmac, there are plenty of surprises to come.
I got to say that everyone's got their little bits of favorites over here. Clifford, Mr. Handsome Ogle, looking very dapper, sir, I must just say, dressed up beautifully for Classic Car Friday. We've been patrolling up and down the pits over the last 12, 16 hours or whatever. Anything that stuck out for you for today?
We've got to basically put it out there that Simola 16 has kicked it up a level. There's some cars that we wouldn't have normally seen in Classic Car Friday, and all of a sudden there's some drivers that have entered the fray that we would normally see Saturday, Sunday, that become a favorite, and we're going to see faster times. We've all commented about the surface, but there's some cars here that in our teenage and early 20s would have been the dream to have in your garage, now are classic cars. So it's an interesting time. We've got Reggie Roots, we've got the Scribantes, we've got a few Porsches sneaking in there, so it's going to be an exciting one. I think Classic Car Friday is not as chilled as it used to be.
Certainly has ramped up. Giro, you've got to have a favorite car in here. There's so many. The going from the oldest is 100 years old, the youngest 25 years old. What's your favorite?
I think I have a favorite character, Richard Roots. He's here today. He rarely races Friday. Cannot wait for his one-liners. He's always good for a good quip. And probably my favorite car here is the March, which actually won last year. It's always great to see that going up the hill. One of my favorite things that we can say this year, favorite factoids, is this is officially the world's fastest hill climb with an average speed of over 200 kilometers an hour. 1.9 K's elevation change of 160 meters. It's a lot steeper out there than it looks. It's going to be a very good 3 days, Colin, and looking forward to working with all of you.
I must say, when it comes to knowledge of classic cars, you can't get much better than Mr. Stuart Grant. By the way, who's actually from the Midlands. I mean, you know, Portugal, Cape Town, Joburg, the Midlands. Stuart, exciting day, some wonderfully prepared cars out there. Anything that sort of tickles your fancy?
Yeah, Sasha, it is a great event, great day. I mean, we get to see cars. One of them is running a chassis from 1926, and then we go up to, like you say, when we were youngsters, with making us feel old now, but they're in the classics. So there's such a super range. I've got my favorites. It's not for the fastest or whatever. It's the wide body Fiat 131 Mirafiori, just because that's what cars are meant to look like to me, hot saloons. But obviously the single seaters, that sort of stuff, it's going to be spectacular. The vibe is good. It's friendly, but the competition, like as we know, it all goes back to zero for the final. And the guys still want to win, even in the pre-war stuff all the way through. The guys still competing, so it's going to be a great day.
Rodrigo, when we walked up and down the pit lane, there's a whole lot of interesting cars. The car that sparked your love for racing.
Well, it is a quite unique story, but yeah, the car that started it all for me, there is a real unit here, goes to show, and it is not a common car for South Africa, which is the Renault 8 Gordini. For me, it all started there. Me as a 6-year-old boy, I would have to say, my father was having a conversation in a cafe, and they were telling that they would skip the military days just to go up and down a hill near them on a hill climb preps, Renault 8 Gordini, all the way back in the 70s. Goes to show that no matter the time, no matter the place, the gas runs through our veins and it passes down genetically, it seems. And there's this thread just coming through, go along all of us. And I think my story may be unique, but there are points where I'm sure you will find points in common. And at the end of the day, it's this passion that unites us all and makes this hill possible, and will make it even better year after year.
And your favorite car?
Well, on a sentimental level, it will be the Renault 8 Gordini. I will always have a soft spot for that car, no matter what. Looking at it more pragmatically as a race car guy, I will have to talk about Rui Campos' 911, because I really like the things when they get wide and when they have some really fat tires. I really can't escape that reality. There's a reason I run hill climb monsters, not hill climb weaklings or something like that. It is for them all the way for the monsters, starting with the classics, and just to prepare everything for tomorrow.
Never mind wide.
What's your favorite?
I haven't really thought about that. The one that makes the most noise, but it has to be an Alpha.
Okay.
And I'll go with Trevorini Tacchini in the 1962, I think it's a
Giulietta TI.
Giulietta TI.
Yeah. 1300.
Allegedly.
I wanted
And
to
yours?
say,
What's yours?
well, I just want to say that Gordini, that comes from Franschhoek Motor Museum. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it's immaculately prepared. It's going to be something very, very special. Of course, I would never have any bias being Italian, but anything that starts with an A, like an Alpha,
Or
that's
in a
the one.
bath.
Or in a bath. Those are the ones to watch out for. But you know what? Every single car is going to be spectacular. I'm going to hand over to the team. Chiro and I are going to make our way to the shack. We'll be doing the commentary. The guys are going to be up and down the pit lane. Stay with us for the whole of the day. The first ones are going to be relatively simple and slow. Thereafter, the action is going to be frenetic, and it's not going to be your normal classic car Friday. It's all to win for. See you in the booth.
He's off to the Love Shack, in the words of the B-52s. Join us during the day. Stuart, come in and let's have a quick word. Rodrigo, in the classic car Friday, this is kind of the year of the shift, where we're starting to see cars from 2000 and the R32, 33 and 34. And these are cars, well, that shift, you mentioned it earlier in the week when we were, why is it significant?
It is very significant, and speaking on a more serious tone, because I was really joking about that at some point, because it makes me feel old, and I never see myself as an old guy. But now we are starting to see the cars from the Gran Turismo generation becoming classics, not only cult classics, real classics that race as classics, which is sort of a strange thing to say, but now this changes the game a lot, because we are seeing cars that have a whole new type of technology stuff that can be really comparable to nowadays performance in many ways. And we have this strange way of looking at it, where some of the cars that could be now running for Classic Conqueror were cars that 10 years ago were fighting for King of the Hill title here at Simola. This opens up all. Look, at the end of the event, I make the top 20 monsters video. There is a real chance that when I go to find the 20 fastest road car-based cars for, this weekend, 1 or 2 might come here from the Classic Car Friday, and that will be a first ever on my channel and produced here at Simola.
Well, we've got in the sharp end of the field, look, we expect that fight to be between Andre Bezuidenhout and Franco Scribanti. But you can never discount Richard Rutz in the GTR, which looks pretty standard from the outside, but underneath it's got all the horsepowers that you need. And Craig Zank as well, also in a GTR. So it's this beautiful fight of modern versus pure racing cars from, I mean, the Chevron and the Lola T4, I think it's 460. They're beautiful thoroughbred sports racing cars and Atlantic racing cars. And then a 25-year-old road car comes along with probably close to 1,000 horsepower in each of those things. Stuart, it's a wonderful crossover, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant, and it brings a whole new audience. I mean, the pops and bangs are going to happen. We know that. So Classic Friday with the pops and bangs off the line. Every kid that's sitting up there, who's 5 or 6 or 7, is going to get the memory of those, like we did maybe with the early 80s stuff, and maybe you did it in the 70s. I mean, we can't remember the Chevrons, but we've learned about them here, and these kids are going to learn about the GTRs, and those cars are older than them.
I got my injection of petrol into my veins in the mid-60s. Even this jacket is older than I am, though. It's that, the sound and the smells. We haven't smelt ethanol at Classic Car Friday, but today we will.
Yeah, it's part of those big changes. Like I said earlier, there's a whole host of new technology, and everyone who's into cars know that the 90s marked a really big change when it comes to sports cars. Now we are seeing a world where of the homologation specials from the 90s are eligible. The JDM stuff, we might be seeing this point of no return where there will be this influx. But at the same time, I think we should celebrate the older stuff. And like I said, I have the sentimental value for the Renault 8 Gordini, but then again, I have a sentimental value for a Fiat 131 Abarth, all the Abarth stuff, the Escorts, the Mark IIs, and there's such a wide audience that really focus on those things. There are these little groups that really they have this single focus for some of these classics. We have to respect them all. Not only that, we have to love them all, because these are the real motorsport enthusiasts. These are the real mechanical guys. We can never put those two to the side, no matter how much technology comes. This is the motor car that, even for the new kids, once they get into cars, once they understand a thing or two, we show them, they will have a newfound adulation for them, and we gotta cherish that. And that's exactly why the Classic Car Friday exists, and why it will keep growing alongside the event, and why we should protect it along the way.
That heritage, Stuart, is absolutely vital for continuation of motorsport. And you know, a lot of the kids, even some of the adults, you look around and Chevron was before you were born. And we have to cherish these things before they just disappear
Yeah, and I think the excitement that happens, that comes from the more modern, that it still trickles down. I mean, that Austin 7 has, I think it's an external cable operated brake and that, so the kid's going to pick up on that, and just an appreciation of the whole sort of spectrum. And you know, I want a Model T just because I saw them and that, so you appreciate it. That trickles down through the modern stuff.
I've got an idea. Let's go for a walk.
Go.
Come with us while we go and have a look at some cars. Lola, we spoke about the Lola a little bit earlier, and how cool is it to be able to see
those
a race car
exposed pop
that's
rivets
naked
and everything like that, the alley with the pop rivets.
I mean,
that's
they
a
made
race car.
these things out of sheets of aluminium, a monocoque chassis, all open. Nowadays, from a safety point of view, they'd be absolutely terrified in driving something like proper, beautiful fabrication, the welding, the riveting, and of course Ford's finest PDA with carburetors. I mean, really, carburetors. It's absolutely magic. So the more modern stuff, again, more racing cars, the Renault.
Yeah.
That's a hill climb special.
That is
as well.
a hill climb special, and something that I wasn't expecting at all to ever see in a place like South Africa, because even in Europe these are getting very scarce, and for someone to have the courage to take one of these things as they accrue value like mad in the last 10-20 years, you gotta commend. This is a very South African thing. Seeing someone who is still willing to just go flat out up a hill, not even a circuit, a hill. You guys have to take into account the added risk when you are on a public road at the end of the day, and such a unique thing. For everyone watching, please enjoy, and after that you may research a bit just to discover why it is so special and what is the history behind it, because it is worth it.
We're starting to get real as the guys are coming up. Rodney Green, the only guy who's done all 16 of these races. We spoke about the external handbrake. There you go. You got the external handbrake in the Austin 7 Special. But the thing is starting to get real now as the historic cars come out, the pre-war cars, and they're running to a target time. But before they all start, if you're in the Knysna area or anywhere close to Knysna, do yourself a favor. Come down here, see some of the absolute classic cars today and tomorrow as they start getting, the adrenaline will just ramp up, the energy will ramp up tomorrow as they get into the big cars. I mean, the Austin 7, Stuart, this thing spawned many racing cars years ago.
Yeah, I mean the Austin 7, I think it was the 750 Motor Club in the UK and that. They were racing Austin 7 based cars. So like we said, this one is a 1926 donor car that in the 50s two brothers built, a green one and a blue one. I can't remember their names. I think this was Green Job or something.
Come on, you've got to be the expert on these things. Yeah.
But I mean, this was like a junior formula, a starter formula, like Formula M when we were young, or karting, I suppose, now, in the 750 Motor Club.
And Rodrigo, it's amazing how tiny they are.
Oh, yeah. This is one of the things that I really enjoy about classic racing, and I wouldn't say I condemned in modern racing, but just that I mentioned that how tiny everything is, and the engineering packaging that we would see and would be celebrated on those years where everything should be as small, as tight, and as nimble and as agile as possible. Hopefully we can get back one day in motor racing back to that, but if not, we have these ones to enjoy along the way.
Talking about enjoyment, we've spoken enough, and it's time for the cars to do the talking as they start with their warm-up and then into 3 practice sessions, 3 qualifying, and the shootout this afternoon. So, to the boys in the shack, take us up the hill with the cars.
I mean, you actually cannot. I mean, you can feel the excitement that is already happening, and we're just in a practice run of Simola 16. It's a very good morning from a slightly cloudy but turning into a beautiful sunny day in Neisner. It's me, Sasha Martiningo. I've got Ciro Di Siena next to me, of course, from cars.co.za. Ciro, you know what? The way that I wanted to try and give some kind of an analogy was basically to say, do you know the song Summer of 69 by Bryan Adams?
I do.
Do you know that we are closer to 2069 than we are to 1969?
That's terrifying.
It is terrifying, and then you start understanding that all of a sudden we've got R32, R33, and R34 Nissans, GTRs, taking place in Classic Car Friday because they qualify in terms of their years.
They do indeed. So the cutoff for Classic Car Friday is 25 years or older. And if I'm not mistaken, the youngest Nissan there, the R34 in the hands of Richard Roots, is now almost exactly 25 years. And you know, it's quite interesting, Sasha.
Yeah.
Their values have gone absolutely through the roof because the USA has a 25-year law where you can bring in right-hand drives and it doesn't have to meet any safety regulations. So the value, so seeing an R34 go up the hill will increasingly be a very rare thing because they are worth quite a lot of money now.
So we are very privileged to have them here. Simola, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, of course it is the 16th edition of the event. They have retarred part of the circuit. And I drove up it yesterday. It's incredibly smooth. Of course, as the weekend goes on, there'll be more and more tire grip that'll go down onto that track. But there, just before the bridge, where you're going to that right-hander, and you know the track very, very well, Chiro, that's quite a hard braking point.
Yeah, you're probably doing around 200, 210 there in the fastest cars.
And you've got the change of the asphalt.
Yes, you will have. There will be a slight little bump which maybe affect the single-seaters. And what's quite nice at the top of the hill for our spectators and our viewers online, and thank you for joining us, is there is the Suzuki Speed Trap. And we have seen some incredible numbers up there. Usually the top runners are around 220, 230 k's an hour. It is the fastest part of the track. It's a very hard braking zone, and what's terrifying about the bridge corner, the left-hander, is the entry is unsighted and the exit is unsighted because of the hill. So you really just have to grit your teeth, white knuckle through that corner and get to the other side.
Now, as you can see on the left-hand side, as I think it's the Austin is actually crawling up the hill, you can see those are our track limit markers. And any driver that touches any of the track limit markers, of course, your line, your time actually gets knocked out. Okay.
Yes, those we sometimes refer to the pool noodles as the pool noodles, but they are MSA certified track limit markers. Touch one of those and unfortunately your time is nullified and you have to go again. But luckily in the Simola Hillclimb, and a very unique aspect of the hill climb, at least according to Rodrigo, who really is the expert on these things. Actually, let me interrupt myself there, Sasha. I am so happy Rodrigo's here.
Isn't it wonderful to see him like in the flesh and just I just listening to his incredible knowledge of what hill climb events are all about. I mean, that is what he does permanently, and to have him here is such a privilege. And then just imparting his knowledge, he knows so much about everything. So I mean, it's just great to have him. And we're going to hear a lot of him during the course of the weekend.
Yeah, you'll see him all over your screens. Rodrigo Olivier out of Portugal. And he has been commentating on the hill climb for around 5 years, but he normally joins us over the phone.
Correct.
Or over the screen. And he jumped on a plane this year, and he's here. And I am delighted. I was so happy to see him in real life. And really, I'm not exaggerating when I say Rodrigo is the world's foremost expert on this sport.
Without a doubt. As you can see, Chiro and I are dressed in Classic Car Friday. I know this doesn't look exceptionally neat with the white peeling out here. However, there is a reason for it, and I will divulge it later on during the course of of the day. And I've changed my hat because unfortunately my headphones don't fit over my other hat. But it is Classic Car Friday, and I'm sure when you noticed right in our build-up, everyone dressed up for the occasion. There's certain teams within the pit lane that they have gone into the period of the vehicles themselves, made overalls that way. I mean, people take this so passionately seriously. It is really something spectacular, and all of the pictures that we bring, and we try and bring you as much as possible from what's actually happening up and down the pit lane. It really is a treat to be here. And as Colin said, if you are in the Garden Route area, come along to the hill climb because it's unique.
It is really a unique event, not only in South Africa, around the world. And what's quite nice this year, for the first time in the 16th running of this course, this event, we can now say officially this is the world's fastest hill climb, an average speed of over 200 k's an hour. And to put that in perspective, Sasha, the Goodwood Festival of Speed, also a 1.9k course, the Max Chilton driven McMurtry Spearling, the fan car, average speed of 175.
Max.
So that's
Not that Max.
So that's an F1 driver in the world's fastest hill climb car, and we have a fast average time here in Knysna, South Africa.
Now, I know we're focusing on Classic Car Friday, but there is a prediction that with the new asphalt that is being laid down, it all depends. The guys have to go out there. You've got to feel it. Just because you've retarred something doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to automatically make it quicker. But if things stay dry and there is enough grip out there, one of the drivers yesterday, and I won't mention it until we get into the weekend, says there is a potential that when they hit that speed trap, they could be above 260 kilometers an hour.
Oh, my goodness, that is phenomenal.
No, that's crazy fast.
Well, let's take this moment, I think, Sasha. I've got last year's results up.
Yes.
So, Classic Conqueror, I get the feeling that we're going to see records fall here.
Without a doubt.
It seems like there's more competitors from King of the Hill who have brought classic machinery. And it really feels like this year, I mean, obviously, every year the competitors take it seriously, especially the guys going for top 10. But it just feels like this year the competition is a bit more fierce. And so the likes of Charles Arton, who won last year in his March 79A, with a time of 44.436, he was followed by Andre Bezerra in the Lola, followed by Ian Schofield and Robbie Volk, Rui Campos making up the top 5. So we're looking at a time to beat from last year of 44.436.
All right. I think Andre Bezerra's car looks outstanding. Don't forget, Scribante had problems last year with the Chevron. Going through their pit lane yesterday, they are super confident. They say that car is so well prepared, it's ready to go up there at tremendous speed. So that's a car definitely to watch out for. And then, of course, the Campos battle now with the Nissans coming in terms of top 10 shootout, even though the Porsche is much older. It's going to be just, I mean, it's just crazy. You just sit and go, but I mean, it's a Nissan R34. I mean, come on, that's like, your everyday car. You're going, no, it's a classic car now.
And Richard can pedal.
Richard, well, we just love watching Reggie. Whatever you put him in, we know that it's going to be spectacular. There's tons of Alphas, Alpha 156 GTA. There's the Giulietta TI. There is the more Alpha GTVs that are out there as well. There's the Gordinis. There's the Escort of Silvio Scribante. Watch out for that. That's going to be pretty exciting. And there's a strange BMW, and you know your BMW.
I do a little bit.
There is a BMW, looks like a 325i shape. So that's the E46 or E40.
It will probably be an E30, but
E30,
I'll confirm that with
you.
you.
E30. But it's a left hooker.
Ah. Is it not Farouk Dangle?
No, and I don't know what's in it. So that's but that's so intriguing. I think that's so beautiful. I'm sure from Colin and Stuart we'll get that information. But we all looked at this car yesterday going, well, first time we've seen it, and it doesn't give anything away. besides the fact that it is a left hooker.
So for the first time out in the pits, joining Colin is probably one of the world's, at least South Africa's, foremost expert on classic cars, Stuart Grant. So I'm so glad he's joined us as well.
Yeah, which is amazing. Okay, back to track action. The track is cleared. Can you believe it? This is a 1946. It's a 1500. It is a Austin A40 special, driven by Gero Lilleke. And 1946, just spectacular to see that there are these cars around, that people still take so much care. You can see where the new asphalt is. Of course, also they got some barriers on the left-hand side of your screen, right-hand side of the driver. So that's also a big braking zone. Also, the bridge, by the way, is a meter higher than it was last year. And I don't know, maybe somebody's bringing in a, what are those Mercedes big trucks or something?
A Unimog.
There we go, the Unimog.
Well, there's some buckies going up tomorrow, Hannes. Paige Lindenberg's actually driving a Chinese range extender bucky, half electric, half petrol. So she maybe needs the height there. Brian Bruce in one of the world's prettiest and most historically important cars, a GT40. Brian Bruce based in Knysna. I've been very fortunate to have a tour of his workshop. And also, I must commend the Bruce family. They run an incredible youth skills development program right here in Knysna, teaching the next generation of vehicle mechanics and race car mechanics.
Now look at this stunning Mercedes-Benz. I mean, I wouldn't want to drive this at tremendous pace. If anything, I would cruise up the hill and wave at everybody because I think everybody will be clapping. I mean, that is just spectacular.
Oh, did you hear that GT40? My word. I found out something really interesting, a little bit of trivia about the GT40. So, I don't know if you're familiar with how the doors open, Sasha.
Yes.
So the top of the roof comes off. And that was designed because it was too hard for the drivers to do a driver swap at Le Mans. And so they took basically the roof comes off with the door, so the driver can jump out and the next guy can jump in. That's the reason for that design.
I mean, yeah. Oh, just magic. Look at this stunning Mercedes. I mean, that is just so classic.
Some pretty cars today, and let's take you through the schedule so that you know when. And well, don't leave us, keep the stream on the background on your TV. But practice 1 will run from 8 for about an hour, practice 2 from 8:55, practice 3 runs 9:55. We then have 3 rounds of qualifying. Those run at about an hour each. Then we do have lunch, 1:25. I'm looking forward to that. And then the business end of the weekend, well, the business end of Friday, about 2 o'clock, the class finals. And then 2:55 this afternoon, Classic Conqueror Top 10 Shootout.
Yeah, wonderful. Look at that stunning Jaguar D-Type going up the hill. I've been fortunate enough to drive and be in one of those cars. Not at full tilt, I will be honest, because they did give me a sort of non-disclosure. Basically saying, you damage, you pay.
Oof.
So I went, that's fine. You show me how the gearbox works and I'll just take it nicely for a gentle drive. But just to sit in that from a history point of view, sensational.
Imagine that phone call to Archerds or something. Hi, Sasha here. I need some cover for a priceless time.
What's my excess?
If you are joining us on the live stream, I am monitoring the comments, so you can pick up. Well, you're on the live stream already, but the live stream is running on Sasha, your channel, Hillclimb Monsters, Cars.Koza, and the Simola Facebook page. If you'd like more information about the event, speedfestival.koza is where you'll find all the previous results. And yes, Sasha and I are keeping an eye on the live stream comments. We see, good to see. We've got a comment from Drive Van 2. Good to see part of the course has been resurfaced. So we are happy to see that as well.
Yeah, next up we got Johannes Pickard. Jacques and Johannes, they're going up. This also in Porsche. Beautiful 936, classic lines.
That is a very beautiful
Such
car.
a pretty car.
There's a gentleman by the name of Jacques Wessels in the classic car community. and he has a 356, which is one of the more sought after Porsches. And he's just testament to how clean and neat you can get a classic car. It's a show winner. And I tried to convince him to come this year, and he said, sure, I'm not sending that car up the hill, sorry.
So what we'd like to know, for those tuning in, of course, this is just a free practice run. People want to get an idea of what the track surface feels like. There's not a lot of grip in it at present. Temperatures are slightly warming up, but it is, we are in autumn in South Africa, so it is a little bit fresh. Everyone wants to get a feel. What is your favorite? Let us know on the comments on the live stream via YouTube or Simola speedfestival.co.za. We'd love to know what your favorite is, and also from our preview, who do you think could upset the likes of Walk and Bezuidenhout?
Yeah, I think
and Schofield.
Really, it's just the march is very high up there in the hair. And I just wanted to quickly give you another comment that's come through. Highlight of the year for me from This Is Me Jakes. This Is Me Jakes, I think we all agree. This is, I refer to this as my annual pilgrimage. It's so nice to see everyone. It's so nice to see the commentary team, the broadcast team, who put in a massive amount of effort to get this broadcast and this live stream out on the internet for you. I mean, for instance, Sasha, each camera needs its own little wire, a little cord. So someone, probably Fritz, runs up the hill running 1.9 meters of cable, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a huge effort that goes into bringing you these beautiful moving pictures.
Yeah, yesterday I actually did a little behind-the-scenes video, just from the technical point of view, just to give some kind of explanation as to how intricate and complicated it is to run fiber cables for more than 2 kilometers up a hill, and of course getting all the cameras in place. It's just magnificent. So wonderful to see these kind of pictures and how we progressed. Big hello to Reno, getting in touch, sitting and going, watching, loving the hill climb, that classic Mini going up the hill.
One thing you don't see on the live stream too much, and maybe we'll do some roaming, but just outside the commentary box and all the way down the hill, you get these 18-wheeler Pantechnicons full of gear and cars and mechanics, and it's just incredible how much effort goes into just the logistics, because almost none of these teams, I would say with the exception of Brian Bruce, are based in Knysna. So they have to basically move their HQ down to Knysna to get these cars onto the track. It's a really impressive feat of logistics all around.
I got to see it. That Fiat sounded a little bit hairy. There was quite a lot of tire noise. We're into a classification H3, just to give you an idea. H3 road cars, 4 cylinders, up to 1990. Prior to that, it was 1987. I mean, listen to that Fiat. And that was the one Stuart Grant was talking about. He really thinks that's very, very special. Well, I mean, you can hear it. Beautiful.
There's a great saying that you're not a true petrol head until you've owned an Alfa Romeo. You know, I nearly bought one, Sasha, with a Busso engine. Needed some work.
Do you know why not?
I was very tempted. It came from a young attorney. It was his dream car, but he wanted to move into something else. Oh, it had an exhaust, a pop. It was close.
You're gonna hurt. You're gonna cry about that.
But
I'm sorry to say.
But 1 year, Sasha, I am going to make you and Colin very happy, and I'm going to come 1 year and say I got myself my first Alfa. It's on the bucket list.
Cannot wait. Here we go. One of also, it just seems, I mean, how old can this car be? Porsche 944, Jean-Andre Bezuidenhout, advocate Andre's son. They are huge Porsche fans, and lovely to see that 944. Probably one of the more underrated Porsches that actually were ever produced, especially the turbo version.
The turbo was nice. If I'm not mistaken, a very good friend of Andre, and fortunate to call her my friend as well, a very big collector. She's known as Porsche Girl CT.
Okay.
Michelle Hambley-Cropper.
Oh, I love her.
Yes, big fan of the sport, big friend of the Simola Hillclimb. And if I'm not mistaken, that's her car, which she gives to Jean-Ray to take up the hill.
And she came up the hill a couple of times.
Yes, she
I was
has.
actually disappointed that. Where are you, Michelle?
I
Come
bet
on.
you she's around here somewhere.
Yeah.
It's always great to see her.
Neisner resident Francis Cousins, also in a Fiat 131 Abarth. Also wide wheelbase, beautiful car. Jean-Ray Bezaidno is a guy to watch out for. Also, I think once he starts actually pedaling that, we'll start getting a little bit of fun from him.
Yeah, the petrol flows through that family's DNA, that's for sure. Team Perfect Circle running the whole weekend. That's Andre Bezaidno's team. And, we're focused on Classic Car Friday today, but very excited that his Gould is back because it was out last year and the year before due to mechanical issues.
But is it back?
Oh, God, I hope so, Sasha. Don't jinx it.
There we go.
Is that the Beamer? No, is that the Beamer you're referring to?
No,
I
that's
can't.
the Fiat 131 Abarth.
Ah, there
That's
we go.
Francis Cousins. There we go. Ivan Learn coming out here, AC Cobra. This is Class H4. Where Class H4 is rotary car, a road car's rotary 5-cylinder and above up to 1990.
Beautiful Cobra.
Those are so difficult. I've found them very difficult to drive. They're beautiful, spectacular, but I just somehow lose the back all of the time.
They are difficult to drive.
The fabulous Enzo Kuhn just arrived yesterday afternoon. Gently drove from Cape Town in his 348. There we go. Gave it a little bit of wipe down, added some fuel, and bang up the hill.
Yeah, put some stickers on it. I'm a big fan of Enzo Kuhn, one of South Africa's great rally stars, and just beautiful to see a classic for. Oh, listen to that!
Listen to it.
The light is so beautiful this morning here in Neisner. It really is one of the prettiest towns in the world, in my opinion. If you're joining us from overseas, get on your Google Maps and have a look at where Neisner is. It's literally the bottom end of Africa on the coast. And this suburb, the reason why it's called the Simola Hillclimb is that's the name of the suburb where it takes place. Oh my goodness, that's a very nice noise.
Oh, I do hope. Oh, it's sideways. I mean, Enzo saying, listen, I'll show you what I can do. I mean, one of the most spectacular drivers. Some more comments coming through. It's just wonderful. Lucky to see 3 Stellenbosch cars. That's from Robert van Heerden. This is the first Neisner Hill climb. I missed him 10 years. Pity you're not here, Anthony. Rise and shine, Simola. Yep, we are running, and on, I promise you, 16 cylinders. It's just wonderful. Reggie's my new favorite. Like the changes and the upgrades there as well. One of my first cars. Great to see both behind the mic. Looking forward to a brilliant event. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Ian Lombard says, Ian Sasha, I saw a white Super Mirafiore, my first car I bought out of school, and then the red Abarth. So I learned to drive on a 131. Wasn't a Super Mirafiore, it was just a normal Mirafiore. And that was how I learned on a Fiat. Some of the beautiful Fords coming out here, the Escorts. These just classic. Beautiful to see.
Sasha, I've got a great comment here on my side from Belinda Stoter. Why is there not a Mazda 787B? Well, it's a very good answer to that.
Oh, wow.
It's because it's probably worth more than the GDP of South Africa, being the only rotary engine to ever win Le Mans. Do you know, though, that there was a 767B privately owned in South Africa?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it was here. It's now left the country. It was in private hands. The 767 entered Le Mans, I think, in 91. They didn't win. They developed the 787, and then they won Le Mans. And they had to do it that year because the next year, the Le Mans, the FIA banned rotaries.
Yeah, then they changed the regulations.
Yeah, so it was all to play for. But to answer your question, Belinda, I would say a 787B, just roughly speaking, knowing what I know is 767 worth, easily 100 million rand car.
Yeah, and probably, possibly, the greatest sounding car ever in the history of motorsport.
I would agree.
Possibly.
I would agree. If
Wow.
If you want to know what one sound like, just go to YouTube and type 787 full noise,
And you'll understand.
It is really a phenomenal car. Remember that old Renown branding, the pink and green, orange and green. I'm a big fan. All right, car number 37 about to go up the hill. We have 65 competitors today. We did have 66. Car number 62 has withdrawn. The oldest car on the circuit today, 1926, exactly 100 years old, which is really phenomenal if you think about it. 100. How many machines have lasted 100 years, and how many machines could make it up the hill?
Incredible. Here's the 1974 GTV Ashley Board in the Alfa Romeo. Had a few little niggles yesterday. Hopefully worked on it overnight. But wow, if you go and look at that, I would love to know its weight, because it's exceptionally light. Exceptionally light. It says here, weight not applicable. That tells you something.
This is the Gordini, if I'm
Yes.
not mistaken. Yeah,
Yeah, beautiful.
Classic South African race car. It was modified from the standard Renault road car and won multiple championships back in the 60s and 70s, if I'm not mistaken, going a little bit before I was born. Great comment on Richard Rutz here, Sasha. Great to see the Ferrari being driven hard, especially on a practice run. That comment from Drive Van. We were entertained as well.
You know it. If you know anything about Enzo Kuhn, I mean, probably one of South Africa's greatest ever rally drivers, and just somebody who you put him in anything, he also can do it, and he knows that car so exceptionally well, and that's the way to push it. You know.
He likes to go up the hill looking through the side window.
Has a typical. I mean, look at that on the track. A Gordini and an Alfa Romeo Giulia.
Oh,
That is classic
You're
car
in heaven,
racing.
Sasha.
This is classic car racing.
Colin somewhere has fallen over with joy. Someone throw some water on him.
I think he's probably having a little cafe latte right now, enjoying it. But just, you know, magic to see these cars, and still so many of them in South Africa. If the attention to detail, as we go into the pits during the course of this morning, hopefully some of them actually open up their engine bays, and you can see how much work, how much attention to detail goes into preparing these kind of cars. Beautiful.
I've always said the Simola Hillclimb is just more than the sum of its parts. It's a particularly beautiful event, not only from the car's point of view, but from a human point of view. And the amount of effort, dare I say, the amount of finances that go into this event, it really is a truly special motorsport event.
Yeah, Jerk Venter in the Ford Escort going up the hill. Lorenzo Farella from Franschhoek Motor Museum. He is driving the Gordini. Ashley Bowd on a 104. So fastest at the moment is Peter McPherson in the Ford, unsurprisingly. And he's at 57.9 seconds. Of course, this is just a practice run. There's Trevor Tuck in the Giulietta TI, and I think Scribante's on. Oh, no, not Scribante. It's the other Escort. So it's a 1960 Alfa Romeo Giulietta TI with a 1300 engine.
Oh, a Daytona coupe.
Isn't that just special?
Built right here in Port Elizabeth. Funnily enough, Sasha, I was there on Wednesday. I flew in for a shoot. High-Tech Automotive in PE.
Beautiful.
Builds the world's best GT40 replicas, best Cobras, best Daytona coupes. And I was honored to interview Jimmy White, who founded High-Tech Automotive. So shout out to to the Price family for hosting us. It was a wonderful day.
Yeah, James Temple, also man who loves and can pedal very, very hard. So watch out for him. Trevor Tuck looking for all parts of the track to see where the grip is, and probably also try and get a little heat in the tires. Just so that for those of you maybe first time watching when it comes to hill climb racing, besides when we get into tomorrow and Sunday, there are certain categories where tire warmers are allowed, or you can heat up the tires. But all of these cars basically get to the line, and whatever temperature those tires are at, that is how they start. If there's a delay on the track, of course, then it makes it even more difficult. So they have to, in just under 2 kilometers, be able to manage how to use the power so that they can get the grip. I mean, it's not as simple as just going, oh, well, the tires are warm. they could be ice cold, all depending on track conditions.
One of the great challenges of hill climb racing is that you are on cold tires with cold brakes. I mean, any racing driver will tell you that as soon as your tires get warmer, you're faster. As soon as your brakes get warmer, you're faster. That's why you see on Formula One and racing, the cars are weaving. That's to get some temperature into the tires. Some classes are allowed tire warmers, some aren't. Classic Car Friday probably won't see too many tire warmers except for the very top of the field.
Yeah, I think it was, I didn't see, was it Rui Campos who was going out? Okay. Rui Campos, fastest at the moment at 52.9, just trying to check out our timing screens that we have at present. Oh, listen to that, Porsche. Wow. And also, you know, a lot of these guys and girls use these cars as dailies. So when they have this opportunity to go and do a race like this, I mean, just to be able to open up that engine of what it was built for. Chiro, I mean, that is just, you know, that must be just so much fun.
It is very fun to open up your car, open up the throttle full speed. It is also a little scary. I actually used to run these private track days, Sasha, and you know, you get these privateers coming through in their Porsches and all the rest of it, and the smiles on their faces when they get off the track, there's a lot of joy in it.
And it's also, you also have a tremendous amount of joy, and then you do have some that coming after their lap and their eyes are exceptionally wide open. They go, whew, that was close. Whew, that was close.
Comment here from Brett Lawson on the stream. Hi team, now that parts of the track have been retarred, have the bumps been eliminated? I think we can say yes to that. And do you think this could result in higher speeds? I think we could say yes to that as well. Remains to be seen.
Yeah, I think what's important is track conditions. If the weather stays like this for the course of the weekend, that we have these sunny conditions, of course, all of the rubber that is beginning to lay down now will be there. So I anticipate that if the weather stays this way, I think we're going to have a new record going up this hill.
Wonderful Lotus. One of the best handling cars of all time. Funnily enough, a 1.8 turbo Toyota engine in the original Lotus. Definitely not in car number 23, that's for sure. There'll be something more beastly in there. Maybe Stuart Grant or Colin can help us with which engine that Lotus is running.
It says it's got a 1500.
Okay, there we go.
It's 150 kilowatts, but it probably weighs about 200 kilograms.
No, that is light, yeah.
Hell of a lot of fun to drive, but I wouldn't recommend one as a daily.
No, especially if you have back problems.
And perhaps a couple of fillings.
There will be some buckies going up tomorrow. I'd love to hear what Rodrigo thinks of pickups going up the hill. He must think we South Africans are mad. We are a bit mad. Bucky mad.
Oh, we are. And we are very proud of it. And some of them are just extraordinary. Yes, it's a different kind of racing, but if you look at sort of rally raid racing, the way that these cars are prepared, it is definitely a South African culture.
So if I'm not mistaken, that's car number, no, not car number 22.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just got a little bit of a glitch on our live timing, but we'll get that updated as soon as possible. Original Lotus had a Rover 1.8K series. Thank you very much, Honda Tricks.
Original Rover or Original Lotus?
Original Lotus.
Okay.
Had a Honda 1.8K series.
That's to make it more reliable. The Brits are very good at building.
Whoops.
You know, the British, they were honest about themselves. We'll build the car, but then we're going to get the engine from Japan.
Yeah, well, probably a better idea.
Do you know when you do the Cobra experience in Cape Town, Sasha? Those engines are old Lexus engines, Lexus V8s, with a straight pipe, and also makes them way more reliable.
Without a doubt. So we are in practice 1 for Classic Car Friday. Everyone just want to get a feel of what the track is about. And of course, then we start getting into qualifying, and then all of your runs count, because the crazy part about the Knysna area and the garden route of South Africa is you can have 8 seasons in the course of about 2 or 3 hours. So it looks beautiful and sunny right now, but in the next hour or two it actually can change, and we could have some light drizzle. So every one of your qualifying runs really matters. You cannot leave it to the last your last attempt. You have to put that bankering in your first run when it comes to the quali. From there, then at least you can now try and progress.
We have a saying in Cape Town, Sasha. If you don't like the weather, wait 20 minutes. And that is a very similar situation in Knysna. The weather's very temperamental, but looking good at the moment in this very, very first run of Simola 2026. I think that's a Fiat Uno. I really need to get my specs, so don't let me forget. But there's a Fiat Uno going up the hill. Many South Africans learn to drive in a Fiat Uno.
I think it could be Eugene Herbert from Master Drive in that Fiat Uno. I had 2 Fiat Uno turbos in their day, and I owned them, and they were just the most fun cars to have.
But the turbo was mental.
It was
didn't go in a straight
crazy.
line.
It was completely crazy. But when you're young and carefree, you just go for them. And I totally loved owning those cars. And whenever you see them, and they're rare, exceptionally rare, it's something really, really special to see. Now we get some big bangers.
Skyline R33 in the hands of Arnold Duplessis, and followed by the next generation of Skyline, my favorite, nicknamed the Godzilla, in the hands of Richard Roots. Skyline R34, one to watch this weekend.
Okay, so far we can tell you Davy Hubert, fastest so far, and he's done a 50.6. Gavin Rook has done a 52.3. Rui Campos done a 52.9. Enzo Kuhn done a 53.7. Those are your top 4, top 5. James Temple at 55.5. Now, let's see. These are now termed classic cars. 4 or 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, these would be in King of the Hill. Extraordinary.
They would. We did have a Godzilla going up the hill.
This is the BMW.
Ah, yes, the E30. It could potentially, if it's a left-hand drive, it could potentially be an original E30 M3 race car, which BMW did build a handful of from factory. Also worth particularly good money these days as well. So lovely to see one in action up the hill. So Sasha, my very first car, an E30 BMW 3 Series 320i.
Whoa!
Hand me down from my dad, and as soon as he gave it to me, everything broke. Everything. Just name a thing, it broke, and I had to replace it.
and unfortunately, I'm sure he said, "Listen, hey, you've got the car, now it's your responsibility."
Yeah, no, it was my problem.
I know that feeling. All right, I think it's Aldo Scribante in the 156 GTA. Magnificent car. I think the only problem with this is, why didn't they make it rear-wheel drive?
Yeah, it is wrong-wheel drive, unfortunately. But that's okay, we'll forgive it because it's beautiful. Classic Jag going up the hill on the right of your screen now. Really cool to have the simultaneous camera angles. One of the big winged Porsches pulling up to the line now. The chock going back behind its wheels so it doesn't roll. This allows the racing driver, so he doesn't have to, or she doesn't have to sit on the brake. Can just clutch in and 1 foot on the loud pedal, and here we go. Good start.
Oh, beautiful takeoff. Alpha on your left-hand side, Aldo Scribante. And hopefully he'll also be part of King of the Hill this weekend as well.
There's that saying that according to physics, bumblebees can't fly. Well, obviously they can. And similarly, Porsches just shouldn't work with the engine hanging out the back, but they work particularly well.
Now this is very interesting. This is an Audi, and this has got the was it the RS2? It's got the
S2, yeah.
but this got the RS2 engine.
Ah, okay, from the wagon, yeah.
Yes, inside of it. And that is a daily road-going car.
That's really cool to see in the hands of Shane Naidu.
1995, 2.25 five-cylinder, 270 kilowatts. I spoke to him yesterday. He said no, they're probably pushing about 285 kilowatts.
Cheeky.
Yeah.
Quite a light car as well.
He said the brakes are a little suspicious. I said, buddy, you're going up a hill. You don't need brakes.
Our third Skyline of the
Craig
morning.
Zank!
Craig Zank, a competitor in a wonderful Lotus tomorrow as well. So if you can't get enough of him today, in his R32, he'll be here all weekend. That's a lovely noise. That's straight 6 Nissan engine. V6, sorry.
Exceptionally special.
Gosh, an R32, an R33, and an R34 in one event. That's got to be pretty rare.
In classic cars. Car number 9, Franco Scribante, the Chevron B19, 1970. 2-liter, 4-cylinder. Talking to his team yesterday, they said the car's exceptionally well prepared. Probably the best that they've been prepared. So let's see what he does just on his little opening run.
Oh, he is already on it. You know, it's a little risky in the morning because the track in the shade is cold. It's colder than when it is in the sun, where it is in the sun. But Franco Scribante, a long-time campaigner of the hill climb, he has competed in about 5 to 9 hill climbs. He fits into the blue category. Of course, his sheriff will come out tomorrow. What's he done there, Sasha?
Well, unsurprisingly, 44.364.
No way, that's already... If I'm
I
not
think that's
mistaken,
quicker than last year.
If I'm not mistaken, that actually is faster than the winning time from last year. I'll confirm that for you in a second.
Okay, and I mean, that's incredibly quick. Okay, next up here, Rain Berry in a Nissan GLX.
Sasha, give me Franco's time again there.
44.364.
Yeah, it's faster. 44.436 was the winning time. So in practice one, Franco, who is definitely here for revenge because he's a classic conqueror in the past. Last year put him out with engine problems. So in his opening run, he has posted a time that would have won last year.
Quite incredible. Robbie Walker's just gone up. He's done a 51.9. So, I mean, Franco, as I said, they said the car is exceptionally well prepared. First run. It reminds me of a few years ago when we had Peter Solberg. We got a very slow...
Oh, something's gone. Or maybe just nursing the car up the hill so something doesn't go. That's another option.
It is Meindert van der Berg in the Renault Sports prototype. 1966 1400 4-cylinder. So hopefully it's nothing terminal. He's still managing to go. So maybe he's got a bit of a misfire, but he has got to the top of the hill. That is why it has been delayed to get the next car onto the track. And this is where it gets complicated because you do a little bit of a burnout, you get a little bit of heat into the tires. Now you held at the start line, and of course now you've got to try and generate that tire heat.
Robbie Volk's time last year in the Van Diemen RF, his winning time that put him in fourth rather, was 49.201.
Okay, so listen, he'll find time. We know Robbie. I mean, he's an unbelievable driver. So he's probably 2-3 seconds off the pace.
It's a lovely thing to see going up the hill. Car number 5.
Ian Schofield, the March 77B. I think that was the one that won last year.
It was indeed. It won with a time which has already been beaten of 44.436. Ian is a red competitor here on our notes, and he has competed at least 10 times in the Simola Hillclimb.
And also just such an advocate of South African motorsport.
Indeed.
Does a tremendous amount for South African motorsport. So salute to you, Mr. Schofield. Schofield goes into second place, 2.5 seconds off the pace of Scribante. This is turning into something very, very spicy. Car number 3, Josh Dovey in the Chevron B20, 1972.
Sasha, if I'm not mistaken, the Can-Am cars, which Franco
Yes.
races, at one stage were actually faster than the Formula One cars of their era. I think they were close. They were really
I think
quick.
they were very, very close, and depending on the kind of circuit that they were on. But I think back in those 70s, they were pretty together.
No, they're very quick. It's really cool to see one of those cars going up the hill. The Scribante team takes this event very seriously.
you know, while you're saying that, I'll just say it in jest. I mean, if we had a modern Formula One car here, it would be quite interesting whether or not it makes it up the hill without losing any of its power. Not that I promise you I didn't say that. Did I say that?
Well, Sasha, you know what? Your name's F1 Sasha for a reason, and I always look forward to seeing you at Nisa. But this year I've been particularly looking forward to seeing you because I want to hear what you think of this year's regulations. But if it's going to upset you, we'll talk about it off air.
I think what we'll do is we'll talk about it after today's event with a couple of cafe lattes.
Because we can't bleep you out in live on the live streams.
but just in general terms, put it this way, not entirely happy. I'll just leave it at that. Not entirely happy. Although we got Miami this weekend.
Euphemism of note.
Andre Bezuidenhout and Rod Green out in the track there. Let's see. Rod Green going very, very slowly. But yeah, that's sure. I hope they don't. Yeah, so Bezuidenhout being held back at the line at the moment. Yeah, something.
And Andre will be our last runner of the morning in a Lola T460. It's his usual campaigner. Martin Stander asking, gents, can we not see the splits and times in the live? So you can, you just have to get an app.
No, we will bring splits and times, I think, once we start getting into the qualifying runs. Yes, but there are apps that you can go and get it. Race Monitor's one of them.
There we go.
But we will be putting up the times once we get into the qualifying sessions. So just waiting for Andre Bezuidenhout. He's going to be the last runner. That is Margaret White. And Margaret White, I'm not too sure how many she's competed in. She usually is in an old Austin. This time she's going up in a Mallock. A 1964 1600 four-cylinder. So there we go.
Stunning view over the Nisa Lagoon, over the finish line.
Let's see what Mr. Bezuidenhout can do. Not the greatest start off there. Probably just cold tires, and you just get those that wheel spin.
Yeah,
but beautifully prepared, perfect circle. And we were at his perfect circle.
Team perfect circle.
We were actually discussing where it all came from. But I'm going to let our experts, Colin and Stuart, tell us a little bit more about where the name comes from. When we cross over to them, we just want to see what Andre does in his time. At present, the time to beat is Franco Scribante at a 44.364. Here comes Andre Bezuidenhout, car sticking to the ground, going through those S's. Not full commitment, you can see, but just getting a good run in, and goes third with a 47.8. So Franco Scribante laying down a serious marker, even in a practice run. There we go, the beautiful Neisner heads. Let's cross over to Colin and Stuart in the pits. And then the first question to you, gentlemen, is Team Perfect Circle. Let everybody know what it's about.
Okay, guys, we'll come back about Team Perfect Circle because we wanted to talk about the BMW, the Robbie Smith tribute car. It's not really a car that Robbie Smith ever raced. It looks like it. Stuart, it's got the M3 body kit on it and it's left-hand drive, but it's a proper tribute to Smith, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the M3 we obviously didn't get here, so left-hand drive with the M3 DTM look, but it does have a 6-cylinder, which the M3 wouldn't have had, so that's correct to what Robbie would have raced back in was it Group N by then? It was Group N, JSN, all of that sort of stuff was what Robbie ran. I think those cars were they with Peter K. Eddy maybe?
Yeah,
can't remember.
absolutely.
That sort of
Peter K. Eddy car, so it's got a 6-cylinder, but it's a beautiful tribute. Now, they were talking about the perfect circle car.
Yeah.
So let's go down the pit lane. Mike McLaughlin in the Cup car, absolutely magnificent. Really is happy to be here. And right, let's go down, because the interesting thing is we've got Andre Bezuidenhout in the Team Perfect Circle car, but his son Jandre is also here in the Porsche Cup car that Andre started racing first. So I think he's down the pit lane over here. And we'll just talk about the Team Perfect Circle and what it really means. And here we go. So we are told that when Andre was a little boy, 1969, goes on to Kyalami and sees David Piper racing a Porsche 917, white one, with Team Perfect Circle on it. He sees this and gets the bug for racing cars. So it's a proper tribute to one of the finest sports cars in the world, Porker 917.
Yeah, and what motorsport does, just inspires.
And now
and we
he
all
has his
broke
son. Let's
because
just
of it.
quickly jump in here and have a word. Jandre? Team Perfect Circle, racing in the car that your dad raced. How cool is that?
Exactly. No, it's it really is nice and symbolic. Coming full circle. It's the first Porsche that he ever raced, and luckily enough, I'm able to learn the trade in it as well. So it's my third time here at Simola. The car feels great. We've got a bit of new livery on it. So with the weather today and this weekend, I think it's going to be fantastic.
The weather is absolutely stunning. Good luck. You know, I do have many opinions, Stuart. Some may say I'm somewhat of an ultra-crepidarian. And, you know, it's one of those things. I'm wrong often. You the expert with historic cars.
Yeah, I'll have to Google that word. I can't say it. And I'll have to Google whether the 917 won in 69. I think it won the Team Perfect Circle. Can you remember? I mean, you were there.
Some say it might be before my time. So we've had our first run.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, thoughts?
Not many so far, because coming from so far away and really just trying to taking it all in, and now I'm just seeing how things are evolving, how everyone will be getting used to the new tarmac. Everyone's taking it slowly at the start. Although we are seeing some fast times already, but on a personal level, I have to say I'm just flabbergasted with what I'm seeing around me, and having all these nice classics and seeing the passion all around. That's more than I can ever ask for. And for me to have a pretty formed opinion, you'll have to give me a day for me to cool off and really let all the excitement subside, and then the analytical side of me will come into play.
While we're here, let's just go to the Fiat. This one we were talking about earlier. So this Fiat over here, it's a South African special. This is the one we told. I think they had to make 100 odd to homologate for racing. Fiat built 8, won the championship with the promise that they were going to build the other 92 or whatever it was. End of the championship came, they still hadn't produced those cars. So they were questioned about it, and they said the ship sunk with all the Abarth parts, and they were disqualified as far as I know. Now it was Pop Diedrichs was the driver. This is possibly the real car. I know the family does have the real car still. I'm not sure if this is still the real one, because they also have
when you see the passenger seat, you would say that it is the real thing.
Even the road cars came with that upholstery.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's all real, and I mean they were super quick.
They were, and there's a connection also to a bit of the history in Europe, because from what I know, it was one of the Sandro Munaris when he came to South Africa, especially to race one of the 131s, and then the molds were taken from there to do this homologation special. And the story from Fiat in rallying will always be tied to both Sandro Munari and Mark Wallen, and they were the guys that made this car famous during the 70s. Then Walter Roll took from there in the early 80s and won a championship. But yeah,
and, I mean, you can see over there on the red car, that one has got the kit, so it's right-hand drive. I don't think they ever did any Super Mufioris in right-hand drive.
Nope.
So these are normal 131s that South Africa, a lot of the guys had the conversion done to the wide body.
One of my favorite cars ever, and I think this is going to be a collectible, even to a even greater extent over the years. When people talk about homologation specials, well, if people today pay attention to the 911 GT3s and stuff like that, this is the equivalent from the 70s, and people have no idea just how good of a driving thing it is still to this day. Technology may come and go, but the pure experience you get from one of these chassis is unparalleled. And then you get the Bialbero engine right here, and they are this revy, super smooth thing. You may not notice, but I'm quite passionate about these little cars.
And talking on the GT3, did you see where the Cup car ended up with McLaughlin? Did he just take a gentle run up, do you know?
Yeah, he did, but I'll tell you what I do have is the winners of the 1969 9-hour, David Piper, Richard Atwood, in the Team Perfect Circle David Piper car. They did 326-hour laps, 1,337 kilometers, average speed 148 k's an hour.
So that would have included fuel stops as well, I presume.
A
average
whole
speed.
lot. Fuel stops, driver stops, and all sorts of other repairs. Let's go and walk up here and see some other nice cars. So there's the full circle of where the perfect circle comes from. So Silvio Scribanti went up in the escort, and Aldo, his brother, completed the shakedown run of the new Audi TT with Volkswagen's finest 5 cylinders of turbo power. At about 1 o'clock last night, they completed the run. So let's just walk up here and find Mike McLaughlin and see in his Porsche, the Cup car that comes from Brazil. On the way, we see all these beautiful R32s and R34s, and we'll find Richard Rutz back with our BMW. Roy, your first run was pretty good.
Yeah, warming up the driver.
That takes a lot of warming up.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, the track, obviously, they retarded. So there's a little bit of little marbles all over. Tires are cold, the track's cold, so we got all day.
Driver's cold.
Driver's extremely cold.
You've got another 5 runs.
Absolutely.
And then you go into that shootout.
Absolutely.
And
that's when it matters.
yeah. And
Right.
your goal?
Top 10, shootout in the end, always. I've never been out of it, so let's see.
Yeah, good luck, Roy, and thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you very much, Carl.
Lovely sounding car there. Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
You've summoned them to your pit.
How are you, Colin?
I'm fantastic, Silvio. How are you? It's lovely. Yeah, it's Friday. It's classic cars.
Weather's great. Sun's shining, and see lots of people here.
Yeah.
Big turnout.
So you entered the escort, to have a bit of fun, but more importantly, to check the road out.
How did you know? You can see you're an old racing driver.
I'm not old.
Yeah, no, definitely. We wanted to map out and see the new surface and see how level it is and how the drivability of it. So obviously we took it a bit easy to see, but I must admit it's very smooth, feels good. It feels fast, actually. Yeah, so we're pretty upbeat, eh? Pretty for today, for tomorrow, for the weekend. So
Well, good luck. Have fun. But now enough of us talking heads, because the most important bits of talking are not the peoples, the ultra-crepidarians, who think they know what they're talking about. It's the petrol, the explosions, the spark plugs, the sucking, the squeezing, the banging from a 100-year-old car with SU carburetors down the side. You've got to love it. And with that, back to the boys in the shack.
Thanks very much, Colin and Rodrigo and Stuart as well. Change of commentary next to me, the fabulous Clifford. You can ogle at him when we get onto the screen in a while. Cliff, there's just so much excitement. Also, the weather is just spectacular for a change.
It's absolutely playing ball. We took a walk up just to have a look at the course from different angles in the first practice run, and you can feel the sun coming through and warming up the surface. So, yeah, not only is the track getting better, but the weather is just making everyone feel good vibes out in Knysna today.
Very special. Bernie Nessa going up. That's a Ford Model A 1930. Nearly as old as Colin. I mean, it's just wonderful to see these kinds of cars with those tires, that kind of engineering, still in such pristine condition, so loved by their owners. And for them to have the experience to sit and say, yeah, you know what, enough of it just being out. Let's take it up the hill. And that's a steep hill. Wonderful to see. 1 minute and 42 seconds.
I mean,
New record.
Yeah, I mean we've seen slower, but
hey, listen, fastest time. If I would take a screenshot right now. Hey, I was leading the charts.
Exactly that. But yeah, if you look at it, I mean, even the lines that they run up the hill, it's just trying to get that car over the line by whatever means necessary, basically.
Yeah, Jero Leliki out there, the Austin A40 Special, 1946. We also got Greg Smith, who's out there also in the Austin 7 SS Special, 1926, 100 years old.
Yeah, so
magnificent.
The bones of that car is 100 years old. I'm sure if we speak to Stuart, he's got a few thoughts on that.
I'm sure. And yeah, well, run about his era as well. Look at that with a beautiful English flag on the front. Split screen coming up for you as well. It just is incredible for anybody to know that these cars were around 100 years ago and are still going. And I always say, people say to me, when was the first ever motor race? You know, and you'll go into history, and I say, the first ever motor race was when the second car was built.
Exactly that.
Peter McPherson, the Ford GT40. Beautiful. Let's listen to it. Now, even though it's a qualifying run there, did you notice how slow he was going into that left-hander? Because there is the change of the tarmac surface. And now it's a question, all of them trying to find actually where to find that braking point. Slightly earlier, slightly later. Do you have that kind of commitment? Oh, a little bit, lots of smoke coming out of the Jag.
Yeah, coming back to what you're saying, Sasha, it's exactly that, is that one, we've got a new surface, but also the surface is very dirty as well. So we've seen a lot of clouds behind the tires. Not including this Jag, that's not dirt from the track, but it's about finding the levels of grip and just cleaning up the surface. It will get better as the day progresses, but it's just a matter of finding that limit at the moment and seeing where you can push.
Yeah, very interesting comments from Rui Campos earlier, just saying quite a lot of marbles already on that area, and of course it's something you don't want. So as more and more cars, those marbles will dissipate to the side and hopefully have a cleaner run for all of the drivers. Car number 58 going out there, Jacques Picard in the Porsche 911T 1969 model, 2.76 cylinder flat, normally aspirated. Peter McPherson, top of the time sheets at the moment in the Ford GT40, a 57.9. And I don't know if you heard, Cliffy, maybe you're making your way to the shack, but the first run by Franco Crabante faster than last year's winning time.
That's incredible.
So the track is quick.
It is quick, yeah. We expected the times to tumble, but by how much? And that's what we're going to see today.
1962 Porsche 356, beautiful looking car. That's probably my favorite German car.
Yeah, we're talking about how awesome it is to have these kinds of cars still amongst us. But also you've got to take your hats off to the guys that prepare these cars. It's finding parts and looking after them and replacing them with OEM parts and that sort of thing, and not cutting corners, and to for lack of a better word, not molest them and keep them in a really, really good condition. And that's what makes this whole event incredible for me, is that these guys maintain these cars at such a level. I mean, look at that Mercedes.
It is spectacular. Just really, really special. Daniel Picard, it's a 250 SL 1968, the year that I was born. And that was the year that probably they made the most magnificent cars in 1968. Alpha 33 Stradale, this Mercedes. You know, I think the Lamborghini Miura was the same year. Well,
what a time to be alive, huh?
A 356 going up, a Mercedes 250 SL going up the hill at Simola. It's not every day that you see this, and that is why the Simola Hillclimb is one of the most special and unique events, hill climb events in the world. John Jeffrey in the Ford Falcon, 4.5 litre, 6-cylinder. I don't know if you've ever driven a car of this kind of caliber, Cliff, but it is exceptionally difficult to keep it in a straight line.
I mean, the closest I've got is my daily is across the 300. And I mean,
well, there we go.
Lengthwise, we're close enough, but I've got the electronics to help me keep it in a straight line and all the cameras around it. But watch the body roll on the way into that corner, and that's where these things get incredibly tricky.
You really have to have your wits about you driving these kind of cars. Stunning to see.
Seems like I missed a bit in the first practice, but have we? Has anyone examined the track lane limiters yet?
No. Our track limit markers have not been touched as yet. For those who don't know, they are the blue little poles that you can see as they're going around in your top screen on the left-hand side. Of course, if any of the drivers knock into them or knock one of them over, the time is immediately deleted. But that is our new name for them.
Correct.
Yes, our special little mini. Well, it's actually, it's from the Leyland, the Mini GTS 1974, a Headley Whitehead going up in a little 1200cc 4-cylinder.
We've also got Jean-Pierre Van Zel now in his daily driver. He was using this as a daily for 6 months and decided, let's bring it to the hill climb. So you've got all different cars that are appearing on the start line, but not necessarily just race cars, but this might have to go to work on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, MGs, still such beautiful classic cars. Good various categories, of course, in our Classic Car Friday, from H1 all the way to H10. We're currently H1 and H2 at the moment. H1 are pre-war cars. It's been a lot of wars. This is the Fiat 131 Abarth that Stuart Grant was talking about, one that wasn't ever homologated, but in its day, just magnificent.
Whitehead's giving it a good run in the mini. It's starting to pick up a bit of pace there. We should see a pretty decent time, yeah.
There we go.
101.
Only 4 seconds off a GT40.
That's incredible.
Quite spectacular. Stunning also. Huge favourite in the 70s and 80s, the Anglia in South Africa. Coming all the way from George, car number 52, David van der Merwe, the Anglia 1965 2-litre 4-cylinder. Let's see the Abarth coming through. Just listen to that. Wow, beautiful sound from a 4-cylinder.
Yeah. Ooh. Starting to move a little bit there, starting to test the limits of the grip, but keeping it all on the black stuff. But it's nice to see the guys are now starting to push to start finding times and trying to put their strategy in place on how they're going to attack the day.
Yeah, there we go. 1:04 for Gabriel Hendricks, car number 65, a little bit out of sync. Rodney Green in the Riley Racing 1933. So Rodney Green going up there. Here comes Jean-Dre Bezuidenhout in the Team Perfect Circle. Wonderful story about Team Perfect Circle, where they came from, how they depicted or decided to use the name, and as a tribute to David Piper. Car number 49, of course it is, the Porsche 944 Turbo Cup. And Jean-Dre's third time, and he's just got such a wonderful disposition about himself, loves the opportunity that he has, and just enjoys every single moment of it. I wonder when the advocate will...
Looks like we've got a bit of a problem. Sorry,
yeah.
it's actually at the bottom where, unfortunately, Rob Green's car is having a bit of a break on the side there, a bit of a smoke break.
Yeah, that's quite a smoke break. I suppose in those days, more than likely a pipe. Probably a pipe.
Well played, sir.
Yes, unfortunately, Jean-Dre going to have to back out. That is going to be a red flag. We're going to have to get the probably the tow truck security or the marshal vehicles to go and remove that. Otherwise, I mean, Jean-Dre could probably stop and tow him up the hill.
That's also a possibility, but yeah. So, Sasha, I mean, you've got experience at the hill climb. That on a run like this now, what happens to all the guys waiting behind?
Well, they will be, we might get a shot of them. They'll be stuck in their line. It's not going to affect them too much besides the car that probably was really on the start line. However, the marshals know that this is going to be not a long break, but there will be time in order to get a truck up there and get that car back. That car will be rolled back, so it will be able to do its mini burnout to get to the line. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, it's not as though you can heat up these tires. They are going to be cold, but that car will be rolled back eventually. It'll have a little burnout up to the line, and there we go. They're back into their position, so they'll hold station until the track is cleared. So a little bit of a break if you're just joining us. Lots of people from all the way from Germany, from the Netherlands that are watching. Thank you very much for tuning in. What's your favorite car at the moment? And then also Julia asks, what is the age limit for a classic car Friday? 30 years. No, it's actually 25.
25 years.
Which is incredible. So that's why there are cars here from 2001.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It feels like yesterday.
Exactly. These are cars we were all ogling over and in the days of the Fast and the Serious coming out, and now they're in a classic car shootout. It's incredible.
Yeah, I'm going to cross over to Colin in a couple of seconds. Just want to get through one more a comment here from Mr. Sheep Metal. Says, Headley and I raced together in our minis. Man, his fantastic car is beautiful, extremely well built. I'm sure you'll really enjoy that compliment. Colin, a little bit of a break. What's happening down there in pit lane?
Nothing. You asked what happens in pit lane. Well, not a lot. We wait. And we get a little bit nervous. And how nervous? Look at the hands. True love. Who's more nervous, you or him?
Probably him.
What do you do? What's going through your mind now while you wait? You were ready, psyched up. Now you wait.
I think it chases up your anxiety a little bit, just sitting here, because you were mentally prepared to go out. But right now there's a bit of a wait. So you have to try and get back into the zone and just, focus on yourself. Not competing against all the other people, just competing for yourself and just have fun. We're here to have fun, all of us. And that's it. Going through my mind at the moment. Thank you.
Also a little bit of true love going on here as well. Love that stuff. Another famous man, the shortest racing driver in the history of the world. Enzo Kin. How are you?
Very well, thanks. Nice to be here in the racing seat.
It's beautiful, sunshine, the silence before the storm, before your flat plane crank V8 Ferrari delivers that beautiful sound. What's going through your mind now while you wait?
Well, this is still a practice run, so it's not the qualifying round yet. So I think it's more about finding the line and determining where the traction is. Interestingly, the first right-hander was quite slippy, first run out, and I checked with Richard Ritz. He's also a top driver. He said he had the same. He had a bit of a slide there. So even though there's new tarmac on the road, it seemed to be very slippy this morning. But you know, there's a lot of damp on the road, and the tarmac was cold. So I think traction will go increase during the day, and the times will come down.
As the sun comes up and bakes down, warms it up and gets rid of some of those volatiles.
Absolutely. I mean, what a beautiful setting. It's a privilege to come here.
It absolutely is.
It is. So nice. And so nice to see all the people. It's like celebrating the heritage of motorsport, you know, all the personalities through the years. It's nice to see everybody here.
Lovely, Enzo. We hope to catch you with all your clothes on this time. Thank you very much for chatting. Sorry, bit of it. Let's go and find Rutz, because Enzo says he's quite a good driver. Let's see if he's around here. There he is. Just the two guys we wanted to talk to. Mark McLaughlin, your first run up here for a long time in your Cup car, and?
Yeah, we got a small hiccup with I don't know if it's a pit lane limiter or something, but the limiter was on the whole way up the hill. Did clear this. I'm just having a look now. We're going to give it a quick run and see. I'm not too familiar with the car, so we'll see. But there's something's out of sorts. But I'm sure we'll find it.
Yeah, awesome. Reggie.
That's a problem. He's old.
We were talking to Enzo and he said, Richard's kind of a top driver. And it was a little bit slippery this morning, yeah?
Yeah, Enzo asked me about turn one, but I think everything was still cold. The tires were cold and anything. I don't think there's a problem with the car or anything. It feels great. But yeah, it was nice and slick out there.
So the first run is a combination of warm up the car, but probably more important, warm up the drivers.
I guess so.
Yeah, I guess I had to remember. I couldn't remember if the first corner was left or right, but lucky I could see it. I had my glasses on, but now it's all good. But it's nice to just casually come into the weekend, you know, slowly warm up
before the thunder of tomorrow.
Storm.
Thanks a lot, guys. Right, it looks like we're nearly ready to go, but seeing as we're not, Stuart, impressions so far?
I mean, it's pretty awesome. The main thing that's ringing in my head is Enzo's comment. Because, I mean, if turn one is slippery and slower, that's where the hill starts. So the momentum that you got to carry up there starts from there, unless you've got 1,000 horsepower. But that'll, even with the new the times might be slower, and I'm sure it's coming from that turn one slipperiness.
All right, let's
once
see.
It scrubs in and that
Let's see how 131 Mirafiori does. Back to you guys in the shack.
Thanks very much, Francis Cousins, of course, a local resident of the Knysna area, the 131 Abarth, the 1980 version, one of my favorite cars of all time. Let's see what Francis can do going up the hill. So track action back, and great to see, you know, the marshals and everybody who from the technical side and of course track side don't get the kudos that they deserve. So thank you everybody, and brilliantly efficient in clearing that. Formula One should actually watch what Simola does, because they seem to clear cars much quicker over here.
Yeah, this is a massive operation, but everyone does their part perfectly, and things happen so quickly because it can quite easily get bottlenecked if things aren't running according to plan.
It's amazing. You just listen to that car. What a huge lift going just before the bridge, and then Francis also taking a little bit of the dirt there as well. Cobra seems to be going. No, it's beginning to get its pace. Cobra seems to be just cruising.
Yeah, it's the Cobra-ing, but it doesn't look like it is.
The Ferrari definitely Ferrari'd on the first run with Enzo Kuhn, but that is the way that he drives. He was actually incredibly quick in his first run. Just listen to that car.
But Enzo likes to push and keep it loose. He's that kind of driver where he likes things to move underneath him, so the colder conditions doesn't seem to scare him in the least.
Of course, they're completely different kind of cars, but you can see the entry speed going into that left-hander compared to the Fiat Abarth a little bit earlier. Extraordinary. So we'll actually compare those two times. 103 for Francis Cousins. Let's see what Enzo Kuhn actually does. Of course, there's huge horsepower difference as well. .52.4 for Enzo Kuhn.
That was actually quite a neat run.
Beautiful. Super fast.
But this was sort of earmarked between the Cobras and the Ferraris, is that they were going to be chasing each other today, and so far it looks like Enzo's got the upper hand. He said that the Cobras must come, and we're going to wait and see what they've got for him.
Yeah, we've got two spectacular cars on track, as always when it comes to Simola, the Escort, and of course one of the Porsches. I think it was, not George Davey, and a 59. Lorenzo Farella in the beautiful Renault Gordini R8 1967 car, 1300 4-cylinder. Silvio Scribante coming up in that Ford Escort. Ooh, a 56.7. That's going. Sean Hepburn in the Datsun 1200 Deluxe 1974. Lorenzo in the Renault. That hill is very steep. In a car like that Renault, it's incredible. You're like, oh my word, I'm going to have to change down not one but two gears.
Once you get past the bridge, the hill really starts to come into its own, and it's a combination of left, right, tight bend, so you've got to keep the momentum going. But on a slightly less powered car, it's a massive task to get up there. Yeah,
it really hurts. And the incredible thing about this is because we've been fortunate enough, yes, to go up the hill ourselves, but it's when you actually come back down do you realize how steep the gradient is. So at present, Enzo Kuhn at the top of the timesheets, Class H4 in a 53.455. One of the many Alfa Romeos, Ashley Bowd, going up in the 1750. Actually a 2-litre, he's got a 2-litre in that Class H5. Was having some mechanical difficulties yesterday, but was very clean in his first run, so if he's got that confidence, I'm sure his times will get better and better. This Alfa Giulia, probably one of the most beautifully presented cars here this weekend, and from the back, probably totally Calipigian. Action fast and furious here at Simola. Ooh, bit of shoo.
Oh, that got a bit out of shape.
That's just out of turn, going into turn one. And I mean, don't forget, these are pre-ABS, etc. Of course, until we get to the cars from 25 years ago. These cars from the 60s and 70s, no ABS, no traction control, nothing. So even if you go off the line and those tires are cold, I mean, if you've got a lot of torque and horsepower behind you or underneath you, it's definitely going to send that steering wheel quite sideways. Trevor Tuck in the Giulietta TI 1300 at the bottom of the screen.
Boy, also getting a little bit out of shape in and out of the corner.
Finding the new track surface, you can see it. Let's see where he lifts. Sure, that's pretty fast going through there. Little bit of understeer. Nice, back
as he backed out, because
completely
he had a massive shake going in as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the first three corners building up to that got quite hairy, but he's actually slowing down. There's obviously an issue there.
No, there's a big issue. He's actually stopped. So they're going to red flag this. Definitely that Daytona is that Ford definitely going to have to slow right down. So problems, unfortunately, for Trevor Tuck in the Giulietta TI.
How good does that Shelby sound on the gear down? Ooh. I think it's probably one of my favorite cars of Classic Car Fridays, that Shelby.
It is just spectacular.
You don't see them, but they sound magnificent.
Just spectacular. James Temple in
Oh, we got it. It looks like it's going again. But obviously these runs won't count.
Well, I don't think the time's going to be really good.
I mean, at this stage, I would take it, but that's me.
It's not sounding very healthy. But as long as you can get it up the hill, because from there at least you can roll it back down and they can pick out. We'll see exactly what can. We'll find out exactly what their issues are. So Trevor's going to make it up there, and then of course we'll get into the last section of the. Yeah, it doesn't sound very good.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably had better days. What makes it tricky now is what's the chances they're going to have the right spares in the truck. You know, these cars, it's not like you just go to an OEM and pick up a spare.
Correct.
You've got to have quite a bit to make sure you can get through the weekend.
Sounds like a little bit of a misfire over there from my incredible engineering knowledge. I have no idea. But it did make it up the hill. It'll be able to roll all the way back down. And, of course, they'll be fast and furious. They do have another free practice session before the qualifying goes. So rather have the niggle now. Then, of course, when it really counts. So the problem with James Temple for his run was sort of aborted, which is a bit of a problem. Same thing for Joandre Bezuidenhout. So those guys will feel a little bit displeased, but they do have another qualifying run. Let's cross over to Colonies. Seems to have a couple of decent updates for us.
Well, we know that Trevor Tuck has got a whole lot of spares, and that motor would have been a proper Tuck special, Stuart.
Yeah, Trevor builds some amazing engines, and I'm sure he'll probably have diagnosed whatever the issue is already on the way back down, and he'll get the guys on it. I'm sure they've got some spares. Maybe it's a simple thing as a spark plug lead. I doubt it on his builds though, but yeah. But there's a lot of alphas here, so I'm sure all the guys will club in. It's a bit of a brotherhood there, so I'm sure he'll be back up.
Beautifully rounded rear end of that car, and one that is not rounded at all. Completely angular Corvette Stingray with huge amounts of horsepowers and the most amazing V8 sounds. And I think we've got Roy going up again, so let's let the flat cylinders Roy do some talking.
Roy Campos, just one of the fan favorites, a magnificent, that 911 RSR from 1974. I mean, that car you could put anywhere and people are just going to ogle at it. Magnificent, and also just one of the most fun guys you can have around as well. I mean, he just loves being part of Simola Hillclimb.
Oh, gets out of shape on the way in on the brakes there. He also had a very clean launch. I don't know if you saw as the car pulled off. It was quite dirty on the line that he took through into turn one.
Let's see what Roy Campos can do. He's chasing a 53, should get into the 40s.
And we've got Richard Evans at the bottom there on the Corvette Stingray. Also, that's a white knuckle ride, that.
Oh, just 50.5 for Rui Campos. That's in class H6, so he's looking pretty handy at the moment. The Corvette, of course, Richard Evans. That's also pretty hairy to drive. 7 liters of massive American power behind you, but not the most aerodynamically efficient vehicle ever produced.
There's very few American cars that I would want to opt on a hill climb. This is definitely not one of them.
But it does look fantastic. Oh, that Porsche is very, very sideways. I think that's Gavin Rook, and I tell you, he had a great first run in his qualifiers. Even though these are just qualifiers, you've got to try and start finding the limit and understanding what the track can do, especially with the new tarmac. You want to understand where your braking points are. So let's see what Gavin Rook does. Does a 51.6. Super time from him.
Darby Aubert making an appearance in his Lotus. This should also be a pretty decent time. Good driver, really, really light car. It's like 670 kilos or something.
It's incredible. 150 kilowatts, 1800, 1.8 litre Toyota engine in the back of that. Oh! Okay, so here we go. We're going to have a little incident. Darby Hubert unfortunately spinning out. He'll get the car going. There's
a bit of debris behind there. Did he clip something on the way in? Because it looked like the panels came loose.
I must be honest, I was looking at the timing screen, so I didn't see that. Maybe we'll get a replay of actually what happened. No, out of the car. So I think he's just picking up his body work.
Yeah.
Get back in the car.
Wherever you go, you take something with you. You know what I mean?
What a courteous driver.
Yeah, so it's very rare you see riders and drivers clean up after themselves.
Yeah, don't worry about everything. I've got everything here. It all fits in the back. Okay, I'll get back in, start it up.
It's almost like he's buying a headboard from one of your furniture stores and he's taking it home for...
to go and install. The main thing is he's okay.
Yep.
It seems as though the car's okay. Of course, it'll be completely checked. Marshall's just going out to check. Let's see if we can get it. Yeah, the car is fine. So, yeah, good news.
It doesn't seem like anything's broken. That's why it's such a strange little crash.
Could just be cold tires. You've got so much power. It's such a lightweight car. We're going to see if we can get a replay of it. Great thing is everything is okay, and yeah, just go slowly down the hill and then put it all back together again. The beautiful Knysna Heads. This is where we're broadcasting from. If you are joining us from outside of South Africa, we're just waiting for the replay of Darby Hubert. Beautiful sunny day here in Knysna. Here comes the replay. Oh, we're in the pits, but we're waiting for the replay. Here we go. Gets into the right-hander, then the left. Just got terrible oversteer.
And then the panels came off.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what caused him to step out.
There could have actually been a lift in probably maybe the bonnet, which created.
I think that issue is not created by anything that he hit or whatever the case is. It's by the body panels changing the error. Yeah,
there we go, and that just unfortunately just took the car completely out of shape, turned it into oversteer, just air pushing the car the wrong way around. It seemed as though he was all okay there. That left front wheel was a little, it was a little bit of oversteer, and then, but could have well been caused by, I think, definitely could be those body panels should have been a little bit more secure. But the main thing is that he is okay. That's the most important. They'll just go and check out the track as well, because a little bit of debris is of the track. The rest of the debris he picked up himself.
Yeah, I was going to say,
it's just fantastic.
Went home in a basket. Yeah, so it's perfect. But
did he scan it though?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Flat pack. It's always one of those tricky things. But look, I mean, that's probably one of the better. If you're going to have a crash or you're going to have an issue, that's not a bad issue to have, because you just bolt it back together and away you go. You know, simple.
That's the way that those cars are made. So we are in qualifying. Well, we are in practice 2 for Classic Car Friday. Roughly 65 odd cars that are going out this morning. All the different categories. Just to let you know that there's categories H1 all the way through to H2. Various different compositions made up of the power outputs, the cylinders that they have, the racing pedigree that they come from, traditional road cars as well, and of course the pre-war cars, which is H1. H10 is new for 2026. The Invitational Racing Sports GTs up to 1990, and that was before it was 1985, and then the racing saloon cars up to 2005.
It's like they shifted everything 5 years for this year. But how
It's
cool is it?
extraordinary.
Because it just adds a whole new dynamic to Classic Car Friday. You know, in your mind you think 60s, 70s, but all of a sudden now it's into the 2000s. And it's a lot more cars that maybe your younger enthusiasts can identify with and have seen before, as opposed to your 1926 models that no one really knows. So it changes things, but it makes it exciting. Also, it makes the competition that little bit faster and that little bit closer.
In a world where every second counts, will he make it on time? Out here on the streets, anything can happen when the odds are stacked against you. One man finds the will, the drive, the passion to steer his path to destiny. It's a Swift.
Ready?
So it's a RAV4 GT4 going up Nissan Sentra. I remember these from the touring car days. 2-liter STI. Wow, just spectacular. They used to all be bright yellow. Great to see a car like that out there as well. Not many of them around, so wonderful to see that car there. One of the Ford Escorts, the newer version of the Ford Escort. This is a 1970, well, newer when I say 1979 model, but yeah, very, very pretty car in its day. Loads of them sold in South Africa as well.
Sentra is getting out of shape on the way into the SZ. That's going to affect his momentum. Let's see if he can recover.
As we go, more and more rubber coming down there. And also, Cliff, you know what a lot of people don't understand is, oh yes, there's rubber on the track, but there's all different types of rubber.
Yeah.
Some of the guys are running semi-slick, some of the guys are running slick, some of them are riding just normal road tires. So it is all different kinds of rubber, and you've got to just try and find that space. Car number 20, beautiful. It's the Fiat. Eugene Herbert in the Uno 1500 4-cylinder, normally aspirated. So it's not the turbo engine, which was a 1400. However, I think there might be a little bit of trickery in there.
I think so. I don't really know too many Unos that would come out racing that would be standard.
Rui Campos still timing, leading the timesheets in free practice 2 for Classic Car Friday with a 50.585 in terms of his time. You're looking at the top screen for the first time. Eugene Herbert from the new tarmac to the old tarmac, hard on the brakes. You see that front dip down, goes in there, holds it very, very nice and tight. And of course now they squiggle it to the right hand side. Here comes some of the monsters that used to be part of King of the Hill and now classic cars. R33 GTR 2.5 litre 6-cylinder turbo. Just iconic. That's the only word you can say. Iconic. Doesn't seem to be giving it full beans yet. So the Nissan Skyline, Arnold Duplessis doing a 52.389.
Was that a flame?
There was definitely some squirreling around there. James Temple, who didn't have epic first run, 48.2. Wow, that is quick. Super fast. Feathering the throttles. You got to be brave to go through these bends. It looks much easier on TV.
I'm watching the GTRs, and I mean, we've just had a few consecutively, and you watch the different lines that they're running, just trying to figure out what's the best way up the hill. But yeah, each one of them have had their pros and cons to each line running up on the hill, and it's made it very interesting to see who's going to be the quickest, because there's a lot of different schools of thought on that instance.
Not often you see a Jaguar XJS coupe going up the track. Beautiful to see. The BMW Nicolas Vostanis. Let's just see, that is that interesting BMW Robbie Smith tribute car. Aldo Scribante in the Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. Just listen to this engine coming through here. I don't know if he missed a gear. Sounds like he missed a gear. Craig Zank, bottom of your screen. You could hear him. We could hear him outside our shack over here with a massive.
We could feel it.
We could feel it as well. Huge exhaust noise coming out.
Aldo Scribante with a 52.
That's pretty handy. In H8, he's only 2 seconds off Richard Roots. Let's see what Craig Zank can do.
Also got Shane Audi on the top of your screen in his Audi. It took a year hiatus, but he's back this year trying to find some time.
So category 8, H8, Craig Zank into the 49s with a 49.1. So that is good 1.7 seconds quicker than anybody else. The Chevron, here we go. Let's see what Franco Scribante can do. He did a 44 in his first run. Let's see what he can do going up the hill this time. That's full beans. Wow, that car is looking super solid.
Boy.
Well, we spoke about this a little bit earlier with Chiro, and the Scribante team said they are really confident. They think this is the best prepared they've been. That is 2 seconds faster than last year's time. So the track definitely helps, but Scribante definitely on it, and the car just working perfectly.
You know, I've watched Franco from a distance, quite a few instances from different areas of life, let's put it that way, but he looks like a different man this year. You know, last year I think things just didn't go their way, and the more they tried, the more difficult it got, but this year he just looks like he's ready to race.
That was super impressive. Ian Schofield, he won it last year, the King of the Hill. This is H9, of course. These are single-seaters, March 77B. I think if he had seen Franco Scribante's time, he might sit there and go, ooh, gonna have to up the ante a little bit here.
Looks like we're running out of momentum at the bottom there, unfortunately. A bit of a
I
problem
think
from
that is
Vandenberg.
that prototype Renault. Yeah, it had difficulty in its first run as well. It's slowly getting up to the hill. That's why Schofield has been held on the line. Of course, the marshals know that if a car goes at a certain point, then they give the green flag to the starter at the start line. Gets over the line, but definitely some issues for that Renault prototype. Here we go. The old Nulse Niemann car. Here goes Ian Schofield. Oh, I love it when cars get sideways off the line. Beautiful. He's got a big number to chase. 42 is where we're at the moment with Franco Scribante. 42.3. I mean, if he goes, he can get into the 41s, which would be extraordinary.
I think we're going to see faster than that, to be honest with you.
Ooh, very early on the lift. Got to be more committed than that.
I was going to say, it's probably not going to be the fastest run of the day, but let's see if he can pick it up.
Maybe he's playing. You know, the classic sandbagging term. That was very close to our track mark time limit indicators. A 43.7, and I think there's a lot to be found there as well.
I think so too, yeah.
So I don't think he's too worried. Only a few more to go in this qualifying, free practice 2 session. Franco Scribante with a 42.3, already 2 seconds quicker than last year's fastest over the whole of Friday. Yes, weather conditions were different.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that makes a big difference.
Makes a big difference, but in these conditions, we also know that this new tarmac that is on the track, I think definitely be helping with them, and I'm sure we'll get even more feedback when we cross over to Colin and Stuart to see how the track is ramping up. Is it getting grippier and grippier even over 2 runs? So it'll be interesting to hear the thoughts of some of the drivers. I think this is a Royale, but it's pretty pedestrian going under the bridge.
It's good to see Margaret White is back again. Last year she was here with Ernest, and now bringing a different car. And
With the Mallock, yeah. Yeah, waiting for one more run. Of course, that'll be Andre Bezuidenhout. He'll also be looking at those times going, woo, this is getting quite spicy.
The thing is, you want to know that you can be close, but you also don't want to give too much away as well in the build-up to it. And it's also only just practice, but you've got to believe it yourself, you know. So how late do you leave that charge? Do you leave it late into qualifying, or do you go out like Franco's done now and just put the marker right there and say, what can you do? And put pressure on everyone else.
I know what I can get out of the car, and I improved by 2 seconds on a practice run. So probably a lot to come from all of them.
And how do we know that Franco's not doing exactly the same thing? It's got 2 seconds in him. You know, this goes on and on, you know.
The beauty of motorsport, you actually never know until eventually right at the end. Anything, it is never predictable. So one more car to go, and that of course is Andre Bezuidenhout in the Lola T460 1976, the Perfect Circle liveried car, 1600 4-cylinder, normally aspirated, exceptionally light, has won this before. Seems to be a little bit of a delay, not entirely sure why there is a delay.
It's a bit of excitement as well. I see the flagman getting a bit antsy there as well. So things are definitely happening down there.
Battle to get the car started. Okay, here we go. You'll give it a little bit of a burnout to get to the line. Try and get as well. That's all you have, and it's wonderful to actually see that, so that people have an appreciation. There's no heating. Yeah. You are there. Now he's got. He's being held. A little bit of wheel spin, but decent pull off. This car is super fast, beautiful to look at. Andre Bezuidenhout, last driver for the free practice 2 session for Classic Car Friday. One more session to come, and then of course we're going to 3 qualifying sessions. We'll have a lunch break this afternoon, and then of course it'll be the class finals, the Classic Conqueror, which should take place around about 3 o'clock, 3:15 this afternoon, all things being equal. full commitment. Let's see what advocate Andre Bezuidenhout can do. Can he get close to a 42.3? Coming up towards the start-finishing line, goes across in a 44.6. So, wow, Franco Scribante, Ian Schofield, and Andre Bezuidenhout. Franco Scribante in the H10 category. Schofield and Bezuidenhout, not much between them in the H9 category. And then James Temple, what a lap from him, 48.2. Craig Zank also in H8, he's sort of leading that over 49.1. So it really is, there's not much between the leading contenders. We're going to chat, cross over to Colin, just, I think, you know what, find out what the drivers are feeling about the track. Is it rubbering in? Are they feeling more confident? Is it getting warmer? Colin, give us the updates.
Into the 59s.
Yeah, look, my other car is a little bit of a more potent motor, so it gets into 59s. If I can get close to a minute, I'll be very happy.
Awesome. But it's early days now. What's the tar like through one?
Oh, it's fantastic. Track is fantastic.
Slippery at all?
No, it's fine. We're not going fast enough.
And you guys are on road tyres, both of you, so
yeah, road tyres.
There's no tyre warmers, nothing. It's just
nothing.
Production
Go out cold,
style.
off we go.
Group
And
one.
I've got my full seats and the whole accomplishments in there. Yeah, no, it's quite heavy. You can feel the weight as well, different to the race car. But yeah, we got to race it like that. That's what it's for fun.
Awesome. Let's go. Everything of the best, Francis. Let's take a walk up to the, what do they call it? The Bumblebee. Sean Hepburn, he's also leading his class. And just in case you break down, he's sponsored by the AA. So they can come and do it. You know, they talk about things being slippery. Generally, when it gets wet, that corner will always be slippery than when wet. Sean, how's the Bumblebee going?
No, not too bad. I just found out that I didn't have much oil in it, so yeah, it's a pre-check that we didn't do.
And how did you find out? On the dipstick or the light?
Not on the light. I still got oil pressure. I just saw it smoking on the TV, so I thought, let's have a look. No oil.
Oh, it's a Datsun. They don't need much oil to run, but you're leading your class all good.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. I don't know why there's no time for Trevor in the second.
I don't think he made it all the way up the hill. Oh, he had a misfire.
Well, let's go and find out. Everything of the best.
You raced this last weekend.
Trevorini Taquini is right over here. And there's nothing going on. Because here he is, and here the car is, Doris.
Here he comes, here's Trevor.
Here he is. Trevorini. Questo problema?
Up here. I think, good morning. I think I hit the kill switch by accident. Doris is a very small car, and there's a little button where you press to cut the ignition, and I think I got a bit wobbly and I hit the button. Happens.
That's incredulous.
At my age, I'm not surprised.
But we also got to check out here. We've got to see these shoes. Now there's a story. I mean, just look at these things. Carbon fibers. And you haven't glued them together. Normally you glue the things together.
Normally I glue them together. So I was going to wear my fluffy shoes that I sleep in because I still can't afford a pair of race boots. And then our very good friend said to me, Trevor, I can't let you drive like that. So he said, let me ask the boys if they can do you a favor. So the boys did us a favor. Cal and Shell, thank you very much for that. So yes, I have nice X-race boots, and hopefully they'll make me a bit quicker.
Got to have a huge shout out to Kelvin and Sheldon and the whole Van der Linde family for looking after an old man He's even got proper Puma gloves from...
what an incredible family, and you know, it's so nice in motorsport. You have those connections with people, and you know, they don't have to do it. They've used it, and they said, go and enjoy, and you know, here's a set of boots, and enjoy the race. And it's so nice, you know. I love it. But
Trevor, I just want to go back to, you say you hit the kill switch going up the hill.
yeah, so I'm trying to see what Doris is up to up the hill, because she's a little bit squirrely left and right. And then I had a bit of a tanky out of under the bridge, and I think I hit the kill switch, because when I looked down it was off. So either I hit it or somebody else hit it, but there was no passengers with me in the car.
Okay, so for now, Trevor, I hereby bestow upon you the Dick of the Day award.
I'll happily accept. Thank you.
Look after it, because it's possible that somebody may take it away from you. Right, let's go and have a word with Mr. Temple. James, how are we doing?
I think we a lot closer to where we want to be than last year this time. Weather didn't play its part for us. We don't have any other tyre except for what we run, which is basically a slick. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm excited. I think looking at the times after practice too, if we can find a little bit more, yeah, but we're there.
So the boys in the shack were talking about turn one, slip and slide. Is it just cold drivers, cold tyres, cold tar, or is it really, what's it like?
Look, it's still quite dirty out there. I think when everyone starts putting in a few more quali laps, I think we'll start to get a bit clearer runs. I think the optimum line is still a bit dirty. So yeah, I think there's a lot of pace in circuit, but also everything. I'm just trying to get familiar with things. It looks a little bit different. They got some other walls here and there and tar. So yeah, once my eyes in, then we'll be going.
Awesome. Good luck. Everything the best.
Thanks, Colin.
Stuart, some of the other favourite cars we've got. A Campos car. These guys are going to put an in-car camera in it, and the fastest, is it a GWM or a Geely or a Tata or a Volkswagen? Roy Aubrey?
Yes, Colin.
Morning.
How are you today?
Fabulous. How are you?
Fantastic, and fantastic. I'm glad to be here. I nearly wasn't. My flight from the Beijing Motor Show got cancelled, so we arrived last night late. But we're here, and the car went fantastically. You know, so it's just me, Rusty, all that. Car perfect, as normal.
And Porsche's finest?
Porsche's finest. You know, this is still an original matching numbers old 924 turbo that we built into a tribute of the car that ran at Le Mans in 1980. So it's a 924 Carrera GTP. They ran a prototype. Came 8th overall in the rain at Le Mans. So if it's dry, if it's wet and that, and you got good tyres, it works. Last year it was wet and I didn't have rain tyres, so very happy with the weather today.
I think we all are, Stuart.
Yeah, it's much better for us walking around.
Almost time to take the jacket off, Roy. Look after it, have fun, be fast, be safe.
Yeah, no, we will do. And the track's amazing. The upgrades they did, the new tar, it's wonderful. You know, I really got to take my hats off to the organisers. It's really lekker. It's going to be a good weekend.
At the back of my eye, good luck. I've just seen Mr. Roofless. Davy? Davy, you lost your bonnet.
It's the roof, sir.
It's better than losing your mind.
True, but can you see this aero is working?
Ah, you see.
The aero is working. Look at the aero at the wheels.
You know, you guys always try different things, and how did you find it?
That is not that corner. I can't take it flat.
Ah, okay. But you tried.
I did.
One always has to have a go, don't you?
You need to find the limits, and then you must dial it back a bit.
Love that. We were talking about that last night. The quickest way to find the limit is go over.
And then try and dial it in again.
Awesome. Good luck. Have fun. Nothing that a little bit of tie-ups and duct tape can't fix?
Nope.
And you didn't even need a hammer?
No, not yet.
Love it. Stuart, a Rover engine. Who actually would have thought that...
So it was Rover, like their K series or whatever it was.
It's like...
Was this also in the MG TF or whatever.
I don't know. You're the expert. I know nothing
This
about
is a bit
historic
newer than
cars.
my area of knowledge. But yeah, I think that thing was weighing in just over 600.
An ex-superstar Group N racer, John Craig.
With an actual Group N car.
Yes, hi, man.
How are you doing?
Fantastic, Colin. Awesome. So awesome to be here.
You've driven many things. How many of those endurance motorbike races have you done in Cape Town?
43, every single one, which I've been in touch with the FIM recently, and MSA none of them really seem to be keen to help, but it is a world record. The closest record they can find is a guy that did 36 Dakars. So my 43, and I'm hoping to get a 50, seems undoubtedly a world record, but now I just try and get it recognized.
Awesome. So we'll call him our new latest world record holder. But an ex-Willie Bard Sentra Group N car. Fantastic.
The car I drove in 96. I drove this car for Nissan in 96. I was actually the team leader in it in 96. Then we had a few problems in the first 2 rounds. So then Debbie took over as team leader and I had to back him up. And we finished first and second in the South African Championship. Won the Highveld 100. Then and Willie Beard drove it for 3 years. Bought it in 2000. And we converted it to Pro Car spec. And we finished third in the final ever touring car Pro Car class in Cape Town in 2000.
Wonderful times. And how cool is it to come and race with your son also, John?
Awesome. Yeah, he's grown up with me doing karting and then did a few years of Polo Cup where I had to do the spannering. So now it's his chance back. And then I said to him this morning, next year we must maybe enter it for Saturday and Sunday, and he can drive it Saturday. We'll get it a little bit quicker. And I'll drive it on the Friday and he can drive it Saturday, Sunday. So yeah, fantastic. Awesome.
John, good luck. John, good luck. Have fun. The John and John show. And now we start getting to the C for serious, the F for fast, the B for blown as hell. And we are looking for the class leader in a classic car Friday. Craig Zank is over here. Here's his car, but I don't see Mr. Zank. He's way down the other end of the pits, walking around, socializing, enjoying stuff. Very impressive to see how quick they go. And this is the really nice part where we've got cars that, I mean, he could take this thing and compete tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And like I think Clifford was saying, these things were competing in the first 10 years of Simola, maybe even more. And they were very competitive. They were the leaders back then, so could put one in tomorrow again.
Silvio, you've got a bit of work to do. You're not leading your class. What's wrong?
Getting old. You said I'm not getting old. You told me. I can't be getting old, eh?
You're only as old as you feel, and you feel okay.
No, I feel good. No excuses. Put the foot down, and the times will come. I made a nice jump from P1 to P2, and I think P3 would try. My back end of the car is a little bit loose, so we're trying to just get that to grip a little bit. Once your back end can grip, you can attack a lot harder going in, and that's where I'm losing.
A loose back end is never a good thing.
It's an exciting thing, though.
Yes,
always exciting. A man who's pretty excited. Just have a look at Franco's eyes. He's just come back down the hill. We're going to try and talk to him as he takes his helmet off. But he's really, really on it. Quick little feedback with the guys. Franco, before you get out, we have to talk to you in the car. You came into this event super confident and comfortable with the car. How's it going?
Yeah, the car's feeling good, Colin. It's very slippery out there still, but the car's really wide awake and it's really on it.
You enjoying the new tar surface?
Yeah, it makes a hell of a difference, and I think we're going to see times tumble today, yeah.
Enjoy, have fun. What a fight they've got going. Taki the Greek. Taki is what do you call that thing, a tribologist?
Tribologist, correct.
What is a tribologist?
It's lubricant engineering, so we specialize in lubricants.
Think of, you mean for cars, and I'm going to go back to the very first time we spoke. Assume it's nearly Saturday. And on a Saturday morning, half of the country takes out their lawnmowers and starts mowing. Motul make the finest oils in the world, apparently. What is the best oil to put in your lawnmower on a Saturday morning?
Our Motul gardening range, just the right stuff for your lawnmower, because your lawnmower works harder than you do.
But will a V300, is that good enough?
No, that's the stuff that keeps the cars like Francos on the road and leading up the hill.
Oh, I better change. I've got V300 in my lawnmower, and we've got to go and change that.
You must be the fastest in your neighborhood when you cut the grass.
It's the best at 1 minute to 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Fire it up, wake the neighborhood up. It's better than a leaf blower.
I can't doubt it. Have a good one, Colin. Thanks for keeping us entertained out here,
This is a pretty cool combo.
Okay, tell us about this.
So these are Van Diemen's. I can't remember the year, but if you turn the camera around there, you'll see the yellow one. That's a tribute to the first Formula Ford Senna race when there was 1600, I think in the UK. So that Van Diemen, another Van Diemen. And I think in the back corner of the next pit is a red Royale driven by Rick Morris. And as far as I know, Rick actually raced against Senna back in the day. So we have
Should we go and talk
quite
to
a
Rick
nice
Morris?
sort of Senna thing. You need to check that fact. It could be one I made up, but give it a whirl.
You know, half the fun in the world is we make up facts. Rick Morris, Robbie Walk. Robbie, I'm so glad to see you. Congratulations on getting better. I mean, for a minute you had the whole of motorsport in South Africa worried.
Yeah, thank you. On the mend.
And you having fun?
Yeah, getting into it. Different getting in the classic cars, but yeah, slowly but surely getting back into it. So looking forward to the final runs.
So tell us the model of your car. It's an RP? Royal? Van Diemen?
Yeah, Van Diemen. Van Diemen 70 to 79.
79. You see how little I know about nothing. But we do know Rick Morris. Hello. How are you?
I'm extremely well, thank you. Happy to be in South Africa again for the 4th time this year.
It's fantastic. Now, red car?
Red car is an RP31, which is a replica of my championship-winning car in 1982.
But you also had a couple of races with the great Mr. Senna.
That was 1981, and that's the car I drive in England, a replica of my 81 car, where we had a few comings together and things. Who would have known, eh? Who would have known?
Was he in the Van Diemen shape?
He was in the Van Diemen. He was
That
always the worst
era.
Van Diemen, yeah.
And the war between Royal and Van Diemen. Love it.
Spurs and Arsenal in England, for those that know the Premiership in England.
Good luck, guys. Have fun. Thanks for chatting to us. Now, if you'll turn around, let's have a look at this Malik Mark 6. Lotus's finest 1600, eh? 1600 from Lotus?
Yeah, it's a 1600 Lotus motor.
Lovely, absolutely brilliant stuff. Is Margaret around? We have to talk.
You see, the cool thing here is the dip and all of that offset, so you can get the driver nice and low. I mean, if it was pulled him a bit, narrowed it up.
It's got to be great for left-hand corners.
Yeah, I don't know if it came out of oval track racing, a bit like our local Marauder, which is quite a similar thing. They were designed as oval track things to start with. So
English
maybe.
motor industry, got to.
And I think
here he is.
And they think they're still doing the Malik still today. It continues.
Craig, one of the rules of racing drivers is that you should stay by your car, especially when you're leading the class.
I would, but I was busy drowning.
You could enter that thing tomorrow.
Yes.
A man of many words, he is. Are you happy with the progress so far?
Yeah, on the first run we lost four-wheel drive system, so it was two-wheel drive and very loose, so we took it easy not to hurt the car. Second run was a lot better, starting to feel what it wants and what it doesn't want. So
Did you get your four-wheel drive back?
Yes.
Okay, what went wrong?
A wire actually pulled out of the main fuse box. So, you know, when you travel with rigs and that they bounce around a lot, and we felt yesterday already something wasn't quite happy when we got that. And then, yeah, today the four-wheel drive, when I got to the line, just said, not working.
Very bad when a wire gets pulled. Right, we've got some track action, starting with very old grey car. What is it, Stuart?
I think that's a Model A Ford, I think, but in a sort of speedster type Model A Ford.
Love it when I have a man of knowledge. Other men with knowledge in the shack. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Stuart. Welcome, if you've just joined us on the live stream, to Simola Hillclimb, the 16th running in 2026. I'm sitting in the commentary box with the wonderful Clifford, who has a wonderful hat.
Thank you. Yours is quite spectacular yourself.
It's colourful.
It is.
Simola Hillclimb, we are in the 16th running, 1.9 kilometres, 160 metres of elevation change. We are down at sea level, 47 metres above sea level is the start line. This is the very first car of practice 3. We're running slightly behind because there was a little off in the last session.
There were a few offs, but they've recovered well. But here we go, Bernie Nasser up the hill in his Model A.
There we go. Thank you very, very much for joining us. If you're looking for live timing, we will start getting it on the screen, but a great way to get hold of the live timing is the Race Monitor app as well. Now, Clifford, we know that there's a couple of questions about the retarring of the surface, which you just saw on your screen there. Turn 1 and the straightaway, the steep hill up to the top, has been resurfaced, so the notorious bumps are gone. We did think that was going to increase lap times, and we've already seen that.
We have, yeah. I mean, Franco in the last session going 2 seconds faster than the winner last year.
Yeah.
And he feels there's more time in it, and a lot of the guys seem to feel that there's more time in the track. The surface is still pretty dirty. From when we start to see the quicker cars come through, you start to see those dust clouds behind the car. But hopefully, as we now move into the qualies after this practice session, which is the last one, then we'll see the times tumble even more, because the more grip and the more dirt we get rid of, the faster the times will be. And these guys are ready for it today.
So it needs to be pointed out that this is a public road. If you come through here at night, or if you came through yesterday, you can actually do the hill climb. Please don't do it with any great enthusiasm. The road leads up to the Simola Country Golf Club and Hotel, so it is in use all year round, which means that, as Clifford says, it does get a bit dirty, but the more action we see, the more tyres going up the hill, the cleaner the track will get.
Yeah, it's pretty much a waiting game. What I love about Simola is that as the weekend unfolds, things sort of come together, but we've got to get through the difficult parts to see the fast and the good parts, and getting the track clean and putting some rubber down and getting grip on the track is all part of the process.
So Classic Car Friday, the rule is your car has to be 25 years or older. Currently on your screen is the oldest car in the field, a 1926 Austin 7 SS Special. That is a 100-year-old car being chased up the hill by Brian Bruce in a GT40. You know, quite interesting, Clifford. I did some research. So the oldest continuously habited city in the world is in Armenia. It's called Yerevan. And they actually used Austin 7s as Ubers.
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
Yeah, 3,000 years ago. Beautiful Mercedes-Benz heading up the hill now. I think that's the nickname for those, is the Pagoda. First time seeing one up the hill. Beautiful. Leisurely drive. But nothing wrong with that. Jaguar D-Type, bottom of your screen now.
And if you're just tuning in, Peter McPherson's just gone fastest with a 56 in the GT40, and we expect the times to tumble. We've already seen a 42 from Franco in the last session, but we've got a whole array of cars going up the hill. What's been your favorite so far, Chiro?
Big fan of the Skylines.
Sure.
Good friend of mine and a good friend of the hill climb. He commented, drop us a comment on the live stream, because we are monitoring the comments. We will be bringing them to you live, especially the funny ones. So Chris Walton, who owns, him and his brother own R32s. And I said earlier, it's an inline 6, corrected myself to a V6. And he kept me honest and said, no, Chiro, the R32 is an inline 6. Thanks, Chris, for keeping me. I think I got a little confused because the R35 then became a V6. And if I'm wrong about that, I expect Chris will correct me again. Shout out to Michiel Lamprecht and Judy, very good friends of mine. Thanks for the comment. Thanks for watching. Am I correct in saying they resurfaced a big section of the road? Yes, indeed. The bumps on the straightaway are gone. The fastest part of the circuit is now as smooth as a snooker table.
Yeah, if you look at the bottom of your screen now, you'll actually see as they're going towards the bridge, that's the new tar section, and then it just ends there as they climb onto the brakes to tip it in on the left-hander. So massive change. And I mean, we can hand it to the organisers from Simola. They've had a look at the situation and made it so much better, but everyone is in such good spirits, because when you know you can go faster, you're a happier driver.
and it already is resulting in dramatically quicker lap times. I mean, when you think that a 40-second run, if you go 2 seconds faster, that's already 5% quicker.
Yep.
So we're seeing 5% quicker runs. It's quite cool out there. Track temperature, as you can see, there's still some mottled shade. Oh, is that the right word? Mottled shade, I think. So those areas will be cooler as well. And one of the challenges of hill climb, of course, is that you are starting on cold tires with cold brakes. So drivers probably going a little gingerly up the hill, although you can't tell that to Franco, Ian Schofield, Robbie Vogt, Andre Bezuidenhout, because 3 of them are already faster than the winning time from last year.
At the bottom of your screen there, we've got JP Van Zyl in his daily driver. How cool is that, Shira, that we've got guys that bring their classic car, which is also a daily. He says he also has a Jeep, but this is what he drives in anger with.
Well, if you drive a Jeep in anger, it's challenging.
It's going to cost money.
Especially with the petrol price at the moment. A lot of love coming in for the GTR. The GTRs, we have 3 generations here, R32, R33, R34. R34 ran last year in King of the Hill, but because of the 25-year rule, it's now able to join us, and it is in the very capable hands of Richard Rutt. So we'll see that. You'll see that on your screens coming up a little bit as we move through the field of 65 cars. Lovely little Mini. You know, you're a bike guy, Clifford. I'm sure you know this, but they put Suzuki Hayabusa engines in it.
I believe so, but we've got a very, very noisy car taking to the hill now, and that doesn't sound good.
No, that's not healthy. The Mini looks good, but
the Minis look good. Last session as well, just in that top part of the section, the way that it attacks the corners and over the line has been very, very neat. And I think that there's a lot to be said there, because there we've got, it's just put in a 102, which is quite respectable in a very small car.
If I'm not mistaken, Patrick Gearing in the Alpha Giulia Sprint GT8 having a little bit of a tough time. That is not a common noise for an Alpha GT8 to make, so he'll nurse that over the line, just get it to the top, and then if you're not too familiar with the hill climb, there is an access road which then runs down the other side of the hill. So he'll coast down that, hopefully get back to his crew and get the spanners out.
Sounds like a set of bongos going on in our headphones as it goes up the hill.
So we are misfiring. Most likely all the firings happening there except the firings you need. But the action will be paused. As you can see top of your screen, the marshal is just holding the next car back until it's safe to release. Huge shout out as always to the organizers of this event. It is a year-long event. They never stop working. I was fortunate to have a chat with one of the founders, Ian Shrewsbury and Chick Ramsey, and they literally, I don't think they take maybe Monday off.
Sure.
And then it's back to work
Fair
for
enough.
2027, yeah.
Well, let's have a listen to this Anglia, because you just don't see Anglias being driven in anger, and we're about to see one now.
If you're a youth, you'll recognize this as the Harry Potter car. Although this one probably won't fly up the hill, but fly literally. I mean.
Well,
could fly figuratively.
So it's doing a pretty good job. Nice aggressive start there.
This is a pretty car, that. Making a good noise too. The Anglia in the hands of Dave van der Merwe, car number 52, category H2. And now Jandre Bezuidenhout, a familiar surname up the hill. So it seems the Fiat number 50 of Francis Cousins, the 131 of Bath, is sitting out practice 3, so we have jumped to Jandre in the 944 Turbo Cup. Beautiful car, if I'm not mistaken, belongs to Porsche Girl CT on Instagram. Michelle Hamley-Krobler, great friend of the sport, of motoring in general, huge Porsche enthusiast. If I'm not mistaken, that is her car, which she lovingly looks after all year and then gives over to her very good friends to take up the hill. I'm sure I'm going to get a WhatsApp from her just now saying, it's not my car, Joe. Or maybe it is. But beautiful to see an old 944 being driven fast in anger.
And he goes top, 56.5.
It seems car number 48 has sat it out as well. Dylan Jones in the Toyota Corolla. Heinrich Dupree, AC Cobra, seems to have sat it out. Another Cobra.
Yeah, so on track now we've got Ivan Lerm at the bottom and then Mr. Cousins.
Oh, sorry, a Cobra did get going. One of them has sat it out. And then the crowd favorite Enzo Kuhn in the Ferrari 348, which he drives up from Cape Town. Switches off the indicators and goes up the hill. Enzo's phenomenal, eh?
Yes, you even saw the Ferrari start to step out just a little bit there, but he likes to drive a loose car and makes it exciting for everyone in the stands.
That's his rally pedigree there. Drives looking out the side window. If it was raining, he'd need to put a windscreen wiper on the passenger window, probably. But he's exciting through the S's. Have a look at Enzo Kuhn.
It's so neat.
Just the right amount of sideways action there from Enzo Kuhn and across the line in a 52. Arthur Van Zyl, thanks for the comment. Such beautiful cars. Wish we could be there this year. Michael Solzwiedel, good friend of mine. Hey Mike, thank you very much for watching and joining and commenting. Simola 2026 is very much underway. The format of the weekend is Classic Car Friday, which will result in the Classic Conqueror being awarded. If you want to stick around for that, don't leave us. Just leave us running in the background. But class finals at 2, Classic Conqueror at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's the real business end of the weekend.
Silvio Scribante having a good go here. I think there it's probably stepping out a little bit, but you can see he's starting to push, starting to look for those levels of grip.
Silvio, I'm sure, will be back tomorrow as well in the Audi.
Sure, yeah.
Incredible Audi S4, which he runs up the hill as well. It's stock, completely stock.
Sure. And I mean, in a stock car, 56. Nothing wrong with that.
I mean his Audi.
No, his Audi's also stock. I mean, he doesn't fiddle with things by any stretch of the imagination.
That's quick through the S's. Heavily leaning, almost cornering on its door handles, approaching the finish line. That looked quick.
What have we got there?
55.
Not bad. Oh, that's Chris Duploy pushing a little bit there. But you can feel the guys are starting to look for a bit more time now and start to find that limit, because this is the last practice run and then we push straight into the qualies, and that's where it starts to count.
Yeah, 3 qualifying sessions. You need to compete in at least one of them for your time to be recorded and to be eligible for the finals. So you could, I suppose, choose one, but it's probably best to try get out for all 3 so that you can post your best time. Stunning day in Neisner. I don't want to jinx it, but good forecast for the weekend as well.
Why would you put that out there?
Sorry, you're right. Should just keep that to myself. But it is a beautiful day. We take it day by day at the Simola Hillclimb, and today it is a particularly pretty day. So Enzo Kuhn topping your timesheets with a 52.903 in his Ferrari 348, but it is going to start getting quicker and quicker and quicker as we get into classes H7, H8, H9 and H10. So the cars in Classic Car Friday and King of the Hill are separated into categories depending on turbo, drivetrain, all-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive, and engine displacement. A couple of other factors like road tires and that sort of thing. Some of them need to have a license disc on the windscreen to compete. South African license disc. And if you're one of the many viewers from around the world, welcome to Neisner in the south of South Africa. Pull it up on your Google Maps. We are very far south. We are at sea level, which does benefit the naturally aspirated engines.
It does, yeah, and you can see it with some of the that was sideways.
Little step out.
with some of the older cars that aren't turbo, they find it a little bit more ponies going up the hill. But Trevor Tuck having a good go here.
If you're not too familiar.
Oh, sorry. He had an issue in the last run. According to him, he might have touched the kill switch, but it doesn't look like he's touching the kill switch on this run.
If you're watching from overseas and not too familiar with the geography of South Africa, Johannesburg and Pretoria, the capitals, are 1,700 meters above sea level. And with every 100 meters you go above sea level, you lose about 1% of power in an NA engine. So if this competition was run in Joburg, the turbos would be far ahead of the naturally aspirated engines. But we are down in the beautiful seaside town of Knysna.
Looks like Trevor Tuck's run came to a bit of a sad end there. Not so much momentum over the line, but we've got some very, very strong cars on track now with Rui Campos in the Porsche, and then obviously the Corvette Stingray at the bottom. And Richard Evans.
Rui's just gone fastest, Clifford, 49.236. That's a good time for him. Always enjoy seeing the Daytona Coupe going up the hill. Should be on your screen shortly. Piloted by James Temple, who is the son-in-law of the legendary Peter Lindenberg. So he, if I'm not mistaken, that is Peter's competitive car. It's his personal car, which he very kindly lends to James. Obviously trusts him to get it up the hill. Fascinating fact, Clifford, about the Daytona Coupe. So the reason it exists was when AC and Shelby and Ford went to compete in Le Mans, the AC Cobra has the aerodynamics of a brick. So it was doing 150 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight. And it just wasn't fast enough. And so they developed the Daytona Coupe body, put it on the Cobra chassis, and it immediately did nearly 200 miles an hour. Same engine, same chassis, same tires, just with the aerodynamics, they increased it by 50 miles an hour. So that is the history of the Daytona Coupe, and they are built, incredible replicas are built here in PE, in South Africa, and exported all over the world by High Tech Automotive. One of the Porsches running up the hill now, and followed by the Lotus. And that means that if we are up to the Lotus, that potentially the Daytona Coupe that I like so much might have sat this one out.
At the bottom of your screen there we've got Donny Joubert that's now back after his last run where the car sort of unstripped itself. Hopefully they've got everything fixed. He seemed in good spirits, but there were a lot of cable ties and duct tape on the roof of that car putting it back together. But shows you how much the aero plays a role, because that caused him to actually run out right there as he goes through now. So everything's holding together. It looks pretty good and pretty fast. He's obviously found something that works, and hopefully everything stays together, because he's a great competitor over the course of the weekend.
So if you're following on your program, you might have noticed that car number 31 in the hands of longtime Simola campaigner Paige Lindenberg, her Ford Fairlane, is unfortunately not here. Had some engine issues and had to withdraw at the last minute, but she will be piloting a Chinese electric bakkie up the hill tomorrow, Shangan Hunter, yeah. So looking forward to that. So Paige will be in action tomorrow.
Sure, what do you think about this RAV4? Because it's pretty quick.
You know what? It's quicker than I expected it to be. I'll give it that. It probably doesn't have standard suspension.
I would assume that might be one of the factors that makes it go a little bit quicker.
Because the RAV4 had the suspension of a marshmallow on the road, so that's definitely been switched out and uprated.
John Craig at the bottom of your screen in a Nissan Sentra Group N car.
That is cool to see. Group N, a massive racing series from the 80s and 90s, and that is an authentic Group N car.
And it just broke under 55. Pretty impressive.
So Rui Campos leads this practice session. These times do not count towards the final. It is just a shakedown for the competitors to get a feel for their cars and fix what needs fixing. There are a couple of additions to the track this year. There's of course the smoothed out road surface, and then there is a concrete wall on the outside of the bridge corner, turn 3. So there's a little bit to get used to out there. Fiat Uno Turbo is off. Have you ever driven a...
Yeah, according,
is it not
according to
not a
according to
turbo,
Sasha,
1400, sorry.
It's a 1.5 naturally aspirated. But
Then
we would need to get Stuart in on this one and find out exactly what's running under that bonnet, because lots of schools have thought that it looks like a turbo.
In the hands of Eugene Herbert, competitor number 19 from Master Drive. If I'm not mistaken, he is the founder of Master Drive, and they do a wonderful job educating people from all over South Africa to drive cars faster and safer.
Just for you, Chiro?
Yeah, the R32. Or is that the 33? I think that's the 33. It's a little... You know what? I need to get my specs, Clifford, because the screens in the commentary box are quite far away, and I keep making a couple of little mistakes, and I'm going to get shouted at by the Walton brothers. Does that sound healthy to you?
I was going to say, I'm picking up distortion in my headphones. There is a bit of smoke there as well.
Yeah. R34 now enters the top of your screens. That I know is an R34. That's one of my favorite cars in the world.
Oh.
Worth a lot of money these days, Clifford, because now that it's older than the 25-year rule in the States, it can be imported into America as a right-hand drive, and that has driven up the prices considerably. So if you watch hill climbs and racing around the world, chances of seeing an R34 are going to be diminishing, that's for sure.
It's like Reggie's giving it a full go, yeah.
I don't think he knows anything else. The all-wheel drive keeping him in check. Oh, listen to that turbo, Clifford. The JSN E30 Beamer. Now, I went to go talk to the driver, a lovely young man, and he said, I asked, is this the authentic car from Group B? And he said from back in the day, and he said, no, it is a replica. The JSN, the one that used to compete with Robbie Smith, and his teammate is in the JSN dealership in Joburg under lock and key. Well, it is on display if you want to go see it. But that car, I suppose, if you're from JSN, is a bit priceless. So it is a replica going up the hill, but it looks particularly good.
And particularly fast. He's just clocked in now with a 49.5, which puts him third. And Reggie Roots, while you were chatting there, also with a 49. So now we start to see how the GTRs are showing their hand and how the race can unfold, because Craig Zank has been leading the class. Now we need to see what he's got in store for the guys.
Oh, an Alfa Romeo is a pretty thing. I'll hand it to Sasha and Colin. They are the Alfa stands. An incredible sound of a flat six Porsche heading up the hill now to the fastest part of the track. Hard on the brakes for the left corner. You saw the car squirreling a little bit under braking there. Unsighted exit. It tightens on you. Second fastest part of the track and steepest now and into the S's. And that's quick. He's on it.
We've got two quick guys on screen now. Craig Zank now with his GTR, and then obviously McLaughlin with the Porsche.
So Class H8 is going to be a good final. You've got Arnold Duplessis in the R33, Rechard in the R34. You've got the 996 GT3 Cup and the GTA 156, Craig Zank in the R32. So keep an eye on Class H8. I think that's going to be a cracking final.
McLaughlin just clocked in with a 47.3. Let's see what Craig's got.
Shane Naidu in his RS2 powered S2.
Oh, Craig Zank, 46.9.
Oh, there we go. Craig is getting quicker.
Right, let's see if we're going to have a quicker time from the man himself, who so far led the timesheets. Let's see what he's got in store for us.
So Franco Scribante in the Chevron B19, putting in a 42.3 in practice 2. What has he got for us in practice 3? He's already 2 seconds quicker than the winning time of Charles Arton in the March 79A of 2025. Last year, he won with a 44.436. Franco sounds like he is going up the hill in anger. Clifford, do you know, because I know he's got 2 of these, do you know if that's the one with the Hayabusa V8 that he made?
I honestly don't know. You would know more on this than I do.
I get confused because he has one with an original engine and then he's got one with a modern motorbike engine. I'll go chat to him after this. Oh, he is pushing. I think we're in for a time here.
41.7.
There we go. Even faster, he drops almost another second. Franco Scribanti is not playing around after some engine troubles took him out of competition last year. He is definitely here with his game face on. The amazing thing about Franco is he always looks so relaxed.
Yeah, but this year he looks very determined, to be honest with you.
No, he has got his game face on this year. Running. Whoa! Big moment there. That was very close to the track limits, but kept it on the black stuff.
So Robbie Volk coming with 48.3.
Yeah, he'll want to be a bit faster than that, but maybe he just didn't have the temperature in the tires there. Getting towards the business end now of practice 3. This is when the fastest cars of the hill, the single-seaters, piloted by the likes of Ian Schofield, Andre Bezuidenhout, will put in their final practice. As soon as we finish the run, we will be joining Colin and Stuart in the pits again, so stick around for that. They will be running around with their microphones and getting some good one-liners out of the jets. All right, car number 5, a multiple campaign between 10 to 14 times. He's a red competitor. His name is Ian Schofield. He's in a March 77B, picking up some dirt on the track limits there. Yeah, the stretch is much quicker with the new tire. Ian Schofield also definitely a contender here for Classic Conqueror. He'll definitely want to at least get onto the podium as he did last year. Sorry, no, he wasn't on the podium last year. I think he also was ruled out with car trouble, but he has just gone in behind Franco with a 42.858. Alrighty, right, last 3 cars of practice 3. We are going into qualifying 1, 2, and 3 before lunch. The class finals and the Classic King of the Hill Classic Conqueror, after lunch. We do hope you'll stick around. Welcome if you've just joined us to Simola Hillclimb 2026. My name's Chira Desiana. Next to me, Clifford. But why do the other guys call you Biker Clifford?
It's a story, but Colin and I, we normally cover the Dakar in the beginning of the year. We cover the event over the 2 weeks in the race day studio, and he just started calling me the biker guy, and then all of our viewers just started calling me the biker guy as well. So now I am the biker guy.
But you do race bikes.
I do race bikes.
Okay, so
yeah.
you can claim that title to be valid.
I mean, the title makes me sound a lot tougher than I am. It sounds like I win fights in bars, and that really doesn't happen.
All right, Franco Scribanti is still topping your timesheets. I don't think anyone will have an answer to him in this round, except perhaps maybe Andre Bezuidenhout, as Ian Schofield has set a 42. Ian looked quick, but I think a little bit more in the march there for him. What do you think? He's got about another second.
Yeah, I think so. I think like when we got through the S's on the one side, it seemed like he was feathering the throttle, but let's wait and see. I mean, so far, Franco's put his head and shoulders up above everyone else, but I think there's some time for some other guys that could bring it a bit closer than what we think at this stage, and it's all about how you strategize your race. So only the drivers know what they're playing at right now, but I think as we get into qualifying and it gets a little bit more serious, guys will start to play their hand a little bit more, and we can start to see the race unfold.
Real Simola royalty on your screen now, the lovely Margaret White, and she is piloting a Mallock up the hill. She is a multiple contender here at Simola. Absolutely. Have you ever had a conversation with Margaret? She is a delight. She's an absolute delight.
I remember last year she was here with Ernest, and I also had a chat to her, but she ended up feeding Colin a whole lot of cookies as well. So yeah, she's probably one of the nicest people you'd meet in a Simola pit.
Very sweet indeed, and across the line. And here we go. Final competitor of the day, sporting number 1 on the side. What must be the world's fastest advocate, Andre Bezuidenhout, is off in his Lola. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to just feel the track out, or is he going to try and claim practice 3 honours from Franco Scribante? These flatty cars, as we call them, the single seaters, much happier up that section on the new tar. Neatly into turn 3. I don't feel he's totally on it, but definitely giving it the beans. That's quite quick through the S's. That's quite a scary corner, that. Pushing the track limits a little bit. .42.9. So he was a little bit off. Comes in just 1,000th behind Ian Schofield. So those two gentlemen will be running each other very close this weekend. As we cut to a lovely shot of the Knysna Heads. Interestingly, one of the most top 10 dangerous waterways in the world. At one point, you couldn't get insurance to run through the Knysna Heads. And as I rattle on about the beautiful nature around Knysna, we'll wait to hear until Colin and Stuart are ready for us. They are standing by. Colin and Stuart, let's see what's happening in the pits.
Well, the guys are just coming back from their run, and we want to wait while they get out. Aldous Scribanti in the front-wheel drive with proper sticky Michelins in it. One guy who had a bit of a problem earlier was Mark McLaughlin. Mark, that was a much better run.
Yeah, we sorted, we found the problem. So the car's good. Now I just got to get used to it. That was my first practice run. So yeah, it feels good.
You got to know that smile on your the mouth and in the eyes, that tells a story, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was worried for a minute there that we couldn't repair the car, so I'm glad that we got it sorted. And then obviously it's quite exciting, and cold slicks, it's even more exciting. So yeah, we'll see in the coming runs if I can improve.
Awesome, good run, Mark McLaughlin, big backdraft man, does some stuff. Stuart, shall we go up there and catch some of the guys? Gavin Rook had a brilliant run.
Just a fraction of a
around about
second.
2 seconds faster than he went last year. Gavin, are you doing business or are you watching the time?
I'm looking at my run.
And are you happy with it?
Yeah, very good.
You've got to be at, from what I can see from the timing, like 2 seconds quicker than you were last year.
I'm 2 seconds faster than my fastest last year, so it's either I've got extremely good in a short space of time, or the tyres and the track's paying off.
All the modifications that you made to this outwardly beautiful Dutchman prepared car, and I'm not being, it's not a pejorative. Just tell us about the Dutchman side of the business.
We build, restore, upgrade, and export classic 911s.
And just a side note, this one, full interior. Somewhere there's roof racks. I saw it come in this morning.
Roof racks over there, yeah.
It's roof racks.
You drove this thing
As we're carrying the tires.
from the trailer to here.
Yeah. So usually we drive it all the way from Johannesburg, but this time, obviously, up to the track. We'll pack it up again, and we'll get it back this evening. So she's a full road car, full road car in the racing category.
Gotta love that stuff. Of course, with proper racing tires on it. Right, let's zip up here. Davy Jabert had a beautiful run. The Mercedes is going up and they took Rodrigo up the track just now as well. But who would have thought, fantastic, who would have thought that a RAV4 in looking cross-country-ish specification?
Yeah, it's a rally sprint car, so kind of an informal rally sprint for all they have here in Cape Town, which is kind of anybody arrive and drive anything. So the builder of the car is actually, there we go, that's Wynand, who actually built the car. I bought it from him. He's the mad scientist who built it. It's got the driving gear of a Celica GT4. So it's got the 2-liter turbo 3S GT turbo engine, stock engine with management system. So it's rather stock. Suspension is stock RAV4 with some extra springs in the front. So we just gave it all the camber, and it handles okay.
Do you remember, I don't know if you were Joburg based when they launched the RAV, there was a transport company, Bulldog Haulers, and they had two RAVs. but on the floor, dropped. And supposedly had a Camry touring car, got the engines from Toyota South Africa. I don't know if it was true, but they were proper stanced little RAV4s.
But you know, when they're low like that, the puissant little ants drive over them.
They need to be higher. So I just decided, what is a South African hill climb without a Toyota Bucky, you know? And that's why we brought it.
So it's not a Bucky, it's a RAV4.
Exactly.
I love that stuff. Right, let's talk over here. Reggie Roots is battling a little bit. We don't know why, but if we find him, we just have a quick run. But we want to talk to Vic from the BMW because, man, he's certainly on it today. I don't see him anywhere around. Margaret, who's done... Normally she does every... No, Michael Stevens.
Hello, Martin.
With Aldo, Michael Stevens. I believe you had a proper full night's sleep last night.
Yeah, absolutely. We went to bed at about 10 and woke up at 8 this morning. So, and in between that, we did about 6 hours work.
And you did the final shakedown for Aldo's new TT car. The pictures I got last night were dated 1:30.
Yeah, somewhere around there sounds about right. Yeah, the guys have put in a massive effort to get the car here. Obviously, safety first. You know, that's our philosophy. So there's a few cosmetics that might not be up to scratch. But from a safety point of view, you know, all the boxes are ticked. And one of the conditions was, before it comes up the hill, is a proper shakedown at the track. So the lights were on at the racetrack last night, and I think we ended at about 1:25. And yeah, we ticked all the boxes at the racetrack. So the guys are just doing a once-over today. Car will come through tomorrow morning, and we're ready for tomorrow.
Exciting times, but that's for tomorrow. But today's the classic one, the GTA and the Escort. Another side of the Scribanti racing from PE.
Yeah, it's great to be part of the Classic Friday as well. It's something that we've never done before. Something we're going to do more in the future. We've got a couple of other cars that we want to prep and get ready as well in the future. But great to have the Alfa here and the Escort, and I think Aldo and Silvio are loving it. I just arrived, you know, so I left early this morning so we can go and see, but we've been on the phone and we're going to go make some changes and make it a bit faster, hopefully.
Did you bring your laptop?
It is, but unfortunately it doesn't plug into a carburetor.
I want to know, this is an ex-production car. Or was it Jurgen's?
This was Martin Steyn. Yeah, I think it was 2002. Martin Steyn rode it in production cars.
Yeah.
And I think the following year they moved over to the hatchback, the 147. Yes, yeah.
Which are still around as well, and we need to bend some arms to get the whole set here.
I don't even know if Rekhard maybe drove one of these. I don't know if he drove this or if he drove the 147.
He definitely drove the 147. Yeah. But we'll have a chat with him now. It would be cool to have like a proper Group 1 class from all the cars back in the day.
Yeah, it would be, you know. So, I mean, we obviously had the S4 that Aldo ran in on Saturday and Sunday. It's a little bit too modern still, but maybe one day that comes out of retirement and goes into Classic Friday. You never know.
What model is that car?
That was 2008, 2009.
Yeah, a little bit new.
Yeah, 6 years' time, it's on the road again.
Yeah. But it's crazy, Michael. You know, we look at the 32 and 34 GTRs. They're running in Classic, and a couple of years ago, they were right there at the sharp end.
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple of years ago we were racing these in production cars. You know, the Alpha as well. So last year it just fell out of the bracket. This year it just falls in. So it's probably one of the right cars to be in.
Where historic racing is about preservation, and preservation by use and correct use. If you start thinking, you can get the Mini Cooper S's that are from Craig Nicholson, and I can't even remember, Konya, all of those guys. So that sort of era, those cars are lurking as uncompetitive race cars. So they get a new lease of life.
They're actually competitive now again.
They get a new lease of life, and they make our hair stand up and feel old.
So the thing about historic cars and old cars is that it doesn't help them sitting gathering dust in a workshop. Get them out and show the people, and you know, just I'm a little bit older than you, but the memories of a lot of these cars just brings back that emotion and rekindles that love for racing cars.
Absolutely. I mean, you walk down pit lane and you see all the cars and you can relate to them either when you drove them or when you were a kid and looking up to them, you know. So, I mean, Classic Friday is fantastic, and Yeah, hopefully we can see some of those more cars.
Yeah.
What is nice is the date changes. You know, when you think of classic cars, you think 1960s, 1970s. But as time goes on, you know, that bracket moves up and up, and hence we have the GTRs and the Alpha, you know, coming. So
We just have to manage it, otherwise we'll have the whole backpack and Opel Cubs at the back.
We know how much the panel beaters love.
And then we should start going up the hill with 4 cars at a time.
That's a great idea. But now hold on. We got some flatties coming down the hill just now. Aldo, let's talk to Alpha driver. Aldo, I believe you had a bit of an all-nighter last night?
Yeah, challenging evening, to say the least. We were basically at the track until 1:30, and then we finished the shakedown. Fingers crossed, everything went well according to plan. We picked up. I told the guys they're not going to bed before this car is shaken down. I don't care if it's 7 o'clock this morning. We're going to shake that car down, and they were brilliant. What a team under the leadership of Mark.
Stevens. But today we got the Alpha.
Yeah, but you can see where my heart lies. And but we are in the Alpha. It's a different experience, front-wheel drive. Yeah, we're making the best of it, enjoying it.
That's what it's all about. Proper love for racing and enjoyment. Good luck.
Thank you.
Awesome. Right, we want to wait. The cool thing is that the higher cars come down through the village, but the flatties, they come.
Yeah, there are a number of speed bumps when you go through the Simola estate, so they can't get over. I remember in one of the early years, Ian Schechter driving one of those V8 things at the series in Cape Town, and as he came down the hill, he got pivoted on top of the speed bump and caused a bit of a delay.
I love all the memories that you've got. Just hold on. Talking about memories, it's absolutely fantastic to see other forms of racing. Brian Martin, welcome to Simola. It's so cool to see you. Normally backdraft racing, track racing, endurance, and now this is the absolute opposite of endurance, and here you are.
It's cars, man. Cars, buddy. No, it's a wonderful vibe, yeah. We've just got here, so we're taking a walk down the pits just to look at all the cars. Tony's with me, somewhere up here. But yeah, lovely. Lovely weather, lovely cars. What more can I say?
Awesome. Brian, thank you very much. Enjoy. Soak in the atmosphere. It's fantastic.
Thanks, Carl.
Cheers. Talking about proper legend. Craig Zank, we thought that there was going to be a fight in the modified thing between Zank and Rutz, but they all greet him. You, Craig, you like 3 seconds up on Reggie. What you got? Lots more powers.
That's rumored. Yeah, only rumor, not confirmed.
Okay, so now we've done the practice. We've got 3 runs to go, and this is a time where, forget about the power, it's your driving talent that comes out.
Yeah, it's trying to keep it on the black stuff. On the last run, we had a few interesting moments. So realizing that the slicks aren't quite getting to temperature, so you got to keep it on the black stuff now. So it's quali. You got to quali. Times have been good, but now it becomes serious. You've got Mikey right behind me in a little Porsche, and the man pedals.
And that was actually his first kind of run that he had the car sorted out, and that thing has got a brilliant launch. The Porker sits down and just rabbits out.
Yeah, 100%. Look, Porsche is Porsche, and it's, you get a good car, you get a good driver, you're going to get a good time. He's going to go quicker. I think we're all getting ready to try and quali. And then from there, of course, then you let the dogs out. So then you'll see what the real pace is and what the pace is going to be.
Awesome, good luck. So the song goes, who let the dogs out? We know that it's going to be Craig who's going to let the dogs out. I wanted to find Quibus and see how happy they are with Franco's car, and they're busy having a bit of a chit-chat at the back there. We'll leave them for now, because apparently it's relatively rude if you just go and jump in. But anyway, let's have a go. Hold on, Marco will chat to us. He's always good for a thing. Marco, you happy with the car so far?
Very, very happy. Nothing to complain about.
Okay, so I see the back end, the oil tray is there. You're going to change gear ratios?
Yes, just fourth gear. So
a little bit longer?
A little bit longer. We're going to gain about 10 kilometers per hour on the gear. It's just a little bit too nervous for Franco, so he's on and off the throttle. So we're going to make it a lot more comfortable for him just to finish off the track just after the bridge.
So is that the bit where if you on and off the throttle, you're changing the attitude of the platform and it gets a little bit tricky, so you just want to be able to breathe it?
100%, you're spot on there.
So Marco, I'm going to leave now because there are a couple of smells in the world that rank up there with horrible stuff.
Okay.
Diff oil is one of them.
No doubt about that. It's not very pleasant.
But Quibus loves diff oil.
He loves getting stuck into it. Cheers.
Awesome. Franco, a little bit longer, you can breathe and get it flowing?
Yeah, look, Colin, the track's faster. Like I said, the times have got to tumble now because you get on the gas earlier and you carry it right through. So you're carrying that momentum. And before where you had to brake way early because you brake the car, you can actually see where you're going for a change. It's not just a world of color, So, no, the braking's getting later. And now the gearing's too aggressive because of the punch you got out of the corners, So let's hope we find something.
It's a new game.
New game.
Awesome. Good luck. Eh?
Thanks, Colin.
A little bit longer gear ratios. Absolutely fantastic
It's a ratio
stuff.
coming. Are they changing ratios?
Yeah, they're putting a longer fourth gear in it.
Yeah.
We need to talk.
I think we must. Schofield has closed the gap on Bezuidenhout, I think, if we look at the times. I think there's a big tussle in the top of the front.
What do you think?
The single seaters, yeah.
Let's go.
I don't think we've chatted to Ian yet. Eh?
Well, have a go.
You can have a go. Do you have your timing sheet there? Just check it out. But there's a big fight coming. If those times are legit, I don't see him here. But yeah, between he's in the March.
Here.
So 42.8 and 42.9.
Hold on, let's approach the advocate.
I don't see any of them, do you?
See if we can. Advocate, may we approach? It's so great. I'm glad Gendre is here with you. Father and son activities.
Well, as always, what bigger privilege, to be with your son and have fun with him. It's unbelievable.
I'm going to interrupt you. I'll interject. I won't. My ear is telling me that carry on. But the gap, you're closing the gap to Franco.
Well, it's 1.1 seconds, so we've run with old tyres. I didn't want to go to new tyres, so we've just put better tyres on, so there's a lot to come.
And it's just qualifying, 3 qualifying, and then it all counts with a shootout.
Absolutely. The first 3 runs is make yourself comfortable. There's no show to be won in those 3 runs. It's from here onwards, and then after lunch where the real game starts.
Quick question, Gendre, how proud are you of your dad?
No, immensely. Every year coming here, it's crazy to sit on the sidelines and then be very scared, but then also to be racing together is immense. I mean, these briefing sessions afterwards to discuss what happened, what can we improve, they're invaluable. It's special.
Awesome. Bezuidenhout Junior, Bezuidenhout Senior, thank you very much. And they're cars that are going up the hill. So I'm just going to sit on my bum on a racing car's tyre and enjoy it. Back to the guys in the shack.
Invaluable information from our fantastic Colin Hasty down in the pit lane. And now it is about crunch time. Maybe the nerves are a little bit settled, but all of a sudden now you have a different kind of anxiety because all of these times count. You don't want to make a mistake and you want to try and get into your class and then, of course, get into the Classic Conqueror. And Ciro Di Siena is with me and the one and only. It is so wonderful to have him in South Africa. Of course, you've heard from him. You've seen him on the screens as well. Joining us, Rodrigo, Classic Car Friday. Brilliant. Thanks for bringing the beautiful Mediterranean weather with you because it's very, very special to have a very, very dry, sunny day in Neisner. Times are tumbling. Yes, of course, it's track conditions. Also, perhaps the new tar as well.
The new tarmac and getting used to it, and now that the setups are getting on the way to really explore the full potential that the track is bringing. Okay. Turns out there was some technical malfunction. But as I was saying,
we're juggling microphones in the studio. Shame, Rodrigo. Carry on there.
Some circles juggling down here. But as I was saying, now that we have gone through practice and the guys have had some opportunities to really see what's what with the new tarmac. We are seeing where's the potential to explore. And thankfully, I did bring the Mediterranean weather along with me, so much so that here I am coming all the way from Portugal, and weather-wise I'm looking around and, well, I'm still at home. Turns out this is all too familiar. But no, it has been a great event so far, and now that we have a small idea that the times are tumbling and the potential is there on the track, and the new tarmac, it's really making itself recognizable. We are just in for quite the show, because times will keep tumbling. The drivers will get more and more aggressive.
Yeah. Rodrigo, it's wonderful to get the insights, and Chiro also with these times tumbling. There still were a couple of. The wonderful thing is that because we sort of rotating commentary around, you have. Each of us has the ability to actually go on the start line, which is not something that happens for us, to actually watch these cars with their launches and how they go. And you can see some of them are still, it's okay, I'll pull off nice and easy. But now they've got to make it count. And that launch is so critical in only 1.9, kilometers. If you have a little bit of an issue, that can be a full second or half a second. That's the difference of making the podium and not.
One of the great challenges of hill climb is that every single step you make, every foot you put right or wrong, every corner that you miss slightly will affect your time. It's not like a 60-lap circus race where if you got a corner wrong, it's all right, you'll make it up on the next lap. And from experience, one of the disheartening things about hill climb is if you get the launch wrong, you think, so then you just, you stay on it because you want as much practice and as much hill time as you can. But yeah, the launch is critical. And once you get away from that, it's like, breathe a sigh of relief. And now let's focus on turn one.
Rodrigo, the one thing that really, there've been a lot of very impressive times that we've seen so far. I think Craig Rourke in the Porsche has been quite exceptional. Zank also in the Nissan. But Scribante just reminded me, going out on his first run, don't forget they had so many problems last year, and he just stuck it in there. And he was 2-3 seconds faster than anybody else. And now changing gears, he seems just so focused, so committed to taking this Friday Classic Conqueror.
Yeah, the fact that they are messing about with the setup is a really good indicator, because they are getting a true feeling of what the track's worth at this moment. And the surprising thing was just how quick he was right from the get-go. It is a testament to the great work that team has done throughout the year, both on the Chevron and during the weekend. I'm sure we will see the same for the GTR. But yeah, they went in all the way right from the beginning, and if for those who are looking at the very top, keep an eye on him, because it will only get faster and faster.
Chiro, I do suffer a little bit with short-term memory loss. The BMW, which is looks like the M3, the Robbie Smith sort of liveried car,
JSN.
left hooker, JSN car, all of a sudden it's come alive. So what is I'm sure I heard it and probably completely forgot. So there's a 6 in there, but do we know anything else about what is under that bonnet?
I was busy having a chat with the driver.
Okay.
And then something extremely loud started up next to us, and I couldn't hear the guy anymore. So I said, I'll come back. So I'm on a mission to find out more about that car.
Do you know at all Rodrigo, Nicholas Vostanis is driving that, and I genuinely cannot remember or hear. I've been intrigued since yesterday afternoon, going, what is underneath here?
Curiously, I missed his runs because I went up the hill already myself with one of the VIP one of the VIP experiences. But I remember something being informed yesterday that he was running an inline 6.
Okay.
Maybe I am wrong.
It sounded like a 6.
Yeah,
When it pulled off, it sounded like a 6. But wow, that thing.
And that is a
went.
common swap. A bunch of guys would swap the engine from the M3 E36 into the E30. It is very possible that's the case, but let me hear the car.
Yeah, we'll find out. So this is qualifying 1. We've had 3 practice sessions. This is where it all counts, because from here we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a lunch break after our 3 qualifying runs, and then of course it'll be the class final and then the classic Conqueror. At present, we can tell you that fastest on track at the moment, Peter McPherson. That of course is in the Ford GT40 with a 54.9. He's been pretty consistent the whole weekend. I've been a little bit surprised at the paces of the Nissan GTRs. Zank, yes, good. Roots, maybe some issues somewhere along the line. I expected a little bit more from them on this Classic Car Friday.
I mean, we all know that Roots is one of the most capable drivers out there. He's regularly in the top 5, top 3. So he's got the hands and the feet for it, and it just feels like the car is not quite underneath him just yet. But of course, him and the team will be working hard on that, and just really beautiful to see an R34 Rodrigo becoming quite a rare car on hills.
It is, and it is a strange feeling seeing a car from the Gran Turismo generation becoming a classic, which sort of dates even me. I start looking at this and thinking, oh, am I getting old myself? And turns out I should be. But yeah, it is an R34. We know how valuable these things have become, and the cult classic status they have around them. One of the poster boys of the Gran Turismo and the Fast and Furious generation. Now a true classic. And let's be honest here, this is the kind of car we will see during the weekend fighting for King of the Hill prize. And now those cars are even allowed to come to Classic Friday.
I tell you can see the people are really beginning to give it. I tell you, Jean-Pierre Van Zyl in that MGB, you're not expecting massive times there, but a 1:13 was really good. This is not good news for the Fiat. I was actually chatting to also to Gabriel just now, and they had blown a head gasket last night. They were also working till late into this morning, and he was confident. He was telling me, oh, we're ready to go. I'm really going to be pushing the revs up as well, and unfortunately he's stuck at the side of the road. This Anglia, I tell you, the pictures on your screen do not do justice of how beautiful the color scheme of this car is. Also stunning off the line as well. So let's hope they can get the Fiat 131 fixed up as we watch the Anglia, which, sure, Chiro, I don't know if you're a lot younger than I am, but this was an incredibly popular car in the 70s and early 80s in South Africa.
But Sasha, genuinely, you're quite annoying, because every time I see you, you look younger. How is that possible? Because I've been working on this beard since I last saw you. I just got it ready for the weekend. But Sasha Montenegro literally looks younger every single year. What is it?
No, it's the script.
Moisturizer?
It's just the script that you've read perfectly that I placed in front of you. Rodrigo, the Bezuidenhout family, Joandre, great to see him in the Porsche over there. Do you think it's probably next year or so that Andre might pass over the mantle and say, Joandre, you ready to go and play with the big boys, the seriously big boys?
It might not be 1 year or 2, maybe 3, but it will eventually happen. That's what I would predict, and rightfully so. If that young you strap yourself into a 944 and you're already quick, you're in for a shout. And I am sure from time to time he must dabble with some of his father's toys, so he must have some experience by now.
Yeah, there we go. Francis Cousins, a local of Neisner, in the stunning Fiat 131 Abarth. I went and looked at that engine. It is so beautifully prepared. Let's see what he can do. He crosses over the line in a very short time. Goes fourth with a 101.372. We got the Cobra underneath. When Enzo Kuhn just goes off the line, we'll just keep quiet and you just listen to the sound of this 348 challenge. It is still just magnificent. Just waiting for the Cobra to get past its marker point, and he should be given the go-ahead in the next second or two. Here we go. Car number 45, Enzo Kuhn. Cobra looking a little bit lethargic.
Yeah.
Just listen to this.
One of the Cooper brothers waving the flag there for us. Big shout out to our official starters this year: Mark Cooper, Gavin Cooper, Joshua Smith, Stuart Hay, and Matthew Smith, waving the flag for our competitors.
Yeah. So this is now going from the old. Let's see where his breaking point is. Oh, I think he got a little bit nervous over there.
Yeah, they're
The
starting
car
to.
didn't seem to turn in when he wanted it to turn in.
But drivers are starting to experiment.
Yeah,
with the
very
added,
much.
With the added traction they are finding in the newer tarmac, they are just leaving that breaking point to later and later. And yeah, we might see some squirming and whatnot. But that's the way to go. If you want to find the limit in motor racing, you have to test.
52.691 for Enzo Kuhn. Just trying to see what his previous time. So basically the same, but 3/10 quicker. 3/10 quicker for Enzo Kuhn on that run.
He is a real crowd pleaser. And if you're just joining us on the live stream from around the world, welcome to Simola 2026, the hill climb happening right here in the beautiful town of Knysna. And drop us a comment. We are keeping an eye on the comments. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Ben Van Zyl, because his dad, Arthur Van Zyl, Ben is 12, has sat him down in front of the TV and said, right, time to get your classic car education for the year. So a big shout out to Ben watching us from somewhere in South Africa. I hope you're enjoying the show.
Wonderful.
Some good parenting finally.
And you know what? AI can't teach you this. Just to let you know. AI can't teach you this.
Oh, the Gordini, I think, is back out. I think it might have missed practice 3, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it did go out. I went to go and talk to Lorenzo about it, and he comes up to this section over here, and he's saying he's in 5th, and he's thinking, should I change down to 4th? I said, Lorenzo, drop it into 3rd and just pin it, my friend. Unfortunately, you do not see it on the TV, but from here, it is so steep.
Yeah.
That with cars with really, really limited horsepower and cylinder power, you just really have to haul it. So hopefully he's taken a little bit of advice. 3rd gear, pin it, just go.
I once walked up that main hill, and I emphasis on once. It's very, very steep. Over the 1.9 kilometers of the Simola run, which interestingly is about the same length as the Goodwood run, but the Goodwood run has an elevation change of, I think, about -5 meters. We're looking at an elevation change of 160 here. It's an 8% average gradient. It really is a lot steeper than it looks on television. I hope you will get to visit one day and then tackle that hill, and you'll see what I mean.
Yeah. There we go, Lorenzo Farella doing a 1:13. One of the many Alfa Romeos that are out at Simola this year. Ashley Board in the GTV, 2-litre engine in there. The Volvo on the bottom of your screen. Let's see the Alfa, which seems to be, he seems to be pretty slow. Yeah, there's definitely...
The Italians are having
That sort of reminds me of me. That's my kind of top speed going through there. No, definitely an issue there with Ashley. And now this is critical, Rodrigo, because that's one quali run you're out of.
Yeah,
you don't have a marker.
That's the magic of the Simola format. Me coming from Europe, where we run quite a different format, and what is considered the norm there, where we are doing two or three practice runs on Saturday, and then 2 or 3 race runs on Sunday. There's a bit of a safety net for everyone to really get their act together and still post a reasonable finishing time. But here you have the qualifying runs, and you really have to make it count, or else there's no way you'll ever see the top 10 shootout or anything close to that.
Yeah, that's for sure. So
stick around with us, because qualifying round 2 kicks off. It's about an hour per round. So if you need to, I don't know, run to the shops, and you don't want to miss the next session, or get the kids ready and out the house, you've got about an hour to get back until the next round starts. Class finals at 2 o'clock today, and Classic Conqueror top 10 shoots out at 3 o'clock.
Well, I mean, we've only had a third of the runners in this first qualifying session, so maybe they just checking. Hopefully the Alpha didn't spill anything.
There is some oil.
There could be some oil on the track, so just checking those elements.
Yeah.
I really would like to say, and I know we're broadcasting across the world. We've got people from Germany, the Netherlands, Portugal, Bom Dia, but also to our wonderful fans who are out in force on the banks of Neisner. I think it's time probably for... I saw an aeroplane fly over. I think you could probably crack open a cafe latte if you wanted to. But great crowd already in for Saturday at Neisner. And of course, we're just expecting more and more crowds to come during the course of the day and over the weekend as well. We'll try and get an update as to what there could be a little bit of oil. The marshals will go and sort that out, and then of course we'll get an idea of timing. Maybe it gives the Fiat crew, as I see them trying to push that Fiat 131 back, a little bit of time to get it that it is able to do its first qualifying run.
The older cars, though, they will suffer from heat and cooling issues. It's not a particularly warm day. However, the longer they stand and idle with no air running over the radiators, they will. So it sounds to me, it's gone quite quiet out there. It sounds like no one's really idling. You can actually see the doors open of the next competitor, so he's or she's out of the car, just waiting for this spill to be to satisfy the safety officers on the course. You don't want a bit of oil on your tires going up the hill, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's not a fun moment, especially if it's in a corner.
And you'll go more sideways than Enzo could.
Yeah.
Not on purpose.
Speaking of which, he is top of the timesheets at present with a 52.691. That is Class H4. And his closest competitors at a 59.9. So he's looking strong over there. In H2, we've got Peter McPherson. He seems to be well clear of everybody else. And then, of course, we've got Silvio Scribante with a 54.5 and Sean Hepburn in the same category with a 55.1. So there's so much to play for. The track's going to ramp up even more. The times are going to go get quicker and quicker. Rodrigo, as you say, the format pretty different compared to what you do in Europe. But if you put in, let's say, like Silvio at the moment, goes in with a 54.5, sits out qualifying 2, sees everybody else, and nobody sort of improves on his time, does he go out for that third run to see if there's more grip, or does he maybe sit there and say, you know what, actually I'm good, I'm going to wait and preserve the car? Because they are older cars.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, older cars have old school issues, and we know what those are. And yeah, you have to keep in mind reliability and all that. And yes, this format lends itself to this kind of tricks and possible games. And you have to play the game the best you see fit. The scenario you told, it is a possibility, and maybe even one they should follow, But then again, some of the drivers can leave reason to the side and just want to enjoy the track one more time. Let's just remember that some of these cars, this will be the only event they will do during the whole season. So let's see. Do they value more the final result or seat time?
It's in our DNA to explore, to search for more. We push. We seek. We forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more. We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door. Born for more.
And what do you think of this format where you come here, you wait for about an hour and then have a go for 50, under a minute, and then you've got to sit and wait and wait and wait?
So look, I'm very privileged to be here and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. But as long as the wait time is, it feels short because you're watching all these like fabulous cars and all these cars with such racing pedigree and history go up. The time just goes fast. So it doesn't really feel like a long wait.
How much more time have you got in you to catch up to the GDRs?
Maybe a second. Don't quote me though.
Don't worry, we don't have to quote you. You said it yourself.
Once it gets to the final, it doesn't matter because it goes back to zero. I mean, we've had plenty guys break a prop shaft on the line. That's their weekend over. Maybe the GTR goes back to two-wheel drive. So you never know what happens in the hill climb. It's last minute. It's big match temperament.
Yeah, so hopefully I get lucky, I guess.
Yeah.
We never wish luck on other people, but fortunate times come to fortunate people.
Yeah, so hopefully I get dealt a good hand.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thanks
for chatting.
Nick. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, Nick. Right, so while we're waiting here, let's... Mr. Tuck, you battling a little bit?
Doris is playing up today.
A bit temperamental.
Yeah, Doris is she's having her best mood today. But anyways, I'm going to just see how it goes and hopefully she gets her bum into gear.
Thank Trevor Tuck. The words are absolutely amazing. We're coming down the pits while I'm just looking over there.
Just a correction on that RAV. Hey, that RAV is actually a rally cross car, not rally sprint. So
rally
that does
cross
tar and dirt at Killarney. Those rally cross stuff.
And the marshals are marshalling, trying to get rid of all of us.
Yeah.
What else have we got here?
Let's take some down to the
Let's just take a quick little walk down here. Roy Obrey's getting ready to go. Roy, what's going through your mind now?
Okay, I think it's now, we've had our practice and now we've got to really just keep it pinned and see the best we can do. I did a 52, so I'm quite happy with that already. And but there was time on the table. There's definitely some time on the table.
So going into Quali 1, do you have a go in Quali 1 or do you build up?
No, absolutely. Going to give it horns now. Going to give it all we got. Yeah.
The guys asked about the mood, and so it's C for serious now.
Yeah. But it's like the track's amazing. There's lots of grip for this little car. It's in its element here today. The sun's shining. It's lovely.
Awesome, lovely stuff. So, guys, it is getting ready for qualifying. Let's just talk to Alistair. Just chilling out. Alistair, are you following times or you just sending some WhatsApps?
I'm just racing go-karts. I'm just checking in on them, seeing how they're going.
And how are they going?
So far, so good.
Awesome. Right, we're going to qualifying now. What's your plan here? Do you give it absolute horns in the first qualifying run, or do you build up to something a bit later?
I'm going to build up to something a bit later. I'll take it easier on this run, go a little bit quicker in the second one, and then try and put it all together for the third one. It's my first time on the hill, so all the runs for me are a practice run, and then hopefully we can get it all together in the third and final qualifying session.
Awesome. Well, good luck, and let the V8 do the talking.
Thank you.
Got to love all the Ford's finest horsepowers. Peter Lindenberg, round about this way. This is one of your cars, eh?
It is.
What's under the bonnet?
302.
With lots of horsepower.
No, not big horsepower. It's built to the original Group 2 spec. So it's not a big horsepower car at all.
But it's a fun car.
They're the nicest ones to drive, you know that. I drove them for 34 years.
Awesome to see you here. We're going to see you through the rest of the weekend with some blooming foreign cars and electricity. How do you feel about the whole electric thing versus petrol thing?
Yeah, it's got its place. But they've got a long way to go, I think, with development. Although I must say, the vehicles we're running, the Changans tomorrow, are very impressive, no question.
So if I gave you a choice, electric Capri or a 302 Windsor Capri, which one are you going to take?
That's not a fair question. You're not a fair guy. When you get to my age, it's got to be the 302 V8 that screams.
Here you go, because it sucks, it squeezes, it bangs and it blows.
And when it comes past, it makes a noise.
Yeah. And you can feel the thunder.
Even for the deaf, you can hear it.
Beg your pardon?
Sorry?
Beg your pardon? Can't hear you. Cheers, Peter. Thanks a lot. Have fun. Oh, I love this place. Rook, Mr. Rook. Mrs. Rook, how are you?
Well, thanks.
So you see your husband go blasting around in a standard road car. How do you feel?
Very nervous. Very, very nervous. But it's fun.
And it's lovely. I mean, you basically his mechanic this weekend.
I am his pit girl.
And look at the smile on his face.
Oh, no, he loves me. I'm quite a useful wife.
For once, I'm speechless, and I think you're blushing.
I am.
Mr. Rook, you can give her a hug. No, hug. Apparently, there's love in the air.
And it never stops.
What, the air?
The love and the air.
So
love and the air cooled, yes.
Yeah. So let's get to cars, serious things. You're pretty happy. You've gone quicker.
Yeah, I must say, it's the first time I've had the opportunity to test this road car on full slicks or racing tires. We had a quick run last year in the rain, so I didn't really get a good feel for it. So now this is proper run, and it's fast.
Okay, so now you're going to qualifying, so the practice and all of that's over, blah blah. Do you give it a full go now?
To be honest, I give it a full go every time, all the way from practice one. Fortunately, it seems to get faster, and my approach to it is you try different gearing strategies through practice, and then in quali you hopefully have got that down, and then you just give it full tilt.
All the beans, the sink, the whole lot.
I have nothing left to give. I mean, I'm up against some very, very fast cars, so the main objective here is just to try to get to a third. That's hopefully that's the goal.
Awesome.
So the delay, it's not oil or anything out there. Apparently I think it's one of the Cobras or something having a little fire in the estate. So they're sorting that out. So the track should be still oil-free.
Never a dull moment.
Around racing, always there are moments. Right, Stuart, walk with us. Stuart, you're the guy with the knowledge. Come share some of the knowledge with us.
Yeah, well, we can go back left there with the camera, the little Gordini. That's a Franschhoek Motor Museum car, and I think the family name is Mostat. That was a hill climb car, champion down at Paarl. Late 60s into the early 70s. This was won the championship. I'm not sure what it was, down the Paarl area for hill climbs. Mostert, I think it's Henny Mostert maybe. So this is an actual Gordini, actual car that's competed in hill climbs, so it's good to be back on the hill. It's been driven by the guys from Franschhoek Motor Museum. So yeah, obviously engine in the back, radiator in the back. Gordini was the hot version. It's cross-flow head, normal Renaults, it's all this side.
And what kind of carbs is that?
Those look like Weebers. Yeah, those are Weebers. Obviously, big race cars back in the day. Jody, Scamp Porter, all of those guys.
Oh, there you go. Tell us about the car.
Yeah, you can tell us about Mr. Mostert and the championships and that sort of stuff.
Going sideways normally, but he was the hill climb champion in Paarl, and the family donated the car to us after he passed away and said, guys, you need to look after the car for us, and we are. So we brought it back to the hill because that's where it belongs.
And you're having fun?
Absolutely. It's unbelievable. It's fifth gear, flat out, all the way, don't touch the brakes. It's top end, all the way.
So how many horsepower has Renault's finest got here?
No idea.
Not enough?
Not enough.
But Gordini's a proper wizard, he's one of those names in tuning history, like the Abarths and all of that, Gordini. So they did do well, and they were big giant killers. 68, 9 hour, I think Jeff Mortimer and them finished 4th overall. Passed a few 917s in the rain on a high-felt thunderstorm down the straight. But yeah, big giant killers. They rallied Scamp Porter, and those guys went to Monte Carlo with one of the cars.
And they grip because the back wheels kind of clock in, negative camber. The front's got all the grip. It's got a little fuel tank in the front. You keep it full. You put a sandbag if you want, extra grip. Everything's in the back.
But giant killers, these.
It's a Kardashian.
I think you were either a Mini guy or a Gordini guy. So you choose.
All that junk in the
trunk.
trunk.
Cool thing is the alloys. See, it's a steel rim with an alloy center. These are Delta, so these are the overseas wheels. South Africa, we have exact same wheel, but it's AMW. Angela Motorworks. Angelo Pereira is based in Craighall in Joburg, and he made the locals. They raced a Renault 4, that sort of hot rodded up stuff, and prepared the Proteas when the Proteas came out to race. So we've got our own little industry around Renaults back in the day. And if you take the Renaults and the Alphas up to the 80s, they were the race cars of choice. And then obviously sanctions and a whole bunch of stuff.
This thing only stopped racing because of fuel sanctions.
Yeah, 73 fuel restrictions, which we're probably facing now.
Again.
So what's the highlight of the Paarl Motor Museum at the moment?
I would say because we're changing every 3-4 months, we upscale, or what do you say? We change the displays. So at the moment we have a utility vehicle, so kind of buckies on at the moment, and then our highlight coming up will be Father's Day in June. So we're prepping for that.
Awesome. What a beautiful place. If you've ever got a chance, you've got to have a look at the museums in Cape Town. They absolutely are gorgeous. Good luck.
Good, Colin. Thank
you. You're going to pin it now in qualifying.
Done one already. Somebody thinks my initials are PB.
Let's look at Ashley's car. And this the home built is the key on that number plate there. And it's been his labor of love for I don't know how long, up and down. Hey Ashley, is this the first time you've got the car here?
Yep.
This particular one?
Yep.
And the transport, your tow truck as well?
The Bedford's out the back there, yep.
So it's a Bedford with a big V8?
With the electric, yeah.
Fuel stops?
No, we made it on one tank, but it's on a Pajero chassis with a 90-litre tank. So
I'm glad to see it all come together, and we love the home built and the input and gears and the whole toot. Awesome, man. Okay, Hepburn. This Datsun is quite cool. This guy, he raced at Red Star the other day. Because I saw on Facebook this back right tail light of the yellow car. He was scrounging a rear tail light because someone took that out. So he's fixed that over the week. Come out here. Obviously, that's why I forgot to check the oil.
definitely do need a bit of oil in the car. Beautiful little 1200 GX.
Yeah. It's quite interesting this, because we got the 4-door. This might be a Zimbabwean car, or they've welded up the back. We never got our 2-door
that
was a
coupe.
fastback, but this is either a Zimbabwean car or they've welded up the back. We'll have to find him to check it out. But yeah,
Jeez, there's all sorts of information. Let's have a look inside
I mean,
here.
Zimbabwe also had a big motor industry, so we had that Renault production there and Datsun production. And at one stage, I think in Zimbabwe, motorsport was their national sport. And you think of the big names that came out of Zim back in the day, all from Zim. Motorsport was king there.
Absolutely. John Love and Stevie Clark are the two that spring to mind. You hear racing cars getting going, and it looks like we're going to go back to action pretty blooming soon. Roy Campos walking across and just psyching up his brain. That Porker just sounds absolutely magnificent. So we go through the marshals. They let the cars all start they're very carefully pitted. So they start running from right at the bottom and then come all the way up to the top.
And obviously it's difficult because some of these cars don't like idling. So you got to keep it flowing. We don't want to block the runs and that.
Yeah, and you don't want to be on and off the starter all the time either. Run the battery down. Another one of Peter Lindenberg's cars with Jerk Fenter in it. And now we're just about ready to go. So I think, what do you think, that we go back to the boys in the, what do we call it now, the shack?
The Love Shack.
The Love Shack.
Yeah.
Let's show you some love and go back to the boys in the shack.
All right, thank you, Colin. Thank you, Stuart. Mindfuls of information. Lovely to hear from Lorenzo from the Franschhoek Motor Museum. Rodrigo, that is a place that when you come next year, you definitely, there we go, there's the invitation. Thanks, Ian. You have to go and visit the Franschhoek Motor Museum. There are a couple of other, I mean, Chiro, you know all of the museums in Cape Town. I mean, there's some spectacular vehicles that are on display at all of these beautiful wine estates. Lawrenceford.
Little sneaky tip for you. New farm called Atlas Swift, owned by a certain gentleman who we all know, may or may not be around today, but incredible collection of South African homologation specials. Wow. So, Sasha, you would have an absolute cadenza. There's a GTV 6.3 litre there.
Oh, my goodness.
Piranhas, wonderful collection, and very good wine as well. So, and it's just up from the Franschhoek Motor Museum as well.
That sounds like heaven to me. John Bronner in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Super 1966 on track at the moment. Of course, we also got the Escort that is out there. That is Heino Smith. That is Jerk Fenter. So this is going to be a very, very competitive class. And then I think the man to watch out carefully, James Temple in the Ford, in the Shelby Daytona Coupe. That is going to be a car to watch. John Bonner goes over 7th position, 57, won only a couple of hundredths off Chris Duploy, but both of them a good full 2 seconds off Silvio Scribante in that class.
Testing the edge of the track there. James is incredibly quick in that car. That Daytona should not be as fast as it is, to be honest.
Wild.
He is getting everything and more out of that car. And yes, it is his father-in-law Peter's car that he raced for 34 years and still going strong.
And here we go, Trevor Tuck at the bottom of the James Temple goes top of the timesheets. Trevor Tuck now actually finding, now he's beginning to show what he's, why he's a 5 times winner of the Simola Hillclimb. Let's see what he does. Aubrey out in the car as well. Unbelievably sideways going through the final S's there for the Juliet Sprint TI. Wow. Everyone's on it now, Rodrigo.
We are starting to see some real commitment. Now, some sideways action. Tail out.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I like the word commitment, Rodrigo. Because it's bravery, it's absolute focus, it's flow state, it's maybe taking a little bit of a chance to see if there's a bit more time in the car, and then your feet squirreling under brakes there, Rui Campos. That's one of your favorites there, Rodrigo.
It is.
I love
body
that.
Porsche.
That is just beautiful.
Even though I'm not the biggest Porsche guy in the world, as far as road cars go, when it comes to the racing ones, you can't really escape that heritage.
Oh, that big block V8 Chevy. We can actually feel it through the walls of the commentary box. We're just next to the start line here.
Oh, James Temple on a 46, Rui Campos on a 48. They're both in the same category. H5, Silvio, Hepburn, Tuck. Tuck all of a sudden went from 1 minute 4 seconds to 55 seconds.
Wow.
So there's a little bit of sandbagging somewhere along the line.
Yeah, I think he put the sandbag in the Gordini now, in the front of the Gordini.
I think it's struggling enough. Tell Lorenzo if he has got a sandbag in there, buddy, take it out.
If you're just joining us from around the world, welcome to Neisner, the 16th Simola Hillclimb 2026. 65 competitors, 20 cameras, 20,000 spectators over the weekend, and officially the world's fastest hill climb. This is Classic Car Friday, and I am so delighted to be sitting in real life, not next to an hologram, but of Rodrigo de Oliveira from Hill Climb Monsters. Rodrigo, welcome to South Africa.
Welcome. No one is more delighted than me, and I've been enjoying South Africa so far, but I came here especially for the racing and for Simola, which has been a great cooperation between my channel and their event, and we have seen this grow into an international, to its international status through the years. By my videos on different social media outlets have amassed a total of around 200 million views. Oh. So there is a lot of potential, and there is certainly a lot of interest out there, both starting here with the classics, but of course, especially when we delve into the weekend and we start seeing the real monsters, and their interest peaks, and we will really see what the track has to offer in 2026.
Phenomenal stuff. Looking at that Rav Bucky-ish kind of thing. Davy Hubert going up there. I went to go and say, I said, Davy, what actually happened? He said, no, he was sort of slightly squirreled, and then the roof came off. And that's why he had his little bit of a spin, but they managed to put it together. Duct tape and zip ties. It's incredible what you can do with all of the fancy technology in the world. Duct tape and zip ties.
And I love the turbo fans in brackets that he is using now on the Lotus, just to cover the wheels, just improve less drag.
Less drag.
You have to take it all when you are driving a naturally aspirated, highly strung but very little and not that powerful Lotus. You have to take everything that you can get.
Tell you, nothing wrong with that. A 48.6 for Davy Hubert in that Lotus. So just put it flat down. The times are tumbling. Rodrigo, 46 from James Temple. I mean, what can someone like Ian Schofield, what can Franco Scribante do if these guys are only 5 seconds off the pace? It's incredible. I mean, could we get into the 40s, the 39s? That would be extraordinary.
That would be extraordinary. And maybe we will start talking again about sandbags. Were there more of them earlier in the day? No, but the potential is there to dip below the 40-second barrier, and it will be fantastic, even more so in a different edition in 2026 with all the different variables we are seeing. But I am fairly sure that there will be a sharp improvement on anyone's for everyone at the very top.
That crowd-pleasing Toyota RAV4 in the hands of Andre Steenkamp. Sasha, you'll be delighted to know that Andre Daly's an Alpha 4C, a black one.
Well, you see, you're a man of pedigree.
Great
Pedigree
taste.
and class.
And him and his mates, they're a bunch of great guys. Nico Nikylison last year.
Yes.
They're in a podcast and a sort of car club called Induction Noise, which they started. And they're just a bunch of enthusiasts, and they decided to build cars for Simola Hillclimb. Nico's not here this year, but his mate Andre is. And I thought you'd be delighted to know that he's an alpha male.
Oh, class all the way. Eugene Herbert in the Fiat Uno seems to be getting more and more smoky during the course of all of these runs. Come on, let's see what these classic GT Nissans can do. 32, 33 and 34. It's quite remarkable that they're now classic cars, but maybe they've been sandbagging. I'm hoping so. I'm expecting some quicker times. First one goes over.
R34 is just behind. He looks a bit more on it now, Reggie.
Way more on it.
That's the way. That's the Reggie we know.
There we go. And what's he got in store? Being chased by the JSN BMW.
Yeah, this Nico Vostanis, this is just stunning. This kid is really on it. That car is, I've just loved seeing it from day one, and now it's beginning to really, really impress. Richard Roots goes second, everybody. 48.2, but he's still 2 seconds off the pace of James Temple, although they are in different classes. Nico Vostanis goes into 5th position. Here comes Aldo Scribante in the Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. Front wheel drive, that was the only problem.
No, we call it wrong wheel drive.
But then again, it has a Busso engine, which is the right solution, so
Yes.
it cancels it out.
I am a big fan. It's a very pretty car. And gents, you were talking about 39s earlier. I mean, I'm honored to be at my 15th hill climb. And I remember the days of Desi Goodsight and racing against Bezuidenhout in the Dallara Formula 1 car. Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, Desi won 1 year in his Skyline with a 39 second. And now we're seeing 39s on Classic Car Friday.
It's quite extraordinary.
Well, potentially.
The first time that Peter Zilli won the modified saloon class, it was in 2001 when there was a bit of rain. The time that won it all was a 40.3.
Wow.
Sure.
So the Simola Hillclimb gets faster and faster every year. And interestingly, I've just pulled up the 2024 results, gents, which is the last time Franco ran his B19. And his 2024 winning time, which I think is the track record for Classic Car Friday, was a 41.937. And I think he's already run a 41.8.
Incredible. Just to let you know, Mike McLaughlin in the 996 GT3 Cup has just gone second and is half a second faster than Richard Roots.
Craig Zank pipped him.
Oh, and Zank's even pipped him. So 46.5. Craig Zank is on it. Unbelievable. 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else in his class. Let's see what Franco Scribante can do. They've extended 4th gear. He just feels he can have more confidence with it. Let's watch him.
Nick Plumridge on the screen for correcting me. The Chevron B19 of Franco Scribante has the original engine. As he moves up the hill, this will probably squirrel a little bit under braking. He's got it under control through turn 3, and his Hayabusa engine B26 is not here this weekend, but he will be trying to beat his all-time best time of 41.937 as he goes through the S's last few hundred meters of the track.
42 dead.
42
dead. So on it, so that's where he is. He probably fine-tune it a little bit more, but maybe he sits out the next quali and only goes in quali 3.
It's just 1,000th off, so he's damn close. To me, it looked like he didn't get what he wanted out of turn 1. I think that's where he lost a tiny bit of time.
Here's the Renault prototype.
And slowing down quite dramatically.
Unfortunately, that's actually its pace.
Oh, sorry.
I did watch it get off the line, and it shot off the line, and then it was like, okay, that is the pace.
It looked like out of turn 3 that he was coasting, lifting off a little. I do think that maybe...
I said it's only a 1400. It's only a 1400. She looks very pretty, though. Exceptionally pretty.
It really does.
It really is beautiful. But that is genuinely its pace. And now it's struggling because it's very sharp, very steep going up the hill.
People have to take into account just how beautiful Simola is, and sometimes it's good to take a slower stroll up the hill just to enjoy it.
All right, here we go. Ian Schofield. Franco didn't improve in his time. Let's see what Ian Schofield can do.
So Ian Schofield didn't finish in 2024, unfortunately, or finished outside of the top 10, but he'll be looking to be top 3 here.
He won last year, didn't he?
Yes, no, it was Charles Arton in the March last year. But Ian was third or second, if I'm not mistaken, so he is definitely a front runner. That's quick. These single seaters will be loving the new tarmac. Look how...
Wow, that's committed. Yeah. He's finding the grip.
I think we're on for a 40 here.
Yeah.
42.
No, 42. Just only half a second off Franco. But I think he's feeling more comfortable. I think he's just lacking a little bit of heat.
Yeah. Those slicks take a long time to warm up. I mean, the cars on road tires, those get warm fairly quickly, but those big slicks, they need a good few kilometers to get to temp.
And we are seeing that on the newer bit of tarmac, we are seeing that the rubber it's accumulating and being deposited as car passes by, and the grip will increase, and cars running slicks and big fat slicks will really take advantage from that over time.
We're right at the business end of qualifying 1 now. First opportunity. We are a bit delayed. Sasha, I must be honest, the Italian cynic in me thought it was an Alfa Romeo that had dropped oil. Because you know how Italians like to throw balsamic vinegar over everything? You know?
Yes.
It's part of our heritage. So, but it was an actual small fire from a Cobra. So I apologize for my Italian cynicism of Alfa Romeos.
Sure. I mean, listen, if you look at something like Rui Campos' car, how stunning that Porsche is. The only reason it's more stunning than what it actually is because it's got all Italian branding on it. That's how you make a German car look good. That Margaret White, that Mallock, I must say also, it's a small little car, 1500, stunning off the line in a straight line, and then unfortunately it just does not have the horsepower to go up the hill. But a very interesting car. It's the first time I've ever seen this Mallock Mark 6B. That is the one going up the hill now with Margaret White, who's an icon of the Simola Hillclimb.
She's a real sweetheart. If I'm not mistaken, our most senior competitor here this year. And the Queen of Simola. I'm dubbing her that this year.
Yeah. So I think we've only got one to go. It should be Andre Bezuidenhout. Here we go. Now, oh, sure. I thought that was his start.
Mark Cooper waving the flag, and car number 1 is off. That was quick.
Rear wing is flapping quite
Incredible. When you're standing there on the pit lane, you cannot believe how much that rear wing is moving. Go on, Andre. Let's see.
His longtime rival Franco has laid down the gauntlet of a 40 flat, but was it a 40 flat? 42 flat.
42
sorry.
flats.
We're not in the 40s yet. We have been in the 41s though.
A little bit of understeer going into that corner.
Winning time last year was the March with a 43, which doesn't seem to have gone out in this qualifying session. So, but the 41.9 is the time to beat.
No, 42.7.
I wonder if there is some kind of gearbox issue there. When he was on the second straight, there was a bit delay as he upshifted. Seemed dubious.
Well, there we go. Qualifying 1 has taken place. Franco Scribante, top of the timesheets. Then Schofield and Bezuidenhout only split by 0.2 of a second. They're in the same class. So just giving you an idea of the classes, so that you have an understanding. James Temple, what a lap from him. That was extraordinary in that Daytona. He's at a 46.3. The closest to him in his category is Rui Campos at a 48.3. That's going to upset Rui. We know how competitive Roy is probably sitting there going, hold on a second, I've got to find these 2 seconds. That is very much James against Roy. That's going to be rather fascinating. And then we have this great battle in H8. We've got Craig Zank on a 46.5. Okay, he is miles away from everybody else, but it's only quali. Mike McLachlan also in H8. Rechard Roots in H8 as well. And as we go further down, Josh Dovey in H9. But Ian Schofield in that class, much more superior than everybody else. But they just seem to be quite a step up from, as we expected, from the free practice into that quali 1, and some of them will be quite happy with the sort of benchmark that they've set for themselves.
Yeah, and we can, as temperatures rise and track conditions improve, all things being equal, it will keep trending that way. And we will be seeing guys taking even more risks. And on this run, we already saw people trying new solutions, and even on the driving style, you could see them experimenting with more aggressive lines, which is always a good sign. It means that the track is offering that kind of safety net, and they are willing to go an extra step further. But in the afternoon, we will see all these solutions just come together, and we will see just how fast things will become.
Colin, it has been a fascinating session. You could see there was a tremendous amount of much more committed driving, definitely trying to find the limits of themselves and, of course, of the track. Some of the cars extremely fast. Temple in the Daytona, Tuck found 10 seconds. Don't know what he'd been doing the whole morning. Maybe, well, he's from Cape Town. I mean, a little bit slow or whatever. What other news have you got for us there, my friend?
You know what? It's quali 1, but there's some really, really tight classes, and we're just next to Mike McLachlan here. And if you look, you got Zank, who's way up. Zank is way up there. We had a bit of a word with Rechard Roots, and he says, well, that's what the car's got. And in terms of horsepowers, he hasn't got the level of horsepowers that Craig Zank has got. But I think Craig is also driving out of his skin. And he's got a proper lead there. But it's 1.2 quicker than Mike. Mike found a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, 1.2 is huge in 40 odd seconds or whatever. But, I mean, the run before he had a fueling issue or something in the pipe. Maybe that was on the mind. I don't know. I think it's too late to be sandbagging now.
Yep.
Because you got to put a banker in. You can't leave it for the last run and there's a cloudburst or an issue. So I think these guys are putting in their proper times now. It's just whether he can find that little bit of 1 second. But it's cool. It's still zero once they qualify. It still goes back to 0, which is cool.
Yeah, and then look, the weather is up and down like a.
Yeah, we might find that if the guys, let's say, what do the top 3 go through?
Class. In class finals.
So if the guys have qualified for the final, maybe now like the Zank can sit back.
Yeah.
He's pretty safe, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll rest that one. But the guys who are on the drop, like Formula 1 qualifying, who are in that bottom section, just out of the qualifying, they've got to come out and.
I'm liking this fight with Schofield. And
what's
Scribenti.
the split?
You got 0.2 there. But another half a second to Scribenti, and that 42 dead is the quickest that car's ever gone up the hill. I think 42.2 was his previous quickest a couple of years ago. And they've got that car ironed out proper. They changed the gear ratio now. When they come back, we'll go and have another look and see.
Yeah, because I
what
think they put a longer fourth.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's a result of the smoother corner going up the hill. So maybe they were running that previous ratio 2 years back or whatever.
But that's what they said.
Now it's developed, just the track has developed, and it's they've had to change a ratio. So nice thing about a special race car, specialized thing, you can change ratios.
These Master Drive Mustangs they really are cool. And the Mercedes-Benz, tomorrow we're going to start seeing lots of Mercedes-Benz. Another impressive run was John Craig. Just looking for the shock of silver hair. But hold on, right sitting down here, Let's just zip in here. Sorry. Davy, you've got to be pretty blooming happy.
Yes, I am. Thank you. The duct tape is holding.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And is there more time in it?
Must I go flat again?
Yeah.
No.
Or any driver. Do you ever get to a point where you say, that was perfect, just kan nie meer nie, Kopperal?
You do get there. But you need a little bit more time, you know, because brake markers are new, everything is new, the car is new to me as well, so we're still learning as we go along. So it's not perfect, but I think it's doing good, much better than what I expected.
And how much fun are you having?
Lots of fun, thank you. Lots of fun.
And that's why we go racing.
Absolutely. Thank
you. Like Davy. Great man, Davy. And just over my shoulder here, Margaret's coming back in her U2 Malik with a bit of a traffic jam. Now, she normally... Well, it's a busy pit lane. We've got to watch for things. And she normally does one of the much slower cars, much older cars. But now, and tomorrow she'll go Marshall. Absolutely fantastic. Just hold on a minute. I'm going to direct some traffic. You got a race car coming up behind you, please? The other little details that count for Classic Car Friday. You just turn around, have a look, check the overalls. How cool is that? Yeah, it's really lekker. Rutz is here. Let's just talk to him. Reggie. You giving it full beans, Reggie?
Yeah, I'm having fun. You know, this car is supposed to go to the shop and buy milk with it, but yes, yeah, it's lekker.
Is that the chocolate milk that you love so much?
Chocolate milk, nothing else than chocolate milk.
Have you got a little bit more? Can you wring its neck a little bit more?
Yeah, I'm trying to tweak the suspension a bit. This car doesn't have huge horsepower, but there's some tweaks, you know. Loosen a bolt here, tighten a bolt there.
What are the guys busy at the back there?
Yeah, they're loosening and tightening bolts.
No. We want details because, you know, the really cool thing is we've got a large contingent of viewers, and they just want to know, are you making it stiffer, softer, toe in, toe out?
Through turn one, halfway through the corner, the back gets quite loose. So the rear anti-roll is not adjustable, but it's on rubbers. So we're just loosening the nut so it moves a little bit more on the rubbers, just to give it a bit more compliance in the rear. Also lightening the left rear wheel, corner jacking it a little bit, making the right rear slightly heavier. So not a lot, but like I said, tightening and loosening.
Those, Reggie, are the details that we love. Thank you very, very much. Right, we're going to... Good luck, eh?
And stop asking Nando's how they make their sauce, eh? They might just tell you.
There's some things we want to know, others we don't. So here, two old geezers. John, don't go away. Trevor Taccarini. Hello, John's wife. Remember from... But he's old. Hey, he's proper old.
He's from Melkbos, so he never get old. We never get old there.
Okay, so you both had a bit of a good run.
Oh.
You've been sandbagging.
No. She just woke up. When you spoke to her, she just woke up and went boom.
It's got to be those new techie shoes that you've got there. Absolutely fantastic.
It's the new Scops.
John?
Man, you know, I did a 54.9 in the last run in practice, and this run everything was better except getting off the line a little, and my timer in the car said 55.5. And I came the whole way down thinking, where the hell did that time go to? And we got there, it was a 54.6. Wow, that was such a relief.
So, is there a little bit more in it?
Yeah, there is a little bit more. Yeah, there's a bit more. Obviously, the main thing with this car is to have confidence in keeping the rear planted. If we had a little bit more time, we'd maybe camber on the back. It's just a little nervous, but as long as the back is hooked up, then it trucks.
And you haven't got time to, like back in the old Group N days, to that warm-up lap, get to the backsliding and warm the back tyres up.
Exactly, yeah, it's got to go, and the rears take a while to warm. Also, the gearing's not quite right. It's on the limiter in third all the way up. So we come back next year with a slightly higher profile tyre. That'll be a difference.
But doesn't every old Group N driver have like a gorilla snot recipe for making the road tyres super sticky?
I'm just thinking now while he's looking, I said, yeah, and there's no competitors to run off the road.
Yeah. How many Datsuns have given you a How many years you've had a Datsun as your problem car here?
You know what? We miss Ian this
Yeah.
year. I mean, I really miss Ian, and
there's
look, I'm
a
sure.
replacement
yeah,
Datsun
I'm
that's
sure
giving
he's
you a
watching
run.
from up above. It's quite a shock, but it's nice to have the Datsuns around, and at least now we can maybe have a bit of a fight. We had a really good run last one. I don't know if we'll get any quicker, but we'll give it a bash. But it's nice to have all the Datsuns and everything around, as usual.
I've always heard Takwini. I don't know if we can go faster. I don't know if we can go faster. And then the next thing, boom.
Luck of the draw. Luck of the draw. It happens or it doesn't. You know, we just turn the steering wheel. But everything else is left out there.
What did you fix? Jets?
The battery. So Linton put an old battery in from one of the cars in the museum. It was flat, and she doesn't have an alternator. I put a new battery in because he's too schnoop to buy a new battery. So we put a new battery in it. Poof, goodbye.
Awesome. So it's not
battery
on points
power
and
does work.
condensers. It's,
Yeah.
that
And
thing's
I've
running
my
something.
fair share of electricity problems this week, even trying to get here. But that's the story for tomorrow.
You need the battery out of the velocity for tomorrow.
We're going to see you tomorrow. We've got 10 alphas here. Were you wearing red? Red is our favorite color because alpha.
Yeah, okay.
Guys,
We'll
good
see
luck.
you-
Have
we'll
fun.
see you tomorrow.
Cheers.
Cheers, man.
Cool.
Where would you like to go?
It's, I don't know. We hit the... These are drift cars.
Yeah, so they're going to go and do some drifting now in between qualifying. Gavin Aubrey, I know where we're going. James Temple has had an absolutely brilliant run. So let's come down here and find James. Yeah. We came to Temple's pit, to the Temple of Speed, but we don't find him. Aldo Scribanti has had a good run. Excuse me, Aldo. Are you happy? Has Mikey sorted out your car?
Yes, he's just given me some advice now. He wanted to know from me exactly what was the run like. I said to him a little bit too responsive in the front, so he said, okay, we're going to make a change on the back now. So just to try and get more stability on the back of the car.
It's pretty cool having an engineer like him who, with the experience that he's got, and you guys speak the same kind of language where you can say the car's doing this, he understands that and he can fiddle with the car and fix it for you.
Are you talking about Ross Braun? Oh, sorry, Michael Stevens.
Same.
The Ross Braun of South African motorsport. No, he's brilliant, absolutely brilliant to work with. He just, basically Mark stands in the pits and listens to the gear changes on the way up, and he can tell us if we braked early or whether we've braked late.
And were you late or early in the last run?
I was early, unfortunately, again. So.
But you've got an excuse, you're a little bit tired.
Well, 1:30 last night, and then 2:30 I woke my wife up. Shame, she was fast asleep. I said, Kim, get in the car, we're off to Nice now. I'm not putting my head down because then I'll battle to get up. So yeah, sleeping's tonight. We've got a race to finish here today, and then we'll worry about the sleeping later tonight.
Good man, well done. Thank you very much, Aldo. Everything of the best.
Thanks, Colin.
We found James Temple. James, where on earth did that qualifying lap come from?
Look, yeah, I mean, I'm not making the mistake that we've made in previous years where we're leaving it to the last one. So I needed a good banker just to see where we're at. We also missed the last practice, so there was a bit of a big gap. So I felt like we lost a bit of heat within the whole wheel, which I think is key, because obviously no tire warmers and stuff, and there's no opportunity to heat tire.
In a world where every second counts, will he make it on time? Out here on the streets, anything can happen when the odds are stacked against you. One man finds the will, the drive, the passion to steer his path to destiny. It's a Swift.
Yeah, welcome back. It is Simola 2026, the 16th edition. A little bit of activity on the track for all of the fans and, of course, those who are watching on the live stream. The drift taxis. This is one of those, Clifford, you definitely need to have a very, very generous tyre sponsor.
Absolutely. I don't think there's enough sponsors in my Rolodex to cover this kind of showmanship. It's just ridiculous how many tires these guys go through just to make a noise and a bit of smoke.
And it's so much fun actually to watch because it's quite a skill. And the car itself actually gets a huge amount of smoke as well, so you got to know what you're doing.
You know what? I always look at these drift taxis because they're at a lot of events like countrywide, and they've been using these luminous for a long time. So testament to how strong those Chevys are.
Yeah, that's without a doubt. You know what? Now he should be drifting all the way up the hill. That's what I want to see. Drift all the way up the hill. Well, let's see. Let's see.
I think you've just inspired him.
Oh, he nearly hit one of our track markers.
Would that be the first?
It would
have been the first. Yeah. Come on, drift it all the way up the hill. Yeah. There we go. So lots of activity. We've got qualifying 2 starting in a short while from now. And Franco Scribante, the fastest so far from qualifying 1. Darn it.
Hey, there we go.
Here we go.
Snap it back on.
Come on. Little bit of entertainment. So, Franco Scribante, the man to beat so far. This is just qualifying. We were qualifying 2. It was great to hear from James Temple and spot on. Get that banker in.
Yeah.
You don't know. The weather look from here, it looks still spectacular, very, very sunny, but it can change very, very quickly. You want that banker in. The magnificent view of the Neisner Heads. On the left-hand side, you can see development. On the right-hand side is a national treasure, preserved hill. And it was at one stage owned by the family, the Smith family, and the grandfather was the person who apparently found the first coelacanth, which is a fish, by the way.
Okay.
Yes.
A very ancient one.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. So I think it's the Featherbed Nature Reserve. And he discovered the first ever coelacanth. I am mindful of information. It's actually ridiculous how my genius comes across over here. It's about the only thing that I remember about anything. I can't remember what the time was in the last field practice, but I remember the coelacanth.
I'm so impressed by you right now.
It was a very strategic bit of trivia. You used it to its maximum potential.
I had to do my best. We're waiting for the cars to line up, and then, of course, all of the action is going to be, it is Classic Car Friday. We've got 2 more qualifying sessions to do. Then we're going to have a little bit of a break. And then, of course, we were going to the class final and then the Classic Conqueror. You want to be in the top 10. That is your objective. At the moment, in 10th position, we've got Josh Dovey. He's sitting on a 49 dead. And there are quite a few that are pretty close in the 49s and 50s. So there's a lot to play for to try and get into that top 10. Although some of these classic cars, Rodrigo, are really going to struggle against the single-seaters, even those with small horsepower.
Of course, that's the nature of the game, and if you have a full-on dedicated race car, you come with an architectural advantage from the get-go, and it is what it is, and everyone's playing this game. But even the format here in Simola really gives it can shed a spotlight even in some of the road cars, because having a full 10 cars that can get a spot, and James Temple was very correct, and that it is better to play safe than sorry during the day, and he banked in a great run, probably secured this spot. And now we will be seeing, because there is some mixed match to be done here between, I would say, 12th up to 8th. and we will see how it goes up until the end of the day.
So here we go. This car is 96 years old. It is a Ford Model A Bernie Nessa going up the hill as quickly as he can. But wonderful to see this kind of pedigree. 96 years old and crosses over the finishing line in a 1 minute 35 seconds. So if you put that into perspective, 100 years ago, you went up in 1 minute and 35 seconds. 100 years later, you go up that hill 60 seconds faster.
Yeah, it's incredible. Looking back at the Quali 1, you guys were in studio and commentating on it. Drivers of that session, like we spoke about bankers and guys playing the strategy game, but who were the standouts for you guys? Obviously, Temple is a massive jump, but the rest of the guys out there?
I must say, okay, I think Tuck, yes, okay, we understand he had some electrical issues, but I really am so impressed with this Nicholas Vostanis in this BMW. Really looking good, and Craig Zank as well. Craig Zank, I think, right on it at the moment, and he's putting big pressure on the other Nissans.
That really was going to be my answer. Craig Zank really surprised me so far. Because we know how good Reinhard Rutze, even though it seemed to have some issues. Reality is Craig Zank is really putting the hammer down and showing from the get-go his intentions. And he has been the one extracting the potential from these new classic-ish GTRs.
Yeah, super from him. Mike McLachlan up there as well. Rui Campos, you always expect to be there or thereabouts, but you definitely know that Rui is also looking for something a little bit more. He loves, everybody loves to win, but he's not going to be happy that McLachlan is in front of him.
And we have to pay attention to what Dory Joubert is doing with what is a very not so powerful Lotus. It goes a long way to show that lightweight is the solution, as Colin Chapman, the founder of Lotus, as it was his motto. But a great base, even with not a lot of power, can do wonders up this hill.
Yeah.
I looked at his car when he was launching now in the quali session, and it looks like he's got Formula One type covers over his wheels. Was that happening in the sessions before? Because that changes things.
It's some kind of mock-up turbo fans where he's covering the wheels just to reduce drag. And on a car like that, if the car is low enough, it will make a difference. That is true. Now with 197 horsepower, which I think it's the maximum you will extract from the VHPD, which is the name of the Rover engine. You have to take everything. You have to squeeze everything out of that. Even the car is yellow, so you can say that he's squeezing that lemon, all the juice from that lemon.
And listen, it's great to see, because a little earlier he did have an off where the roof came off and the door came off, and he just actually just very pedestrian.
He was squeezing too hard.
Yeah, he squeezed the lemon too hard, and then just picked them up, put them in the back of the car, and then drove down. Unfortunately, now it's duct tape and a couple of cable ties, and everything's back to going. And the great thing about it is, you've had this little off, but you never know. They check the car over there, bang, and he goes in and puts in his fastest time. So he's got the confidence in the car.
And let's not forget, Zoe, as only 2 years ago, won the event almost outright and won the modified saloons with what was at the time an outrageous time.
Yeah, that's
he's a legend. He's a legend on this course in his own right.
Without a doubt. Some of them that just looking at some of the cars, it's one of those where, yes, Roots, we need to find a little bit more, maybe expecting a little bit more. Yeah, Darby, I think, doing fantastic. Robbie Walk maybe just doesn't have enough power. But the other one that's really impressed me has been Gavin Rook in that Porsche. I mean, that's a 1974 Porsche. I haven't lifted up the back of the car to see exactly what's in there. But that car is going, and he is really pushing it.
Those older Porsches are some kind of magical thing, because looking from the outside, they may not look like much, but once you get behind the wheel, you start saying, okay, this is why the Porsche has its name and why the drivers always speak so highly about Porsches. And they go a long way, because there is a big difference between a guy driving that thing middle of the road and some guy that really knows the ins and outs of driving a Porsche up to the limit, and probably that's what we are seeing here.
So we were not too sure of what the delay was, but we are back track action, and out on the court is Greg Smith in the Austin 7 SS Special 1926. This car is 100 years old. Beautiful.
And hopefully we'll all be here 50 years from now to say that it is 150 years old and all this progeny can be protected over time.
You know what's impressive is that it clocks at 76 kilometers an hour through the Suzuki Speed Trap. You know, you look at it and on TV, it doesn't seem that fast, but 76 kilometers an hour.
100 years ago.
100 years ago, in a bathtub with some wheels is some going.
If we had to using inflation here, I would say that 76 kilometers per hour at the time would be with the equivalent of like 550 kilometers per hour nowadays.
Probably right on the money. So we're starting off with our H1 class, which is pre-war. Cars 1930s, 1920s, anything up to 1939.
Whoa.
And we've got, unfortunately, an incident that is Jero Lilik.
Is that off the start?
I think
It
it's
can't
up
be
at turn
far.
4.
Is it? Do you think it's that far?
Main thing is driver seems to be moving, seems to be okay. Of course, we will try and get a replay of that. There's definitely going to be a halt in proceedings. Let's hope that Jero is okay. That is our biggest concern when it comes to this. He's actually in an Austin 1946 A40 Special. This also, even in these cars that you looking on the TV or you hear and you're going, oh my gosh, that's so pedestrian. They are at their limit, their total limit, and that was, in their day, that was the limit, and everyone is trying to extract. So it doesn't matter what horsepower you got, you're still at a limit.
Exactly. I've raced and spent a lot of times watching other people race on the side of the track, and you look at the guy that's potentially running at the back or that's not going to win the race, and you think, that guy's not going as hard as he can go. That guy on the bike or in the car is going as hard as he believes he can go, braking as late as he can with the tools that he has. And sometimes these things go wrong, and at this stage we don't know, is it a malfunction, is it a driver error, but something changes if you're braking as late as you can brake, and something changes that, all of a sudden it's panic mode, and it's not a long panic mode because you're going as hard as you can go.
Yeah. So we'll give you updates as we come, just looking at the other cars that are there, and we'll get to that replay. But looking at that Mercedes 250, just stunning. We've got the replay. The driver's out of the car, so everything is good. Let's have a look to see exactly what happened to Jero Lilik. This was just a few seconds ago. There we go. Maybe you're right there, Cliff, at turn 1.
Was it the change of tarmac?
So everything seems to be okay there. Goes over to the left-hand side, turns in. Got a little bit of oversteer, went in a little bit tight onto the apex.
Maybe touched a bit of dirt there, because that spun it out quite quickly.
Yeah.
Maybe some remains from the drifting before. Maybe cold tires. We will see.
Could be some rubber on the track as well. So marbles and that. So main thing is that Jero's out of the car. Everything is okay. A little bit of sand on the track. They'll get that sorted out. Car doesn't seem to be in too much damage. And they'll get it down to pit lane, and hopefully they will be able to go out in qualifying 3.
Sasha, you were talking about these cars. Even when they look slow, they are being driven to the limit. One aspect that we have to remember, that some of these older cars, just how analog they are, to a level that I think the modern audience most of them don't really comprehend anymore, because when you are with these radial tires and they are so so thin, and you have these huge steering wheels. The sitting position is awkward. You have to pedal these gearboxes that you have to double the clutch, and there are so many variables when you are behind the wheel of those things that even to go slow, it's a hassle, and then to try to be fast on one of those things up a hill and taking into account the risk and the value that some of these cars accrue, put everything together, and we all must have a huge respect for anyone willing to take something like this up Simola.
Yeah, having a look at the car from this angle, the left tyre and the right tyre don't seem to be lining up too well, unfortunately. But we'll get more information, of course, as it comes down. Maybe it's just the angle in the car, maybe just trying to get it started and hopefully get it down to pit lane. The most important thing, everyone is okay. We're going to get the track cleared up and, of course, continue with our qualifying session. The only concern we do have is when we have these delays is that time is also a restriction, because we are in the autumn months and winter months, or darker months of time, that we can't overrun too late, because we don't have big electricity poles lighting up the streets.
I mean, even if we did, what good would that do?
would actually turn on. Okay, there we go.
As Rodrigo was saying, is there's so many things to do and awkward things to do, but also this car doesn't have massive horsepower, so you've got to carry the momentum and not back off. So even if things maybe had gone slightly wrong in the cockpit there, he wasn't going to back off and let it ruin, because I mean that's still early in the run, so he was going flat taps to try and recover. But like we said, glad that the driver's okay, and I mean this shouldn't be too long to get underway. That Mercedes lining up on the bottom of the hill there, Sasha, that's a lady driver, am I right?
I'm just trying to see with our Mercedes. Yes, Danielle Picard. I mean, it's just, I would just be waving at the crowd. Yes, it's just too pretty. It's just too pretty. Just wave at the crowd. It's just such a magnificently beautiful car. Drive up there and just show it off.
Yeah.
In a nice, gentle way, as opposed to trying to get up the hill in 30 seconds. So if you're just joining us, we're into qualifying 2. The H1 cars going out. That is Jero Lelik, who unfortunately seems to have got a little bit of oversteer going into the end of turn 1. Maybe caught a little bit of the grass and had a little bit of a spin, but everything seems to be okay. They're just getting the ropes to tie it on. They'll take it up to the top of the hill, and then of course they'll bring it down at the end of the session. We've got 60 odd cars that have to go and do their Q2 runs. I think everyone was okay. It was just Aubrey in the one Alfa Romeo that didn't seem to be on the pace that one would have expected, Ashley Orb. So we'll see if maybe he can up his pace. But a great fight with the Alfa Romeos, the Datsun 1200 Deluxe, the Anglia that is there as well. So that category H5, pretty very, very competitive. And those are the kind of cars that, that's the 60s and early 70s. But that's the era of car that you're looking at.
So this car, it's obviously going up to the top of the hill. They only bring it down at the end.
Right at the end.
It's probably the worst time if he's chasing a time or trying to qualify for his class, because, he's going to come down right at the end of the session. He's
Correct.
one of the first ones out. If there is damage on the car, there's not much time to fix it.
No, it's going to be proper race against time. He'll be at the top with the car and probably inspect as much as he can, and then he'll bring it back down, and either they say yay or nay.
I mean, that's when it helps to be a bit technically minded, hey? Not one of a clown like myself who just gets on and rides it and then gives it back.
But then again, when you are running one of those ancient cars, what are the chances that you are not a technical guy? You have to be just to be able to maintain that thing.
Just to be able to drive it.
Yeah, even to drive
just to drive it, where the handbrake is, as you say, double the clutch, no synchro, no, So I'm sure Jero knows exactly what is viable going forward, whether or not to do that run. So hopefully it won't be too long. There's the beautiful Ford GT40 of Peter McPherson. That, of course, is a 1964 car, 4.9 litre, 8-cylinder. Still sounds magnificent when that fires up. And yes, we'll go through the categories, H2, H1, all the way through until H10. But it's all about the Classic Conqueror. Who can be the fastest in the Classic category today to get up the hill? At the moment, Scribante, Ian Schofield are the ones that you've got to really, really watch out for.
While we're looking at a possible new record.
Yes. I think that is very, very much achievable. I think Franco, don't forget, made that gearbox change for this last run. Didn't go any quicker, so they might, and also with his time now, might sit there and say, actually, revert back to it or shorten it or something. I mean, he's got an incredible technical team around him as well.
He's also in a good position because he's been fastest all day. He does have this sort of session now to try something before they get to the end of the quality. So he's also got time in his hands. Same with Craig Zank as well. Because we chatted to him this morning and he was giving us all sorts of stories as he does, but he was saying that, they'll just slowly develop the car and then give it all or nothing in the last few runs. But they're in a position where they've banked enough that they can get through to the Classic Conqueror and that. So time is on their side. You don't want to be the driver that's trying to still make it in, getting this late in the day. So yeah, strategy plays into people's hands that do things well when they need to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think James Temple's time was unbelievable. Craig Zank right up there. McLaughlin, Roots, Campos, Darby, Josh, Dovey, Robbie Walk, Nico Vostanis, he's just out of the top 10. I mean, if he could make it into the top 10 on his first time ever driving this car and first time at Simola would be phenomenal. I mean, he looks like a really young kid, but I think he's at an age where he probably might even be able to have a beverage that has got some alcohol in it.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with him because he is pretty quiet, but you can see there's confidence. He also has a power Alpine Stars undersuit, but the kid can drive. When we saw it arrive yesterday, we were all interested around it, and when he came out and chatted to us, I thought, okay, first time on Simola, maybe not too big an expectation for the first run, but I mean, like you said, he's knocking on the door of the top 10.
Yeah, right on it.
That's really impressive, and we now getting to the business end. What else has he got left for us?
Yeah, and he's just been impressive. He started off just let me go and feel what it's like, never driven up the hill, and then all of a sudden he's just outside the top 10. So fantastic to see. Also, a guy that's impressed me from his first run this morning was Enzo Kuhn.
Yeah, he's been very good.
Wow.
Yeah.
He just came out and it just, yes, I mean, they're completely different kinds of cars, but it reminded me of when Peter Solberg was here in South Africa. Everyone went out and, was like, oh, okay, let's just go and feel what the track is like. And Peter Solberg just blasted up that hill in 42 or 43 seconds, and everyone went, whoa, game on, in the wet. It was a question of, okay, game on. And everyone just up the ante from there. Enzo Kuhn, I think, just from first run, was just like, I'm going.
Yeah.
There we go. So it's been great to see. So still waiting for track action here at Simola. They're clearing the track after a little bit of an incident, also just towing the damaged or hopefully undamaged vehicle to the top of the hill, put it in a secure place, and then of course we'll carry on with our qualifying 2. Thereafter, you've still got one more run, a little bit of a lunch break, and then of course the class final, and then the Classic Conqueror. That'll be the top 10 that will go out in terms of times, and a very prestigious award to have. Of course, maybe not like King of the Hill, but Classic Car Friday, as we see every year, cars from 2022 next year, 2002 next year, will be eligible for classic cars. It's incredible.
It is incredible. Like you said, maybe not King of the Hill, but it's metamorphosizing into something, because we in our minds we think it's older cars, but all of a sudden it's becoming quite prestigious in its own right, and like you said, there's newer cars coming in. It changes things a hell of a lot all of a sudden.
Rodrigo, talking about the international, the European hill climb climb scene. Yes, we do have a Classic Car Friday. You don't really have this as prominent as we do, or is it something that are held as separate kind of events?
We do have. It is a more contained thing in the sense that we don't really go for the ultra old stuff.
The pre-war.
Let's take the example of the European Hill Climb Championship that began last weekend. There is a whole portion for the classics. There were around 50 cars entering the event, but they are taking it very, very seriously, and they are really conforming to the rule book and really trying to explore it, because it is a whole series and people are there trying to win the championship as a whole. So you really see a lot of M330s. Let's say this era between 65 up to 95. Which is the only thing they will allow. They are not playing this game of getting the GTRs and everything, so let's hold on there. But that really is their bread and butter. But then when you go to some of the local championships, especially if you go to Italy or to UK, there it gets quite similar to here, and UK being and Italy too being the hubs they were, and they were pretty much in the primordial ages of motor racing. Sometimes there appears something that some guy will bring out from their garage, something that worth 20 million or something like that, and you just go, holy moly, why is this guy racing this thing? And he will be very calmly just race this thing as fast as he can, because it's the car that he grew up with.
Exactly. I mean, speaking of those sort of classic era cars, I would say like an Alfa Romeo 155 DTM car, or the Opel DTM car, or the Mercedes DTM car, BMW. I mean, number one, they're priceless.
Take into account those cars are being used against the modern stuff. Nowadays the 155s you are not finding them anymore doing because their price shot up to a point that people are afraid to even touch them. But I have a friend of mine who is running now the RS5 DTM in Spain.
Okay.
There are in Germany, because there is to reach some of the Opel DTM cars, for example, they are running them. There is Vectra DTM that still runs there and is massively quick. It still holds the record on a couple of climbs there, because we have to remember those DTM cars, not this newest era where they are GT3. We are talking about the full space framed ones. Pre-2019, those things are marvels of engineering. Those are Formula One cars underneath. They simply have an engine that has to be detuned in some manner to conform the rule book. But other than that, the amount of engineering expertise that we are talking OEMs just throwing millions and millions of development just to go after a championship. And when you transpose that to a hill climb, those cars are immensely fast. And hopefully those guys keep running them some more years, because the day they stop or the day these cars get too valuable and you won't see them around, I will be a very, very sad camper. Even more so because I won't be able to make more videos from them. And people are always so curious to see them in action.
Yeah, they were and are very, very, very special cars. In terms of other cars, when you go into your real proper monsters, I mean, we've got, for example, I remember when Franco Scribante came out with, we've nicknamed it the Sheriff, with this GTR with this front wing and rear wing, and then things like Peter Zeely. This was completely foreign to people of us, who weren't really into that hill climbing. I mean, if Franco Scribante, Peter Zeely, we know has been overseas with his car, but I mean, if Franco arrived over there, is it sort of like the norm, or would that stand out?
It would stand out in the way that the way Simola works. This is pretty much for those cars a drag race with some corners thrown in the middle. So you have an incentive to go after ultimate power. And in Europe, most of our hill climbs are longer, narrower, and twistier. So there is an incentive more to go after agility and balance. Still, being that said, the game has moved on in Europe to a point where now, if you are going to fight for the crown among the closed cars, if you don't have a 1,000 horsepower in a turbo car or almost 1-to-1 power to weight ratio in a smaller car with less powerful. Let's take the example. Like I said, the first event of the European Championship was last weekend. The top three was a Lancer Evolution 7 with 1,000 horsepower, 1,040 kilos. Second place was an Audi Quattro S1 replica with 860 horsepower and 980 kilos, if I'm not mistaken. And the third place, it's a very popular car, and one I would really like to see here in Simola, which was the SLK 340 with a Jet V8 engine, which we're talking about a car with, only 630 horsepower, but then it has 750 kilos. So
that 1-to-1 ratio is where it's, and that Judd engine, yes, you got to bring one of those. Speak to your friends.
I will. I already am in some way.
Okay, there is we have got some updated times at the moment. Just Peter McPherson fastest at 55.1. The session has begun. We've just got one or two little issues in getting our live pictures to you, but we'll carry on and keep you updated with it. We're in qualifying 2, so we've still got one more session before we get into the group finals, and then of course the classic countdown. This is all about these sessions of trying to get into that top 10. End of story.
Very much so.
Peter McPherson, then we've got Brian Bruce. These are H1, H2 categories, so not expecting any of these to be up there, but this is also about, Cliff, about personal pride and winning your class.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not everyone can win the race, but in your classes and in your subdivisions where you're playing by the rules, which is the same for everyone, because some categories are a little bit difficult for everyone to play fair, but if you're in your class, you might not be able to win the top 10, but you want to come home with some sort of silverware and, like you said, some sort of bragging rights. So for these guys, it means everything. They've prepared the whole year. I mean, when Simola ended last year, the guys started again, and here we are, you know.
And it is extraordinary, you know. Yes, we come down here, we say, Simola, etc. And there are a lot of people, I think, who sit and say, Simola's over, whatever, park the car in the garage or whatever, and 2 weeks before, okay, let's take it for a run. You are spot on. And I think it's just continuous development, because there's just all the time, there's always progress.
This is the magic of hillclimb racing, and one of the things that make me passionate about the sport. It's, you see the same kind of mentality that you see on the guys that when they create these memes that I have this project car and the project car never ends and you are always putting more and more money. Well, now you get that idea onto the racing world. There is no end to this. No matter how fast your car is, it can be faster. No matter how efficient it is, it can be more efficient. No matter how much aero you have, there is aero development through the years, and you can apply some newer solutions. And the game just moves on and moves on and moves on. And the kind of satisfaction you get as a petrol head with this motorsport, for me personally, and I am very biased, as everyone here can attest to, there's no parallel in any other type of motorsport, because the freedom you get from the rule book and the passion and how close everyone in the public can be to the cars and really appreciate both the engineering and the driving in a way that is more reminiscent of the 80s and 90s than it is of nowadays racing. You can't replicate that nowadays on any other type of motorsport.
The other thing I wanted to ask is, you know, walking down, yes, okay, I know it's Classic Car Friday, for over the weekend it is slightly different. However, as much as they are all so competitive, and they're competitive against each other, especially in class, and of course to win, you know, the prestige of winning the Simola Hillclimb. Just chatting up and down, for example, this guy had a problem with something yesterday, and he went and these other guys helped each other out. Do we have, and I've seen that also on main race day, where we've had some of the big contenders who've got an issue or whatever, and so comes and actually have a competitor. Is it similar like that in Europe?
Yeah, it is. And I can tell you it is the same in American Pikes Peak, and it is the same in New Zealand, for example, where I work with some hill climbs there. Yeah, that spirit, at the end of the day, I have some kind of relationship with a lot of the top drivers, and it's funny that how much as they love the cars and the racing, one common thread I see between everyone is that they really continue doing this for years and years, and you are seeing some of the top hill climb drivers in their 70s with some of these powerful cars, but the thing that always brings them back is just the community that forms around the hill climb racing. Like I was saying, the closeness to the public, how spectacular it is, the warmth and the love they get from the public because they enjoy the driving and they enjoy the builds, and then that transposes to what's happening in the paddock and how everyone wants to help each other, because at the end of the day, the only thing you're really battling against is the clock, and you really want to win fair and square, because if you build some crazy car that you really want to put to the test, you want to be sure that you beat everyone else who has also other crazy cars. You beat in the most fair way possible, and everyone got to enjoy the craziest cars, and no issues for everyone, because these are all very highly strung cars. They do have issues. They are very common, but we want to see them in their tip-top shape.
100%. It's just magic to hear that, because there's tremendous camaraderie. As much as there's the competitive spirit, it's, you know what, man, I need some help. There we go. Everyone pulls together. It's wonderful. We've got our action back on track. We did have that Cobra seem to have also gotten a little stuck. Sometimes, Cliffy, this is where you go, hold on a second, do one run, put in a banker, hold the car off, because it's frickin' 70 years old.
Yeah, I mean, one thing
and even if you take it out, even if you take it out for your Sunday drive, you're not pumping it like this.
Yeah, this is a completely different animal altogether. And the other side is, like you said, it's 70 years old. Certain things have done their time on the car and have been there since the very beginning. So we want to make sure things hold together. Newer cars maybe have less of these problems, but these things do happen more with older cars.
We spoke about him at length, Enzo Kuhn. Have a listen to this. Change down under the bridge, 159 kilometers through the corner, going there. Ooh, he's going tight, but that's Enzo Kuhn, we know that. Now drifting it over to the left, a little bit on, let's see, yeah, a little bit on the brakes, a little bit of a lift, flat out through there. Up the hill, push it. You need that torque. Very nice, lovely to see. And underneath, a Porsche GT3 Cup car. Enzo Kuhn goes over 52.3, as consistent as ever. Next out on track, George Davey. Yeah, George Davey in the Carrera Cabriolet. You know, you mentioned it earlier. You see this car on the start line and you go, yeah. And then all of a sudden it just wakes up and just flies. Magic to see. Silvio Scribante in the Escort with them. I don't think it's a stock engine, Cliff.
I mean, you be the judge. But, you know, it's funny, you were talking about, we just had Enzo before, and he's sideways and all over the place, and he makes it Ferrari look wider. But then, like we said, with this Porsche, everything just stays in a straight line, and yet the times are quite respectable. It's amazing how different drivers put a lap together.
Yeah, incredible. Let's see what Silvio Scribante can do. Jean-Andre Bezuidenhout sitting in third position. That's pretty handy.
Oh.
Yeah, Silvio, I mean, that's just redlining it flat out up the hill.
Silvio's warming up for the weekend.
Yeah, that's good. 55.4. Very much so. Silvio is especially using today to sit and understand how this new track has evolved and how it's going to evolve for tomorrow. He's brought the Pac-Man, and when you see it tomorrow, wow, it's pretty different from last year.
Oh yeah, that will be one of the big surprises of the weekend.
So Sean Hepburn leading that H5 category with a 54.9. Silvio Scribante with a 55.4. So there's half a second between the two of them. Ashley Board, let's see. I think he's getting off okay, but doesn't seem to be able to maintain any kind of pace throughout the lap. So hopefully
Whoa, that's sideways.
Whoa!
That was nice.
That was well caught.
It was very well caught.
He caught an Amazon.
Yeah.
There's a double entendre there.
Without a doubt.
Unfortunately, that's going to hurt the lap time. You know, the fastest way is not always. Well, it actually is never sideways.
It was a bit of a moment. Everyone trying to push the limit. Everyone just checking. It shouldn't be an issue.
Something I've noticed in this session more than the others is as the guys on their way up towards the bridge on that sweep, they're starting to run a little bit wider and a little bit wider, which means they're carrying a little bit more speed every time. So the guys are now starting to find that limit.
And I think also track rubbering as well. It's a question, okay, now I can actually try and go for that braking a little bit later, and the car will do what it wants to do. And we saw it in the previous run from Enzo Kuhn. He just had a little bit of a moment there. This run, he seemed to be a lot smoother. Home built. That is the car that we've got, Ashley Board. It is a GTV. It's got a 2-litre 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine, rear-wheel drive.
What material are they using on those fenders?
It's silver.
I was going to say, it is silver. I did notice this.
Very silver.
Very silver. Aluminum.
Or is it aluminium?
You see, real people say aluminium. It's only the Americans say that it's aluminum. All right, not entirely sure what the holdup is because we did see everybody get to the top of the circuit. Maybe one of our track, what are they called? Track limit markers.
Yeah.
Our track limit markers maybe was taken out, and they maybe the Volvo took that out.
TLM.
Yeah, let's leave it at TLM.
Let's create an acronym and
that's it, the TLM.
The TLMs haven't worked too hard today, to be honest with you. We haven't seen them in action that much, which is actually a good thing, because we've had other sessions where, in previous events, where every time someone went out, there was a TLM involved.
Yeah, the thing is, when we were... There is an inside joke here somewhere with this TLM thing. I don't know from somewhere, but at some point there may have been someone, with that someone being myself, that suggested that besides being a TLM, it could be a splitter catcher. But that joke only applies for tomorrow,
Yes.
for the weekend, because when we see the big power and big aero cars coming, and they have these big wings protruding outside of their wheelbase, well, the chances of them catching one of those TLMs, they increase exponentially.
Yeah. Also, this is, it is unfortunately problematic because we do have Ashley sitting on the line, and he hasn't been able to push the car any further back, so he's going to have to with the tire temperature that he currently has. So slight compromise, but he knows he's got to try and put in something very, very special. Here we go.
Oh.
Nearly took out our...
And that's probably the effect of standing on the grid
Yeah.
for so long.
There we go. That rear wheel drive, just going to a huge amount of power just going through the rear wheels.
It doesn't seem to be using that fuel in an efficient manner. Carburetor-wise, there's something
not right. Changing gears maybe too early. Maybe it's something in the gearing. There comes the beautiful. The Renault Gordini R8. I actually was unaware
R8
that
Gordini. It's the other way around.
Gordini Renault. Gordini
No.
R8.
Renault R8 Gordini.
Gordini, Renault R8 Gordini. I was unaware that we had hill climbings in the 1960s in Paarl. You learn something new every day. Another one of the magnificent Alfa Romeos that are out there, and it is the Giulia Super, John Bronner behind it.
It doesn't sound like it's having the best time though.
But do you want some really interesting trivia, South African and hill climb related? You see, one of, if not the greatest F1 designer of all time,
Adrian Newey, Rory Byrne.
No, South African guy, Gordon Murray.
Gordon Murray.
Who his start was on hill climbing here in South Africa.
Aha.
When he was something like 17 or 18, and after that he got into engineering because he was doing his own cars, and that's when he went to England and became an F1 engineer.
Okay, car number 38, Sean Hepburn. That was the yellow car, the Datsun. That actually hit the TLM, and his time is being deleted.
Broke the duck.
Dirk Venter, it's the Ford Escort, 1968, 2-litre 4-cylinder. At present, Enzo Kuhn still at the top with a 52.3. Here's young Doris in the hands of Trevor Tuck. Alfa Romeo Giulietta TI from 1962.
Beautiful little thing.
Yeah, very, very special little car. Did a 55, he's sitting outside of the top 10. I think it'd be a stretch for a car like this to get into the top 10, but we know that as a 5-time winner, he's not scared. He's not scared to push it. 16 kilometers faster than the other Alfa Romeo. Wow. Ooh, that's bouncing around. That's very, very, very tight. I think he's lost a little bit of time there.
It's a good save though.
Yeah. That's serious commitment.
He isn't letting off whatsoever.
And Temple on your screen at the bottom. This is a guy who's been super impressive. Trevor Tuck is just swinging that little Giulietta.
James Temple eating 196.
196. 55.6 for Trevor Tuck. James Temple, I'm telling you, is the outsider here. He's the dark horse.
Oh. He set that up beautifully. Came around the apex late just so you could attack now up the hill. Yeah. Oh, sideways there.
I think Rui Campos on the screen on the top. James Temple goes in with a 45.9.
Majorly impressive with that chassis.
Incredible. 196 over the...
Incredible.
Rui Campos is doing
175.
And here's the Corvette that will shake the fillings loose in your teeth.
Even if you're not even in the car, you just have to stand next to it.
Experience it firsthand.
Let's see what Rui Campos can do. He wants to chase James Temple, that's without a doubt. I think Rui's still got a lot to give. I'm not entirely sure. He goes second with a 49, 4 seconds. And he did a 47 in the previous run. Might have made a mistake, otherwise holding it off for the next run. Yeah, I think this is Gavin Rook. He's also been super impressive. Richard Evans on the track as well. Yo, that Porsche is
sounding tremendous.
It's sounding incredible.
Gavin Rook's been neat the whole day.
Yeah,
Just watching his lines through.
Oh,
Well,
that
as
was
I say it.
Commentator's curse.
As
but
I say it.
Oh, he's held it. He might have had a little bit of a lift.
You overshot it a bit.
Yeah. Listen, goes third. 40.
Whoa!
Oh, my word.
What's happened there?
Yeah. Let's hope everything's okay. I mean, there's quite a lot of runoff areas. Should have been backed off already. Listen, might have run out of brakes.
That's
We'll
also
find
possible.
out from the marshals at the top there. But it is quite a little bit of runoff area. Car number 32 time has been deleted. I'm just checking who car 32 is.
I have a suspicion that
James Temple.
I saw it. I did see it, but I know last year my eyes deceived me and I was scared with my old age it happened again. But just at the top of the hill, there was a TLM that moved, yeah.
Okay.
So, and I thought on Campos's run we might see it lying somewhere, but yeah.
Okay. So Temple. I mean, he's still comfortable with a 46.3.
There's no need to stress for him right now, you know.
Yeah.
You've still got time.
Listen, cars are all going at flat out speed, so it seems as though anything that happened with Craig, with Gavin Rook at the top, is under control. Probably just hit the dust.
Darby taking the scenic route a little bit there.
But the car, this type of car allows
That car
for
can
it.
turn, yeah. That's neat through there as well.
Yeah, and Davy, I mean, Shoki, he just loves to be as close to the ground as possible. Does Davy gone into second position? And don't forget, James Temple's time will be deleted. Nissan Sentra, you know, it was a Group N car, and then eventually, of course, it went into touring cars, but they were just rock solid, rock solid.
I think it's part of most South Africans' racing heritage. At some point, you've watched them on track. I'm pretty sure our very own Colin Hastie in his daily runner tweed jacket was a Sentra driver. We need to follow up on that because I'm sure I've seen pictures of him in a Sentra.
Might well have been. Yeah.
He suits it.
He does. Davy Hubert, top of the timesheets, 48.4, 49.0 for Rui Campos, but James Temple's time was deleted. Even though with his time from Q1, he's still at a 46.9, but he knows he can go quite a lot faster. So I think he'll definitely keep it on the limit for the last one as well.
Sasha, the car on the bottom of the screen there, that red automobile, is that an Alfa or is that a VW Fox? Because for me that looks like a VW Fox.
No, there is a VW Fox out there. I was standing on the grid and I sat there and I went, oh my word, somebody's actually racing a VW Fox.
That was what I learned to drive in.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
I fastened the Furious My One to death. And when I say to death, I mean that.
You mean properly?
Yeah, it blew up.
It eventually died.
It's great to see those sort of cars come out. Same with the Uno, which
Yeah, that white smoke doesn't.
Yeah.
It's getting worse and worse.
It is.
It's getting worse and worse.
Okay. Here comes the modern classic, so to say.
Just can't let it go, Rodrigo.
Guys are really pushing. They're really trying to find that limit. Optimal time now, roughly in terms of track temperature, or maybe it's just slightly too hot for them.
I think with the wind chill factor, I don't think it's going to get too hot, but it also can vary. But I think this is Record pushing there. I think this is probably the best sort of conditions of the day.
Roots goes through into second position, a 48.4.
It's so funny to see Rehard and Dow doing pretty much the same time and with two completely opposite formulas.
Kinds of vehicles, yeah.
I think Rehard's time there was all about courage.
Oh my word, that was very sideways from Nico in the BMW. He's giving it. Wow, this kid's committed.
And even still went to 48.
I think there's time in it there.
Yeah, for sure.
See, they made some changes to the Alfa Romeo 156 GTA of Aldo Scribante. I don't think it was the best pull-off. Great to see that Jaguar out on the track. Let's listen to this Alfa. 165 kilometers into the speed trap for Aldo Scribante.
And for how much we are talking about the GTRs being these modern classics and everything, here we have a 996 Cup, which is even more modern than those GTRs.
Quite extraordinary. Exactly. Aldo's crawling.
Oh no.
Whatever changes they did on that Alfa didn't seem to work. And wow, these had a long night. See the GT3 club, Mike McLaughlin. And Craig Zank out there. McLaughlin goes fastest at 47.1. Craig Zank also, I mean, McLaughlin and Zank. 186.
There was
it 206?
Yeah, 206.
Wow. That's clocking it. Yeah, Craig Zank right up there. Mike McLaughlin 47.1. Let's see what Craig Zank can do. Comes into the final little bit, left hand up here, then of course into the double S's. Hold it left. 46.5. This Audi, I mean, 167 kilometers. I mean, it's a road-going daily user, but it's got an RS2 engine in it.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Scribante wants to try and break that 42 barrier. That was a very good launch.
Good start.
Audi comes across the line. .204. Everything looked neat and tidy. There we go. Oh man, that is full commitment from Franco Scribante. Comes across the line. 41.7. So 0.3 improvement. You know, when we talk about tenths and hundredths in this kind of game, it's 1.9 kilometers. 0.3 is the difference of having a great launch and a good launch.
And here comes the Renault Proto with a great launch, and
that's it.
But it does look beautiful while going slow.
When I saw it came up when I was standing outside, it actually is just something very, very unique, very, very special. It's still 110 k's, but it's still 110 k's.
and then maybe a bit less.
But sounds like there's a misfire with that engine.
Sounds like it was a bit of a clutch issue, but beautiful to have that vehicle out here at the moment. So at the moment, Scribante, Craig Zank has definitely been a superstar. James Temple as well. Yes, his time was deleted because he hit one of our TLMs, but Zank right on it. So one more run to go. Our top 10. We still got Andre Bezaidno to come out. I think we've still got Schofield to come out. So at the moment, 10th place, Roy Obery with a 49.9. So you got to be in the 48s, 47s in order to try and get into that top 10. That was a little bit wide.
It looks aggressive from the start. Let's see what he posts here. But I think we're gonna see something a bit faster than what we've seen the whole day.
Oh, he's really pushing it on the limit. Sometimes, a little bit overdriving. The time will tell us.
When you say overdriving, I think it comes back to, again, it's fast and loose, but I think it's pressure. When your competitors are going fast and you're looking for time, look at that.
1/100th of a second.
Look at that, and that's what pressure does. All of a sudden, he's found some time.
We have a fight
we got a proper fight here. 1/100th of a second between Franco Scribante and Ian Schofield. That's extraordinary. And this is great to see on Classic Car Friday.
Yeah.
And we still got Bezaidno, who hasn't really found time yet.
We don't know if he's got something in his back pocket either. So I'll ask you,
has
Sasha,
he put the new tyres on yet?
You see, because he did say no new tyres. Sasha, if you Franco now, knowing what you know, do you go out last session?
I think you have to. I think especially now that you can. Although they'll probably look at the footage and sit there and say, you know what, can Schofield actually go any faster than this? Because he was on the limit, nearly hit the gravel on turn 1, nearly hit the gravel on turn 4.
What do you think, Rodrigo?
I'd go.
It's very tricky to say. We are discovering that Ian Schofield has a lot of margin to improve because now we can be sure to say that he started very conservatively. Franco was confident on his car from the get-go. Is Franco hitting a point of diminishing returns? I highly doubt. But we are sure that Ian Schofield still has ways to go because he just now has an almost 1 second improvement. So I'm sure there is plenty of margin still to explore.
Well, some of that lap was a little bit loose.
It was
and
loose.
If he tightens that up, but still maintains the same or slightly better lines,
but
there's still a bit there. There's a lot there.
Once again, because these guys are pretty much guaranteed to hit the top 10, they are afforded these runs just to test things and to test different lines on corner range and corner exit. And we are seeing them just really playing with what the track is offering today. This will be tricky because in some ways at this point they are testing themselves up against the track, and we will only get a definitive answer on the top 10 shootout.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, we've got one more qualifying session to go. Here we have Andre Bezaidno. He's our last contender. That's just so much commitment. Just a little bit concerned about the car at the bottom of the track. He's gone actually before. So
it's Margaret White at the bottom.
Yeah, okay, so they decided to put Andre out before her. Bezaidno goes with a 42.2. So all of a sudden, he's only half a second.
42.7.
42.7, I mean. 42.7.
1 second.
So actually a second off the pace. Sure, it's getting very, very, very tight at the top. Okay, so we've got one more qualifying session to get. Of course, we're going to have all of the updates from Colin. I suppose the first one is to find out any news on Jero Lilik. But it might still be at the top of the hill. But wow, an intriguing session. 1/100th of a second between Scribante and Schofield. It must be pretty tense there, Cole.
bit of interesting info is that Franco's car is not the Hayabusa motor. I did hear from Stuart earlier.
No, it's a proper,
because there were a few people asking on the socials, this is not the Hayabusa.
You can definitely hear it.
Yeah, no,
they sound very, very different.
All right, let's get it to Colin. Colin, intriguing session, 1/100th of a second between Skrabanta and Schofield. Qualifying 3, is it going to be a tactical cat and mouse game, or might they just sit it out and wait for the top 10 shootout?
I don't know. We're going to go and have a word with them when they get back. But I'll tell you what, one of the other really close ones is Tuck Hepburn and Silvio Skrabanti. In that, you got the Alpha, an Escort,
Datsun.
And a Datsun.
Yeah.
What a lovely fight.
Yeah, and that last run in the Datsun just shows you what the track limit markers can do. You know, can come to the final, you're all going for it. You just clip that little thing, it's game over.
And
So-
what's that playing in his mind?
Yeah, now how does he go into his next, or into the final run? Because we presume he'll make the final. So when he goes into it, what is he, if he's just thinking, don't clip it, is it like when you're on your mountain bike on the straight, you don't hit the brick, and then
you hit the brick.
You hit it, yeah.
Yeah, so it's amazing how the human body takes whatever it's trying to control and takes it to the thing that you're watching.
Yeah. You've got to look past it. Don't we?
The other
always
one
teach
is
that in
James
driver
Temple.
training. Yeah.
James Temple being really quick. Also hit a track limit marker, TLM.
Yeah.
But he's got the time done already. They're going into Q3 now.
Yeah.
Gavin Rook, he's standing right at his pit.
I think Rook and Campos are right tight.
I mean, let's see if we
Rook
can
had a
find...
bit of a moment after the line, I hear.
Yeah, let's go.
Something happened after the line.
Gavin, that was a bit of a Code Brown moment afterwards.
Exactly.
WTF?
I managed to save it. So this car's got no aero, doing terminal velocity as we come over the line, and then it loses all of its weight, and it got loose. But managed to save it.
Okay, we'll call that driver's reasons. Have you changed your underpants yet?
No, that is as close as I've been ever.
We'll call it driver's reasons, but some would say it's driver's excuses number 3,422 Pod B. I lost my aero.
No, this car has no aero. So as it comes over, it has no downforce. And it's always the tricky part of the track. You come over the hill, you've crossed the line, we finish the timing, and then the car's got no weight and it's got no aero. And then it just goes. But it's still here. I'm still here. Sure. This car cannot go any faster. That's a 49. It's the best I've ever done. It's for me, that's terminal velocity. That's like, wow.
And Roy Campos must be a little bit worried because you're right there with him.
Well, it'll come down to the one race. If I'm in the final, I'm certainly going to take it a bit easier on the next quali, and then let's see what's left. But over that line, I reckon you're going to see some trouble there tomorrow, as they usually do, because the guys come over and they end up in the bushes. That was close.
Yeah, I think the timing that we've got at the moment, because you've got the combined quali, we're just waiting for that to come through. But a brief look shows that you and Roy are right there, and it's going to be fun.
And I find that interesting, looking at these two cars. That one, that certainly seems a little more apt for racing. So I'm very happy. I'm super happy.
Lovely driving, well done.
Oh, thanks, Colin.
Right, we're going to try and get the Skrabanti car. Is Roy Trevor Tucker's here? Trevor, you still fighting with the Datsun?
You're still fighting, but now it's getting tight. Now it's getting really tight. Now I'm doing this. It is what it is.
So do you, in quali now, do you have a full-on go and then, or do you just like save it and then save the full-on go for class final?
You can't save anything. This is a hill climb. Every run is your last run, potentially. There's nothing to save. You've got to give it welly from the start, and hopefully you make the finals.
So it's basically live every moment.
You get one chance. That's it. There's no rerun, there's no repeat. You either do it or you go home.
In the words of the immortal Marshall Mathers.
Correct, there we go.
Right, Stuart, come, let's chat. James, track limit thing?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still standing and there's no marks on the car, so I don't think it was... you're going past it so fast, the side exhaust, it can blow. It is what it is. It is. We're still there. We're still, I think, quickest in class and there for top 10. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. We can cry about it all we want. There's nothing to cry about. We've got things to do. We've got another one to run at. So it just means we'll give this one another go and see, just to know where we are, you know.
Only one is the coolest part of the hill climb. That little blue thing in the final. That's it.
Yeah, look, I'd have a different smile on my face. I wouldn't have a smile on my face if it was a final.
It's a nice pressure.
But it wasn't. So yeah, I'm not gonna think about it, because I think also thinking about it in a run is also gonna kind of put your mind somewhere where it shouldn't. So, yeah, I think let's just move forward from there. It's the first time I've had one happen, so I mean we're normally pretty cautious, but we're getting down to the times now. We're starting to push the envelope a bit.
We most certainly are. The guys in the hut who doing the commentary, they certainly are super impressed with what you've achieved. So well done so far. And I like that idea where you say just put it out of the mind. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I think it's important, especially with this type of event. I mean, it's not like you got a warm-up lap and 10 laps to mess around. So it's a one go. So if your mindset's not right for 1 second out of the 40 odd, it's a good percentage. So yeah.
Well, good luck. Have fun. Be fast.
Awesome. Thanks, Colin.
Cheers. Oh, I love this bit where we can sit and talk to drivers and just get some info. We got to go and get Scribanti and Schofield, because that fight is something really special, and it's boiling, it's brewing. Let's walk with us. Come, let's go and have a look.
I don't know did we see those times on that run? Did you?
Roy Aubrey doing a good one. John Craig also good. So the thing with Reggie, they had a bit of a word with him. He's giving it everything he's got. He doesn't have enough horsepower, and they're doing some fiddling on the back suspension. They're back there again while Scribanti waiting for to get out of the car. Oh, just have a look here. Mr. Busso, the designer of this absolute masterpiece. His birthday was 27 April, wasn't it?
Monday.
That's absolutely magnificent.
And I think he would have been 116.
We don't want to fiddle with that.
And this engine's nickname is the Busso engine.
Yeah.
I mean, I think 116 years he would have been.
Aldo, what went wrong in that last run?
We had fuel pressure issues. We're suspecting a failed fuel pump. Michael's just pulling it out there. We do have a spare one, so hopefully we can put it in. I don't know if we made the top 10 shootout. We'll wait in here, but we just want to be ready.
My timing rudimentary, just a quick look at it in Q1, it looks like you're in.
Well, that's good news then. So that gives us another shot at trying to improve in the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, well, you got one more quali. Make it count.
Thanks, Colin.
We were on our way here because Roots is buried in the back of the car. And you made, the spare wheel comes out. Yes, like Reggie.
Hey, we never stop scratching, Colin. You have to scratch. The oaks are quick, man.
And did the changes you made with the roll bar, loosening it, taking the rubbers out and blah, blah, did that work?
Yeah, it worked. It's still a little bit loose in the back. Now it's the same left and right. You know, it was a little bit looser right and left, and now it's sort of the same. So, yeah.
What's the thing they say, loose is fast?
No. Fast is loose, but loose isn't fast.
Loosey-goosey.
Loosey-goosey.
Lekker. Good luck, eh? While we're here, we're deep in the bowels of the pit. Jaguar's finest V12s. It sounds magnificent.
Colin, you're well.
Yeah, and you?
Fantastic, thank you.
And you've just got it running again. Are you enjoying it?
I'm having an absolute blast. Somebody said to me this morning, how are you doing? I said, what's the times? I said, I won when I arrived here this morning. Just being here, crowds are loving it. I'm having the time of my life.
That's
running sweetly. Yeah.
That's why we come to Simola on Classic Car Friday.
Indeed. Well, thanks very much for the coverage, guys.
Good luck. Love a Jag. We're here because Michael, the great one, you buzzed the engine. What, you went from third to fourth?
No, other way around. But
third to second.
No, it was third to second. Trying to get up to fourth, but I launched it now. It's fine. Engine's cool. I was just a little bit conservative on the launch on the second one, and I think I lost a little bit of time because being rear-wheel drive, when it starts spinning, the timing to get some forward momentum and then grip is like it's so precise. If you hold it too long, it just keeps spinning, and if you lift off too soon, then there's a big jump to between first and second. So, I mean, it's like that for everybody with rear-wheel drive cars and front-wheel drive. It was in the back of my mind that buzz on the last round. So, but I got a plan for the next one. And
okay, what's the plan? Come on, you got to having this. No,
in case Hank's listening, I can't tell you.
No one else is listening. It's just you and I.
Yeah, no. I think it's maybe tricks with my mate Steve Clark. We always try and keep momentum. And I might there's areas up the hill that I think I can try and run the car a little bit more without just trying to take off too much speed and trust the grip. The circuit's got a little bit warmer now as well, so there's a little bit more grip. And so I've just got to try and just trust in the car and let it run in a bit and let's see.
Awesome stuff. Well done.
Thanks so much.
Have fun. Don't you just love these bits and pieces? We go places and we can talk to people and say things. Right, so now the question is, with our 100 years old little Austin 7, are we going to see Gero Lelica come up? Normally he's in that Ford A. I'm looking down the back into the pit lane, ain't seeing anything. Just hold on, let's have the smile on your face says it all. What fun this is.
It's a lot of fun. It's a really great little car to drive. My wife normally drives it, so it's just a lovely car to drive.
I just saw Margaret now, and she said she's made her cookies, and those are the finest cookies in the world.
Yes, the Austin 7 cookies, but Margaret's father used to own this car. So her car and this car are sister cars. So.
It's brilliant. Enjoy.
Okay, thank you.
Any word from Gero?
Gero's okay, he's coming.
Gero's okay, he's coming now.
Do you know?
So I'll tell you what, let's let the cars do the talking. Back to you guys in the box.
So glad to hear that Gero's okay. He's a very good friend of mine and also former colleague. So Gero, we wish you well. Hope you're doing all right there, and we look forward to seeing you back in the pits. And welcome if you're just joining us. This is the 16th running of the Simola Hillclimb here in Knysna, South Africa. We know there's people watching from all over the world, and today we have commentators from all over the world. Cliff Bike Guy and Rodrigo de Oliveira from Hillclimb Monsters. Guys, I just took a little walk around. How's it been in here?
Cozy. But also exciting.
Good stuff. I didn't keep an eye on the timing in qualifying 2, so I'm just trying to pull that up now. But who was fastest in qualifying 2?
It was still Franco, but Ian Schofield was just not even 1/10. Wow, just 0.01 slower than Franco.
Okay, so Ian's getting faster.
Yeah, Ian went 1 second faster than in his previous run.
Sheesh.
Yeah, we're watching a few gaps close and a few people trying a few different things, and all of a sudden the competition's starting to change. So this qualifying session could be quite interesting, with the guys getting ready to set up now for the class shootouts after this.
Brian Bruce in one of the best sounding cars in the field, his GT40. If I'm not mistaken, that's a Superformance GT40 built in PE. Some of the best GT40s in the world built right here in South Africa. For the world, but this one is right here in South Africa. Brian Bruce, also credit to him and his team. They run an amazing youth skills development program as well right here in Knysna. Oh, here's Gero. He's back. Oh, that's so good to see. I'm so glad he's okay.
He already went past his danger point.
Yes, improvement.
Apparently they towed his car all the way up the hill.
Yeah.
I was just sort of giving him a little push down.
Oh, Peter McPherson, 54.0.
So 65 competitors today. We've had 2 or 3 withdrawals, unfortunately. There's the oldest car, literally 100 years old. And also, gentlemen, quite an exciting thing happening at lunch. There's a Mercedes, a bit of smoke there from the D-Tub. There's a Mercedes parade because the combustion engine this weekend is 140 years old.
Wow.
Carl Benz's first internal combustion engine is 140 years old.
May it live another 140.
Rodrigo, are we starting to see EVs in European hill climbs?
No.
No.
Just
good chat.
The long story short, no. The longer answer, it has the more to do with the current regs than anything. If it came down to the guys that are doing hill climbing in Europe, I will find it very hard. But if they are forced to, they will lead that path. But even the way that the rule book has changed in the last 5 years since the introduction of the performance factor, it really, for some strange reason, it even prevents some of the hybrids from running. So maybe the FIA should pay some attention to that, because there's some mixed messages there. If they want to pursue that agenda, they have to open up somewhere in the rule book in the type of motorsport that probably can where the EVs can benefit most from. We have the altitude factor and the fact that it is a short type of motorsport. But as far as the fans and the drivers go, the acceptance has not been all that great.
Clifford, any electric bikes racing?
Well, I mean, there's the Moto E classes and those sort of things, which they actually sort of phased away. So, yeah, it's not really taken off as much as people would have hoped it would have. But yeah, especially on the off-road scene, it seems like the electric bikes do have their place. So, I think over time it will get there. But for the meantime, the guys are still keen on their combustion power and making a lot of noise. Quiet bikes just doesn't work. I mean,
there was a comment earlier. Best sound in the world is Classic Car Friday in Neisner. Danielle Pickard, rather, on your screen right now. Bottom of your screen in the beautiful Mercedes 250 Pagoda. And we just saw the black 356 of Johannes Pickard going up the course as well. So Danielle Pickard, rather, having a lovely Friday afternoon in a beautiful Mercedes-Benz. And gents, what are we thinking for class finals for Classic Conqueror? There's a couple of the class finals I think are going to be tight, especially H8 and H9.
So far, it seems so, and that has been one of the greatest points. One of the points that have been way improved since last year. It's the amount of competition we have seen here on Classic Friday, because all over the field we can't be certain of pretty much no winner, and even for the top 10 shootout, at the very top some of these guys have their place secured, but to secure those last few spots, it's between 8th and number 12, and they all are in for a shout.
It's getting very, very close out there. It really is. If you're just joining us on the live stream, do drop us a comment, because we are keeping an eye on the comments and we're bringing some of them to you live, and it's great to have you with us. Gents, probably my favorite car out there today, the most surprising one, the RAV4 in the hands of Andres Steenkamp.
Hasn't that been fun to watch?
That thing's moving, eh? I just had a chat with Nico, who's part of the Induction Noise team, and he was full of oil on his shirt. So I said, "Where have you been?" And he said, "I've been under the RAV4." And apparently the gearbox had thrown a washer, and they didn't have the right size one. So he actually managed to cut one using an angle grinder from another team, got the washer back in the gearbox, and got the RAV4 back on the road.
True South African ingenuity.
It's a great story.
I wonder which engine is the RAV4 running, because one of the common swaps I have seen in Europe for some of the guys doing slalom races, mind you, with RAV4s, was with a 3S GT engine.
I will find out for us. I don't think it's got the original Toyota RAV4 engine. But now a crowd favorite, Enzo Kun, on the start line, and from my little walk around, this was the best sounding car off the start line by far. Enzo Kun, a South African rally legend. He's a big fan of going sideways.
Seems like there's a bit of a delay on the line.
There is a little bit. We'll try to find out what's going on, but it does seem like proceedings have stopped.
Just to remind everyone that this Ferrari is being driven with that gated, the beautiful gated gearbox, and it takes quite a lot of work to do it properly when going fast. So kudos to Enzo Kuhn for doing it and having the bravery to every year to bring this beautiful machine and really throw it up the hill.
Just love how he drives it here and drives it home. There's a saying, when you start trailering a car, that's when it gets expensive.
Yep.
It's normally more expensive when you drive it there and have to trailer it home.
Very good point. There we go.
Oh, aggressive start.
The wailing Ferrari V8 is off into the distance, approaching turn 1 now. Newly surfaced turn 1 as well, nice and smooth.
And he's pushing.
Oh, using all the track.
And then some, picking up a little bit of dirt. Let's see what he gets to in the Suzuki Speed Trap here. Should he clock 160? He does. What's a 348? That's a 90s car, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Early 90s.
Yeah.
And after that came the 355, which pretty much ended that lineage. And then Ferrari really changed the V8 lineup with the introduction of the 360, which is a quite different design, and even the car in itself.
Apparently, anything before an F430 is basically impossible to work on. The maintenance is a real party, apparently. 911 Cabriolet now on the right of your screens. And I think I heard you guys saying, because we can hear you in the pits, that James Temple's time was deleted, that he hit a marker.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if we say hit, that's a very generous term. Might have just blown past with the exhaust. It barely moved, but unfortunately his time was scrapped. Has Enzo Kuhn now gone top of the time sheets? What did he run on the last one? 52?
52. He has been completely consistent. Every run is hitting that 52, which goes a long way to explain how good of a driver he is.
Yeah, it's an astonishing time in that Ferrari 348, but he really can handle. He's also, do you guys remember him running the Lola, the T70?
Yeah.
And he's so tall he couldn't close the door.
I remember. I wasn't here, but I do remember.
I think they literally just duct taped the door closed.
Yeah.
I think. One of the Cobras running up the hill. I think the other Cobra, if I'm not mistaken, has retired, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There were 2 in the field.
It seems like it hasn't been an easy day for the Cobras at all.
No. I think that what has affected some of the field is standing and idling. It's a little bit hotter out there now. And obviously the older cars, cooling and heating can be a little bit of an issue.
Still, it wasn't been as bad of a year as some before. Action has been flowing, and some stoppage here and there. It's par for the course. So far, I think everyone who's watching both at home and here has been ended a steady action throughout the day, and I think we are just wrapping up for even faster action.
We are going to get quicker and quicker. So just to take you through our schedule, we are running a little late. We had a fire earlier, which we had to sort out very quickly. Well, not me. We've just been sitting here, but our wonderful safety and fire marshals tackled that. So that delayed proceedings by about half an hour. So if you are sticking around for after lunch and after the lunchtime entertainment with Mercedes-Benz, the class finals should run around 2:30. With the Conqueror around 3 o'clock, 3:30, somewhere there. So slightly adjusted time schedule for this afternoon. Clifford, I noticed on the back of Franco Scribante's car that they're running an Insta360 on a pole, the camera, right?
Yeah.
And I know this sounds a little bit crazy and maybe a bit nerdy, but you know he dropped 1,000th of a second on that one run. And they added that camera, and I'm like, maybe the camera's not worth it. Is the camera worth 1,000th of a second?
Yeah, look, it's a tough one. If you using it just for social media, maybe not. But if you're using it to analyze data and lines and things like that, then maybe it is. So it just depends on what the reasoning is, you know.
Oh, I see. Okay, so there could be a racing angle or a racing
various ones. You can install the camera just to observe the debris that it's being left, especially when you are getting with lower cars or cars that are aero dependent in any way. You really have to evaluate in any way you can aero flow and how everything moves around, especially now that we have new surface and parts where we are passing from new surface onto older tarmac. All these put together, and now that some of these cars are already pretty much secured into a top 10 shootout, they are trying to study even in more depth the course to bring any advantage they can into the top 10 shootout.
On track we've got Temple and Campos. Let's see what they've got for us, because obviously Temple's last run there was 45.7. Yeah. And I think that was quite clean.
He was even quicker than when he...
And now Rui just behind him in the same class. So let's see if Rui has an answer to James Temple in the Daytona Coupe. This is going... I think they were about 2 seconds apart in Quali 1. So Rui will be pushing now. Cliff, you might have to give me the time. I've forgotten my spectacles again. Oh, there we go. 48.030.
We have to thank our production crew for these huge banners with the time at the end. Brought to us by Manfilter.
Let's see if Mr. Rook holds back this run, because he said he might just go through the motions and see, because he had a massive moment after the line. So let's see if he is holding back, because his last run was immaculate.
So James Temple leads the field currently with a 45.7. Rui just behind him on a 46 dead.
48.
Sorry. You see, I need my spectacles.
I'm here.
Yes, thank you very much. 50.4. Yeah. And now Jan represented it in the Porsche 944 Turbo.
Favorite of mine.
It is a lovely car. It sounds good.
It does look the part in all the ways that I like.
Jens, have you been up to turn 1 yet?
No, not yet.
If you're joining us at Simola in real life, if you're one of the record crowd from last year that we're hoping to see this year, 20 odd thousand people, turn 1's a great place to sit or stand, because you can see the start line and then all the way through turn 1 and a little bit up the hill. So a top tip from me, if you can get to turn 1, it's wonderful. Oh, here's the RAV4.
So I was informed just a bit earlier that no, it is not a 3S GT engine. It is even more surprising. It has a 2JZ engine, which is the engine that got famous for powering the Supra.
That's
the 90 Supra.
How did they even fit that under the bonnet? Half the engine must be behind the firewall.
Possibly.
It's just basically a car attached to an engine and it does a 54.
No, it's an engine with some car around it.
This is a real Group N race car from South Africa's Group N Racing in the 90s, Nissan Sentra.
John Craig with a 53.6.
I think that's his best time there, if I'm not mistaken. So still at the top of the timesheets, James Temple. He is in his father-in-law's car, Peter Lindenberg's Daytona Coupe. One of my favorite piece of trivia, gents, about the Daytona Coupe was they took the Cobra to Le Mans, and it could only manage 150 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight, and they were not competitive. And so they sat down, and James Brock and a couple of guys in the US, they sat down, they said, right, let's take the chassis engine and let's put something more aerodynamic on it. And just with the new body, with what is now a very iconic shape, they got close to 200 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight. So just with that new body, it's a very classical, it's an important piece of racing history.
Avoiding drag is an art.
We've got a question from Ruan Miller. What car is Margaret White driving? She is in the Mallock Mark 6B. She's car number 2. Here's the Master Drive Uno,
which has been smoking quite a bit throughout the day.
At least it's smoked consistently.
Well,
those do sound good. That's a little 1400 Master Driver, fantastic South African company as well, doing
curiously, this is a naturally aspirated Uno when they got famous mainly for the Turbo IE model, which is not only turbocharged, it is highly turbocharged. It is a turbo with a very small engine.
Yeah, the Fiat Uno turbos didn't go in a straight line. It was just torque steer, more torque steer. Eventually got into 4th gear and then you were...
And they got a very bad reputation over the years.
But the Master Drive Uno having a good run now in Quali 3. And here is the R33, one of 3 classic Skylines we have today.
Something's not right with it.
With the R33?
Yeah, it's going very slowly.
And I just heard the anti-lag of, I think, the next Skyline. There we go. So Richard maybe just doing a burnout, but we haven't seen him on our screens yet. Although, is that him coming up the hill now?
Yeah.
180, 187. There we go. That looks quick.
He's pushing.
I had a good look at that car, and on the front they're running negative camber, then on the rears they're running positive camber, which I thought was quite interesting. But it looks like they're fiddling, and the R33 is going very
They need to get some
slowly.
flags out. They need to get some flags out.
And I think they've spotted each other. There we go.
Cool, that got a little bit tense there for a minute.
It did.
But Reinhard was on a proper run.
He was on a good one, yeah.
He'll be a bit upset about that because I think that was probably going to be his best run of the day.
Yeah, for sure.
So the R33 of Arnold Duplessis looking a bit unhealthy and unfortunately affected the run of Richard Ritz in the R34. I can't wait for Richard's one-liner about that to Colin and Stuart a little bit later.
It was Clinton Lawrence with the XJS. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw when Colin was interviewing him when they opened that bonnet, but I mean, there's just cylinders there for days.
A lot of spark plugs. It is the only V12 in the field, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's also see if Aldo's come right, because they struggled last run. Let's hope that Alpha's finally up for it.
Only V12. I think someone has to bring a McLaren F1 eventually.
Lovely comment here from Francois de Villiers. The Gordini is a special car. Won the Paul Hillclimb multiple times in the late 60s and 70s in the hand of Henny Mustard. And Francois saying he once had the chance to drive it, and it went a bit faster.
Aldo in the 156 really couldn't go through his earlier problems, and he'll probably
also got
held
a problem.
up.
We got it also weight check because could also be a little bit tight. Back out.
Whoa! He's going for an overtake. Okay, the first overtake on a hill climb we've seen at Simola.
And he's a very competitive time still.
I'm not sure that's allowed, but we'll take it. Might see that time.
At least in Europe it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You just push past the slow car. All right, a man with a very good chance of walking away with the big trophy today under sprays of champagne, Franco Scribante. Chevron B19 with its original motor, sounding incredible and looking very fast today.
I'll be interested to see what he brings for us now on the last run, because he's been strong all day. Oh,
and
looks like we're taking a breather, yeah.
I wonder, see, I'm letting my Italian cynicism come through, but just saying that the last car that struggled up the hill was an Alfa Romeo. I'm just observing. No comment.
Straight facts.
It's a straight fact. All right, so we have paused proceedings with Franco Scribante on the line. He will probably be a bit frustrated by that, hey gents, because as he sits there, his tires are just getting colder and colder.
It's in our DNA to explore, to search for more. We push, we seek, We forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more. We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door. Born for more.
Camera on the back there.
Very estimate.
So that little tripod on the right of your screen now, that is the first beacon that picks up the transponder. So it's just a little bit ahead, so you get a little bit of rollout. That sounds quick.
That's a good launch, considering he's been sitting on the grid for a couple of minutes.
Good point, yeah. Do we have the Suzuki speed trap? Because that looks fast. No, we don't on this corner, but he's through turn 3 with pace. Oh, this is going to be close.
What are we thinking, Rodrigo? Is this faster?
It looks faster. At least more than... Yeah, it is.
So are we on for a 40 here? He's put in a high 41. 41-1.
Whoa.
It's getting closer.
That was very close to a 40. Just that's now quite a bit faster than the track record. I think that is actually now track record.
Yeah, every time I've watched Franco go through those S's, he sets it up so perfectly with the back wheels and steers with the rear wheels just to get it into the next corner, and that's gotten neater every run, and I think that's where we're finding a bit of time as well.
Now we have just to see the legalities of establishing a new record, because I remember that for a new record to stand, it would need to be done either just on one of the finals or
shootout.
There was some...
Yeah, no, you are correct. It will be an unofficial record until he probably beats it in the class final. But leading the total timesheets today, although keep in mind the cars are in different classes to keep things as fair as possible. But Franco in H9 is leading the entire... H10 is leading the pack at the moment. And H8, if I'm not mistaken, James Temple is leading.
Yes.
It's a 1:10 there.
But let's pay close attention and see how much margin to get faster does Ian have.
Yeah, this is going to give us a good indication of how close we're going to run in the class finals.
Very much so.
Ian Schofield. Decent launch. You could just hear him there. His right foot was the anti-lag, basically.
Yeah. Blipping.
Oh. Sounds good. That's quick. That is quick. We didn't see Franco's top speed, but they looked picking up.
There.
Still was tighter than on the last run.
Yeah, very true.
Through the S's now for Ian.
That is good.
Also tighter.
Staying away from the track limit markers. Here we go, across the line in your next camera shot. 41.4.
3/10 away from Franco.
It's close. It's touching distance. Clifford, what do you think, Ian or Franco? It's getting closer.
You know, you got to look at it and think, there's pressure there for both of them. So it all depends on who puts down the cleanest run. But I think Franco, with the way that he's driving, he's looked unstoppable the whole weekend. But anything can happen in a final. So yeah, I'm excited to see. I'm scared to put my money down, but I'm glad that we're going to have a huge spectacle coming into the class finals and the Classic Conqueror.
It is going to be very close. Stick around for the class finals and Classic Conqueror. Rodrigo, it seems the track's getting quicker. From a technical perspective, why would we see the track getting faster?
On higher temperatures, we have more rubber deposited on the track too, especially on the newer tarmac. all this just leads to more and more grip, and ultimately that's the biggest factor that cars with these huge tires will struggle with. And as the day progresses, and right up to the point where it starts getting colder, we will see the track in itself being faster and faster.
100%. So putting in a solid effort, Chad.
He's gone out just ahead of Margaret, and he is on it. What has Andre got for us in his Lola? 42. I'll quickly pull up what he ran last year, but I'm not sure the Lola has much more in it.
Yeah, seems like.
Yeah. Oh, here's Richard. Oh, he's being given the chance to run again.
That's fair.
Okay, that's good. He had an obstructed run. So what can Richard do?
He knows that Richard can do a lot.
Do we think Mike McLaughlin will also get an extra run, because I mean that was also hampered a bit as well. So I'll be curious to see if he's lined up behind Richard.
Let's see. Proper sticky rubber there on the R34. And Rodrigo, you put it so well. It's a Gran Turismo car that I'm sure the three of us certainly grew up, absolutely drooling over. And here it is as a classic on Classic Car Friday, 25 years old.
If I would tally up all the hours I spent on Gran Turismo 2 playing with the R34.
Good Lord.
We felt that in the commentary box.
We did. Massive anti-lag. Out the rear, out the exhaust. Richard looks on it. Little bit squarely out of onto the main straight, but 184 is quick. First half of the course done. What's he got left for the second half? He needs to get a good time here. He's been struggling with the car all morning.
This looks better.
Still managing to get the all-wheel drive Skyline sideways. 46. I think that's his best time of the day.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Slightly sideways across the line, my word.
Curious fact, Craig Zank didn't go for this run at all.
Oh, true, in the R32.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go. McLaughlin. Second run. The first person to overtake at the Simola Hillclimb that I know of.
Yeah. Documented. We saw it.
Especially at that speed.
Yeah.
Unless the competitors come here in the off season and
I was
practice.
gonna say, anything happens in off season.
Amazing sounding car. This GT3 Cup with a completely factory wing on the back. No, I'm joking. I don't think that's fun.
No, it is. There's those GT2
really?
Cups. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That's why we've got Rodrigo here. Can correct my nonsense. But looking good. Very tight on the track limit markers through turn 1.
I feel like he cut that corner a little bit earlier, but that sets him up for the drive out of the corner.
True. Little slower than Roots through the Suzuki speed trap. And what can McLaughlin do in the final section of the track? Steep S's.
That's close to the TLMs.
Stay away from the blue things. Absolutely on it. Great to see. 47.9. And that concludes qualifying 3, running slightly late as we show you the beauty of this part of the world. If you're joining us from overseas, this is Knysna, South Africa, right on the bottom of the African continent. Those are the Knysna Heads, one of officially the most dangerous waterways on Earth. At one point, you couldn't get marine insurance to go through there. They actually would not insure you, so good luck, you're on your own. And that leads into the beautiful Knysna Lagoon, and I think that will probably lead us back to the pits, or at least lead us into lunch. Rodrigo, Cliff, final thoughts?
Yeah, interesting with the session now, and I wanted to get your thoughts on the driver of the session. Franco fast again. Reggie Roots, nice comeback after losing out on his initial run. But, we've still got...
we've got a runner?
We've got an Audi, yeah. That's Shane Adu in the Audi. But yeah, just interesting ones like you said, Rodrigo, and you pointed out. Craig Zank didn't go out. We also saw the
Joubert didn't go out either.
also didn't. Also the BMW of
yeah.
Nicky didn't go out. Oh, and then the Audis. Oh, this is what we didn't want to see.
That was. Is it vaping or smoking?
That's vaping.
That's not. Neither you want to see from the back of any car, and Shane will just nurse that home. I'm trying to think why he got a second run.
Something's hanging underneath the car.
Possibly, maybe the manifold or the back box hanging up, but he would have. Something's dragging there, so he'll just nurse that home. Hopefully, no oil. That's usually something that slows down proceedings massively.
That would be a heartbreaker right now. You know, we've set up the whole day for a final and the main event to happen on a track that's just been doused in oil would be very unfair.
It looked good though. I didn't see anything dropping from.
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah,
my
fair
picture,
enough.
so that looks good. All right, so we are going to be crossing over to Colin and Stuart Grant in just a second. Stuart Grant, an expert joining us from Classic Car Africa. He really is one of the most knowledgeable people in the classic car front, and that will mean that just before lunch, myself, Rodrigo and Cliff say goodbye. Colin, have some fun out there.
Yeah, it's always great in and up and down the pit lane during qualifying. Oh man, it's we've got a proper race going on. Peter, GT40, how are you doing?
Absolutely enjoying the day to start with. It's always a privilege to drive Brian's car, and of course we always got to make sure we don't break it.
And you don't break it, and you go quickly.
Well, I suppose one could go a little quicker, but you're too close to the disaster area.
But from a class point of view, I think your best is 54 dead.
Okay.
Are you happy with that?
Absolutely. In fact, I've never done better in a final. I think I did a 53.8 in a qualifier a few years ago. But so that's great.
And now the crazy thing is, where's the Mini? The Mini over there. Mini is second.
No, but the Mini beat me last year in the wet.
Is it? So he's praying for rain.
I'm not sure it's the same guy though.
It's the same guy, but he had the creamy one here last year. This year's at Clubman Shake.
Slightly different car.
On this car till 9 o'clock last night.
Awesome, well done.
We had a water pump pack up yesterday, and we thought, oh, that's it, we're out. And Ryan said, no, we can't not be here. So we took one off of one of his other GD40s.
Awesome, well done, Peter. We'll see you in class final.
Thank you. Yes.
Lovely.
Cool. Thanks.
Gotta love the class final. So,
should we
right
catch
at the
mini
end,
or not? Should we catch the Mini guy, Headley?
We can catch Headley, the Mini guy.
I see he's putting some very blue juice in the Mini. Is that the color of petrol down at the coast?
Headley?
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah, fine. I'm just charging the battery here, getting the battery to... Patrick gave me some tips on charging a battery so it makes the car go faster.
But you got to love the smell of proper fuel.
Yes, that's right. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So they changed the year, and you brought a new car.
Yes, because it has a roll cage and it falls within the new year regulations. Yeah.
Awesome.
So next year maybe they'll change it again. I'll bring my new Mini. Okay.
Uh-oh, a
I'll
new
bring
Mini.
mine then as well. Yeah.
There you are.
And then all we need is the Durban Mini.
Yes.
Rory Nossiter's Mini.
Yes. Seeing is believing. If we see it here, perfect. Yeah, perfect.
We got to work on that.
Okay.
Good luck. We got to work on that. Right. So, just on a couple of things, the guys were talking about track evolution and temperatures and what. And I think the biggest reason that guys are going quicker is that they've been fiddling on their cars. We saw Scribanti change a gear ratio. Then they decided that was too long and then change another gear ratio.
Yeah.
We saw Rutz do some work on his car, changing corner weights and all the rest of it. I haven't seen the results of that.
I think they're changing it, but it's because of the track retarring and smoother and that. I think they're just carrying more speeds and stuff up the hill than they were previously.
We've got, I'm just looking for the class with a Datsun. Yeah, but I mean, hell, it goes there. Sean, quickest in that qualifying?
Yeah, I managed to pull it off. The previous one obviously hit a bollard and I got disqualified, but I'm 1,000th of a
Yeah, you
second
see
ahead of
that.
Scribante, so
And
it's going to be
4 thousandths on tuck.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's absolutely fantastic. Let's see if we can get Scribante in here. Where's he? No, the guys are busy working on his car, and we'll go up there and grab Tuck. What a lovely race.
Yeah, it's going to be tight, eh? It's going to be tight.
Good luck, eh? Right, so that's qualifying. Lurking over here. Has Grant got... he's got it. We've got a Scribante there. Let's go. And then we'll come back here.
100, 1,000. What is it?
Yeah, it's very close. But quali
And
one,
then-
I did a 54.5, so got a bit of an advantage. But yeah.
Quali, you did it what?
54.5. Yeah.
Are you happy?
Yeah, I think I'm happy. It's just getting tighter at the top. The second and third guys have closed in on me. But yeah, we're quietly optimistic. Now's when the BMT kicks in. And
so from our point of view, this is bringing great entertainment to it, Stuart.
Yeah, it's the best. And it really makes you think about hill climbs because it's just...
And you know what? There's nothing worse than 1
Yeah.
second apart, 1 to second, second to third. Now we 1,000th apart and few tenths, give or take 3 tenths max, between 3 cars. So.
And 3 different makes of cars. I mean, this is for honor of the Datsun and the Ford and the Alpha. And we know that you've got Alpha blood in you as well. But that doesn't count because you're in a Ford now.
No, absolutely. We're going out to win. We have to. But yeah, nothing wrong with the Alpha and the Datsun. But the Ford Escort, it's his day today.
Good luck. Have fun.
Let's
It's
hope.
from the home of Ford, eh? It's from the home of Ford. PE.
Yeah.
Yeah. Head
100%.
office was there in period.
it,
So.
But yeah, we're excited. Let's see what happens.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Cheers. Right, let's go and find Tuck on the other side there. So our Datsun was doing good. We've spoken to Sean, and here's Tuck. Trevorini Tacchini.
How close is that?
But that's the way you like it.
It's ridiculously good. It's brilliant. I mean, it was a 3-horse battle, then it became a 4-horse battle. Doris is galloping at the back, but I mean, it's insane. 54.9 for the front 3, and we 0.3 off. I mean,
Yeah, it's 0.2, 0.3, 0.4.
it's like a Formula 1 race in Class H5.
Nah, but Formula One that's all screwed up, and this is proper racing. This is real racing. It's not electrified, falsified BS. It's just the real stuff.
But what a jaw still. I mean, it was a great fight all day, the Datsun and the Escorts. I mean, they're brilliant. I try to keep up. I think the grip is a bit different on the semis. I'm not sure, but, we gave it everything, and she went like a rocket. So I'm chuffed. It was great. Sad to miss out, but you know what? There's tomorrow.
Yeah, but hold on. It's just qualifying now. So now we go to class final and shootout.
Yeah, but the class finals, they're all on a 54.9.
Oh, so you out?
I'm 0.2 out.
Doesn't matter whether it's 0.2 or 10 seconds.
That's what I said. You give it everything or you go home. I'm going home. It's beer time.
Oh, Trevor.
No, you mustn't be sad. That's great. That's what racing is all about. That's why we do this sport. That's why we're here every year, in and out, And it's those microns of a second that makes all the difference. So you can never give up.
Never, ever.
Ever.
Enjoy the beer.
Thank you.
And he will too. Lucky bugger. Guy. Because it's nice and hot here. Temperatures. Roy Campos is in. And Mr. Temple is also. There he is. I know we've spoken to him before. James, that was much better, hey?
Yeah, it was good. I actually just took it easy and tried to string it together and just be smooth, which just proves the point that you don't always have to go full attack to get the time. So I think for the class final, much of the same. I think that would be my goal, sort of.
Smooth as fast.
Just fast and safe. I'll try to stay away from those things, yeah. And then top 10, hopefully, then we can give it a full go because there's nothing to leave there.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thanks, sir.
It's so interesting, Stuart, that when the drivers relax, and they chill out a bit, they go
They go
fast.
faster.
We're going to go into this
Yeah.
RAV.
No, they often say they're overdriving.
Yeah.
When they chilled and not really thinking about it, you don't overdrive and go quicker.
Now we've got to find out what motor this is, because I don't think it's a 2JZ, because a 2JZ is 6 cylinders and it's about massively long. It's a 4 something. Oh, here's the man. You're going to come and tell it. Bring your hamburger with you. There you go. So the guys had a bit of an argument or a discussion about what motor's in the car at the moment. So clear it up. What is it?
So this is a 3S GTE motor from the Celica GT4. So it's running the 3S GTE motor with the limited slip diff gearbox, rear limited slip diff from the Celica GT4. So not a 2JZ. If someone has a 2JZ that we can put in here, I mean, we can do it. But yeah, so it's
3S
GTE.
3S GT. Thanks a lot for clearing that up. Awesome stuff. 3S GT, apparently it is. John Craig's having a load of fun. Richard Rutz is... Why are you guys looking so serious at the motor? What's wrong?
Nothing.
Is it all good? You're just checking?
Good, we're just checking.
But you've got Allen keys here. What for?
Just tighten this bolt here. That's it.
Just the radiator bolt. Love it. Stevie Clark.
Colin, how are
So
you?
nice to see you here on Classic Car Friday. Look at the smile on your face. Hey?
Yeah, we're early, Colin. It's lekker, yeah.
And you helping Mike?
I've just arrived, eh?
But I believe that you've been coaching him over the phone.
No, I don't think so. He doesn't need coaching.
Yeah, Steve, you're looking forward to tomorrow?
For sure.
And how's your GTR doing? Alan.
Yeah, it's strong. We did a tune yesterday morning, but unfortunately it was drizzling and we couldn't test it properly. So we'll be doing a few spring changes and things over the weekend, but I think it's good.
I mean, what would a hill climb or a motor race be without you fiddling on the car and chipping away and changing stuff?
Yeah, for sure. You must never be satisfied, eh?
Love it. Good luck for tomorrow, Steve. Good seeing you.
Thanks, Colin.
What a man. Yeah, McLaughlin, let's just see. So, Mark, you had an extra run there.
Yeah, but Aldo had a problem. I passed him up the hill, so they gave me an extra run. I was trying something through the chicane, so I thought I'd try it again. But yeah, we've picked up a small problem. So
a mechanical problem?
Yeah. Not sure. We were busy discussing it now. We'll have a look. But yeah, we're through the class final. We'll see if we can do anything, but it might be a bit.
You got the launch sorted out, it seemed?
Yeah, the car's good. We picked up some small little gremlins come back to haunt us for the final. We'll see if we can get it fixed quickly.
Okay, you'll fix it, eh?
We're going to try.
Awesome. Good man. Well done. Always try. But hold on a minute. What's this stuff here? Sniff it. It doesn't look like it's coming from the car. We've got the boot lid open and checking stuff out. But first of all, we need to talk to Franco Scribanti and also to Ian Schofield. Let's have a quick walk down here and let's see if we can find them. There's Ian. Ian, we have a quick word. Sorry, Roy. Are you happy with your qualifying?
I think so, yeah.
Awesome. But Ian, how close is it now?
Well, it was close, but it's not as close as it was.
Yeah, but the order's changed around a little bit. Franco's gone quick.
He's gone quicker, yes.
And you still got more?
Quicker.
Yeah.
But I didn't go quick enough, did I?
Well, it's now you've qualified. You're in the class final. Now it's throw all the chips in.
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe.
Poker face.
Yeah. No. Look, it all boils down to this. There's no sort of launch or anything like that. Traction control, nothing. It's all about clutch control, and you get it off the line well. You make up 2 or 3 tenths, you make a mess of it, and you can lose half a second just like that. It's a luck of the draw. You cannot guarantee to make a good start every time. So I think that's what it boils down to, really. Who gets off the line the best?
So your launch control is down there in your boots?
It's manual.
Love it. Analog,
absolutely.
I love that stuff. Stuart, let's go and see if we can find man of the moment, I suppose. 41, low 41. You've got to say that, you know,
It's
from
only just a little lower than Schofield. It's very
it's
little
the
lower.
quickest this thing has ever
Yeah.
been in the history of the world. Franco is, let's see if he's in the... No, he's not in the pit.
Not yet. But
Alrighty.
Schofield's time
Yeah.
was just off his previous best. So Schofield has come down as well. It's really tight. And like he says, just a little pull-off, bit of launch control issue or something like that. It's tight. It's proper.
We saw Mike McLaughlin have a second run
Yeah.
because of the alpha things. Let's have a quick word. Aldo.
You're in the top 10, so you must stay in front of me. I'll go behind you. I'm not in the top 10.
Aldo. What happened?
Ma perché?
Questo problema?
Il problema, molto problema. Yeah, I don't know. We thought we had it and we didn't. So yeah, it's fuel starvation. So Michael opened the pump up and said there was sludge in it. So I think there's surplus sludge in the tank somewhere. So yeah, unfortunately that's quali 2, quali 3, and that's the day. That's the day.
Racing can be cruel sometimes.
Absolutely. The sport is a great sport of ours, but you have the absolute highs and then the lows are the terrible, the absolute biggest lows. So that's motorsport, I suppose. We take the wins and we take the losses. We enjoyed the day. It was a lot of fun.
That's the bit that counts, that you enjoyed.
100%, Colin. Great camaraderie and a great spirit amongst the guys.
It's fantastic. Aldo, Reggie, you've fiddled. You've got the master of tuning here. What's on your mind?
Yeah, no, we good. The car's better. It had a bit of a boost leak that one of the guys found. You know, the eagle eyes spotted something, so we found a bit of time there. Took a spare wheel out the boot. That helped a bit. It all helps, you know.
Can't believe you still had the spare wheel in the car.
Neither can I.
Right, now it's class final and then top 10. Let's go and talk to, as we get out of the way. You know what? Qualifying is one thing. Racing is another. We finish this short break for lunch, for things. We give the guys time to fix Porsche's finest flat sixes. And then we go into class finals. And your very quickly, your highlight.
My highlight, I think it's the top 2 tussle, obviously, and then the 3 saloons, the Alpha, the Datsun, and the Escort. I mean, that's not even time. I can't click fast enough that those 3 were separated. Yeah, those are just from the racing side of things. And now that it all starts again, that's the coolest highlight about hill climbs. Is now it doesn't matter. We're all on the scratch again. So.
Yep. The times qualifying is done. So you're either in the class final, or you're in the top 10. Even if you
or the beer tent.
Or the beer tent.
Yeah.
If you set a super fast time in your class final and you didn't make the top 10, it doesn't matter. Qualifying determines whether you're in the top 10. Top 10 or beer tent. So for now, we've got a short video of some other stuff, some other action. There's a problem. There's a little yellow light that came on there, and that is never, ever good. We don't know the facts. We're speculating. Once we've got the facts, we'll come back. For now, that is the morning action from the Classic Car Friday. We've got a short little video for you to watch. Back to the guys in the box.
It is the 16th running of the Simola Hillclimb right here in Knysna. Tomorrow is Classic Car Friday. There is a smorgasbord of some of the most immaculately decked out and produced cars, ranging from 1949 all the way up to 2000. Don't miss it. Simola Hillclimb 2026.
Kira, you've got a few cars running up Simola, 16th one, take us through it.
Yeah, so this is actually, I don't know how many times I've been up the hill, probably about, I think this is actually my 5th.
Okay.
I think I'm starting to lose count. But anyway, this is my 2nd time in this A40 special. And yeah, last year was a little bit wet, but I believe the weather's going to be a little bit drier tomorrow, so we're hoping for some faster times. Yeah, and we just hope the mechanics have done their work and that the wheels don't come off on the way up the hill. But yeah, we're just going to enjoy it and take it as it comes.
Well, firstly, we're super thrilled to be back at Simola again. Missed it last year and really happy to be here. And a lot of excitement. I mean, my team was excited about coming here, so we're really hyped up for it.
My name is Heinrich de Pre, and very special car. This car was actually in a very big write-off accident last year, 24th of September on Braai Day. It had a brake failure, so the car was a write-off, and we rebuilt the car from chassis up, built a new chassis, new body, did everything 100% on the car, and yeah, the car is in a position where we need to do a couple of last things on it, and then by tomorrow, hopefully, we'll take on the track. So with this car, we're chasing Enzo with his Ferrari, and Enzo did a 52, so we're going to try to get to a 52. I don't know if it's in this car. Car hasn't got any driver assist, no launch mode, no traction control, nothing like that. So it's a pure beast like they built them in the 1960s. So yeah, I think if we can get close to, I think about a 54, that would be great. But I'll definitely chase Enzo for a 52.
So a couple of the guys in the Cobra, they reckon you're the guy to chase this year.
I think they're right. They'll have to know their game to put a time on the board. So I'm looking forward to racing them. And I mean, I'm in the road car class this year, so everything feels slow to what I'm used to. But I'm here to have fun and enjoy the day. Brought my son along with his friend, and first time out, so I've got a young pit crew, which will help.
DNA to explore, to search for more. We push, we seek, we forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more. We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door. Born for more.
my name is Tozi. I'm going to be showing you around Neisner.
Hello, it's Wendy, and what do I love about Nutsi? It's just pristine and nature in its finest. It's just beautiful.
Hi, I'm Ella. I will be taking you to the township tour in Neisner. What I love with the township tour in Neisner, it's safe and it's also very educational. We love our traditions and our culture, and we also love to share it with everyone that comes through in our community. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Helen. I love the forests because of the oxygen and the beautiful green colours, and it's just an absolutely amazing experience immersing yourself in the forest.
What I love about Belvedere is the change in mood that you experience as you come around the lagoon and get away from the hustle and bustle of the main part of the town.
Hi, I'm Derek. Been living in Brenton now for 11 years. This is just paradise.
Hi, I'm Wildy. Our beaches are long, pristine, and a really friendly atmosphere in the holidays.
Hi, I'm Michelle from Sedgefield on the Garden Route. There are activities for both young and old in our area.
Alrighty, we are back. Hello, Sasha.
Giro, I tell you, it's incredible. What a morning we've already had. Simola Hillclimb 2026, the 16th edition. It is Classic Car Friday, and of course, we are now in the class finals, and then, of course, we will have the Conqueror, the Classic Conqueror a little bit later. So it's the top three from each of the specific divisions, and some of them are handicapped via a handicap system, if that makes any sense at all.
I think I'm following you. But here's my good friend and former colleague, Giro.
So, the car's good?
Yeah.
He had a spin?
Yes.
There we go.
But he's back with us.
Incredible, because when we were commentating, I said, no, well, the car looks okay, and I heard somebody in the back saying, no, that's a write-off. And I went, well, clearly you're looking at different pictures than from what I am looking at. So it is, class finals. We will run in a slightly different order. So we'll just keep our eyes peeled. Usually it goes H1, then H10, but they're going to run H10 right at the end, because, of course, that's Franco Scribante, and at present, he is the fastest person up the hill on Classic Car Friday.
So if you're just joining us, welcome. In the commentary box, myself, Rodrigo de Oliveira from Hillclimb Monsters, all the way from Portugal, Sasha Martiningo all the way from Johannesburg, I'm here from Cape Town, Stuart Grant from Johannesburg, and Colin from... Where's Colin stay?
Colin is remind. Yes.
Middle Earth.
Somewhere around there.
But many people who compete and work on this event do not stay in Knysna, but we're all here. We all make our yearly pilgrimage to Knysna for one reason, and it's for the Simola Hillclimb. So welcome if you're out in the stands and you're listening. We say hi, give us a wave, and if you're watching from around the world, it's great to have you with us. Thank you.
It's wonderful. It's been a spectacular day so far. Classic car racing. Something that Rodrigo, is not, well, of course he knows all of his car. He knows everything about every single car, just by the way. But great to actually, I think, Rodrigo, to see what South Africa offers when it comes to a classic car hill climb racing.
Yes, the classic cars are always a great barometer about just how interested a population in a country is about the motor car. And the selection of cars we have here today in Simola really goes a long way to show just how much they cherish cars from different eras, how much they can see them and prepare them as race cars and still use them 10/10 up a hill.
It is an incredible thing to look after these cars, maintain them, prepare them, get them here. A lot of them are not road legal. A huge amount of effort, a lot of blood, sweat and tears.
I must tell you, Chiro, your good friend Gero,
yes,
has just done his fastest time by 4 seconds.
Oh, good for him.
By 4 seconds. So maybe he's a little off.
Yeah.
Maybe he just adjusted some of the suspension or or something. But
Maybe,
I mean, that's a huge improvement.
Maybe he had a reaction and he's a bit lighter, so he's running a little lighter in the car. So weight reduction system.
All right, so we've got H2 at the moment. Dave van der Merwe has done a 1:02, which is also his quickest time. We've got Hedley Whitehead and we've got Peter McPherson, who are in the same category as well. Peter McPherson should take this one pretty easily. He's at least 6 seconds quicker than everybody else. And then, of course, we will have the top 10 shootout for the Classic Conqueror. And that is going to be super competitive.
Yeah, we are in for a treat this afternoon. So only 2 sessions remain. Well, the current one and the Classic Conqueror. Here is one of the best sounding cars, a little bit sideways. Oh, there's the wall, just stay away from him.
He's got 6 seconds in hand. You can actually just cruise this one, but I'm sure you also want to try and do a PB. Weather conditions. This is your last basic run. You want to have a go.
But what happened during this launch where the car veers right has been sort of a common sight during the day.
That is true, but there should be, you'd expect the most amount of rubber to be laid down at the start line. So maybe it will get grippier, although it's been overcast for a little bit, maybe a bit cooler on the track.
But maybe something to keep an eye on for tomorrow,
Yeah,
when we have the really powerful cars and these super aggressive launch controls, to see how they handle this natural tendency of the track to throw the cars to the right.
I was very grateful when I did this in the EV that I had all-wheel drive and launch control. So what I did is I just kind of pointed the car a little bit at an angle and then hit the launch control, left foot on the brake, right foot on the accelerator, and just absolutely shot off. And no clutch management, nothing like that.
Wow, great to see the Fiat out again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're back into...
You can put an Italian down.
Oh, here we go. Another Italian. There we go. Look at the air bath. This revs to 9,000 RPM.
Goodness me.
It's incredible.
This sweats all the way to 9,000 RPM.
There is a big Italian contingent this year, eh? A lot of
Yes,
Fiats, a lot of Alphas.
It's wonderful. Whoa! We had to back off there. That's Gabriel Diedrichs, but I tell you, pushing it as much as he can.
Yeah, there's not much left in that car.
That's
about everything.
That's it. Get up the hill. Come on.
Almost threw a rush.
I was about to say, I think that was cutting it fine, but we'll see him in the pits later.
Listen, he improved by 5 seconds.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's
so 102. Although don't forget he didn't do 2 of the runs.
No, that looked quick. It was great to see a beautiful old car like that driven properly.
But this is pressure now because this is what counts. Your previous time, doesn't really matter. You got to beat the 102. So Francis Cousins' fastest time was a 101. Ooh, seemed to miss a gear there.
So running 10 classes this weekend, so we will see 10 class finals. And stick around because I think H8, 9 and 10 are going to be particularly close. Well, there he is, shifting down for the S's.
102.251. Okay. He has just pipped Gabriel. 102. Yeah, okay. By a good 0.6 of a second. So great lap from Francis Cousins.
Andre Bezuidenhout now in the Porsche 944 Turbo, car number 49, Class H3. And it sounded like you might have just missed a shift there. And that really is the challenge of hill climb racing. Every single gear shift has to be perfect.
Listen, he has got sort of a 5-second buffer to the rest who have been in his class. So, I don't think it's going to be a problem for him. But it's amazing, just that little bit of pressure. This is the final. You basically back to 0. So let's see. His fastest time that he has recorded so far has been a 56.394.
Cross the line in 55. 56.4. One of the Cobras going up now with the MUA insurance badges. Let's go.
If there ever was a great duo, a Cobra and insurance.
The Cobra, the one Cobra, I'll quickly look through the catalog now, but I think ran once, unfortunately, and then retired. So we were left with one more Cobra.
Well, that was unfortunately the one Cobra that burnt.
Of course, yes.
Yeah,
of course.
That's the Cobra that burnt.
Yeah.
So Ivan's best time is a 59.8. And he's up against George Davey, who's at a 58.4. And then, of course, you've got Enzo Kuhn in the Ferrari, who's a good few seconds ahead of this pack. So, but it's a final. Anything can happen in these kind of situations.
Rodrigo, it's been a great pleasure working with you. I know that you've traveled a long way. Classic Car Friday, of course, you're an enthusiast, but I imagine you're looking forward to the weekend. But what's your reading on Classic Car Friday? Who do you think is in with a shot today?
I think we are seeing things lining up for a showdown between Ian Schofield and Franco Scrivante at the very top, and that's one of the things that I'm very happy about Classic Car Friday, because I think this is the first time we are seeing such a close battle right at the very top, and not only the battle, the kind of speeds they are getting up to. We're not only we have a great battle, and we have a fight for a record at the very same time. You can't really ask for more.
Have you been a little bit surprised at the pace of Andre Bezuidenhout?
It's difficult to say, to be honest. He seems to be driving the wheels off of that thing, and maybe it is the car that doesn't have much more to give.
Offer, yeah.
But look, we could easily been looking at a scenario where if Ian and Franco were not here, we would be looking at his performance as something outrageously good, because he would be the benchmark, and he is already posting very solid times. It's just that there are two other guys that are really throwing the gauntlet to an even greater level.
Oh, just listen to this Ferrari.
It is genuinely one of the best sounding things I've ever heard in my life, that particular car on your screen right now. Whoever did the exhaust, magnificent. Oh, look at the onboard.
Hopefully Jens might confirm this or not, but It sounds like a Capristo engine. Capristo
Capristo pipe.
Yeah.
I'll take it, whatever it is. Magnificent. Ew. Gosh, Enzo really has nailed those S's there.
Well, it's the first
spectacular.
first time
51-2.
he dips into the 51 second range.
Rodrigo,
I mean, that's over a second faster than he's been.
Yeah.
Nice.
That is unbelievable. What a drive from Enzo Kuhn today.
And I think difficult to overstate how special it is to see a car like that. I mean, Rodrigo, you watch more hill climbs than anyone on earth. I mean, how many Ferrari 348s or 355s are there out there competing?
No, none anymore.
Oh, there we go. That's it.
No.
One left.
Yeah, pretty much, because the way they became increasingly pricier, they just drove everyone to not have the courage to get to with one of them on a hill climb course. It was quite easy at some point to see the Ferraris, the F355 Challenge, the race cars, but even those. Maybe it was also the video game hysteria, because there was this F355 simulator on the early days, and the accrued value thanks to that. And even those, people are not willing to touch them on a racing setting.
So, guys, this is a very, very competitive class. We just had Jerk Venter, who's just gone out. He's done a 55-1. In this class, there were 4 tenths between first and third. So you got to make it all happen. Sean Hepburn, and then, of course, he's on track right at the moment, and then Silvio Scribante. So this one is very, very spicy.
So I'm just trying to get official confirmation from the wonderful Emma Ross, who is very much one of the reasons that this event happens every year. I'm just asking her if she can confirm if Franco Scribante's 2024 winning time.
Oh!
That's a big one.
That's a big hit. There we go. Unfortunately, that's Sean Hepburn pushing exactly. Marshall's already on the scene. I'm sure we'll get another camera angle, although it is a little bit of a runoff area, but it is going into the mountain. Let's hope that everything is okay. Of course, we will keep you updated with that. But that's Sean Hepburn in final group class H5. He was chasing. This is where big match temperament and mental capacity is so important. And you just sometimes, when you just push it just over that limit, that's unfortunately what's going to catch you.
The S's are quick. I mean, from a technical perspective, Rodrigo, you'll probably be able to comment a bit better on this, but sitting in the driver's seats, you've got the outside suspension loaded up. Then you've got to transfer the weights of the car. And now, from what I understand and chatting to you off air, you can't really get on the brakes at that point. You'll unsettle the car too much. So you're looking at either understeer or oversteer. But you are committed to those S's.
Yeah. You are committed, but even in the older stuff where you are dealing with softer suspensions, if the weight is loaded up to the point of no return, especially on a rear-wheel drive car, things can get airy. And if you are really risking it, and that part is still with the older tarmac, we saw what can happen. And although you were referring to my expertise, you nailed it on your own expertise.
Oh, thank you. That's good to hear. There must be a reason they asked me to come back, so that's good. A beautiful, nice hit on your screen right now. And I was actually saying to the guys, Sasha, you weren't here, but doing a bit of research, as one does. And in the 1800s and early 1900s, you could not get maritime or marine insurance for that stretch of water. These days, the insurance is very limited, but it is one of the top 10 most dangerous harbor entrances in the world. Most dangerous pieces of water in the world. Looks very calm today, but we're not out there on a boat. So, but that is a particularly treacherous stretch of water, even though it's so picturesque.
I always say, just respect the sea. End of story. You're not going to catch me on a boat going out there. I'd rather be in a harbor somewhere, and then there's a big boat and you get in it and you don't feel anything.
Part of the beauty of Neisner is this lagoon. It's pretty much the reason the town exists. And there's a lot of, if you're visiting Neisner or you want to visit, Rodrigo, you're here. There are a lot of boat companies that do high-speed tours, so these big rigid inflatables. And they take you out, and they get the whole boat out of the water, right out. The whole engine, the propeller out, right out of the water. So, you're in for a ride if
you're brave enough.
Out there,
You are tempting me.
Am I tempting you? Yeah, there we go.
I think rubber duck racing, that kind of stuff, no problem whatsoever. We're having a pause at present. That is what it looks like in pit lane. Silvio Scribante is going to be the next car out. We've had an accident. Sean Hepburn in the Datsun, unfortunately, has gone off towards the top of the hill. We'll give you an update as soon as we get one. But proceedings are at present not happening. This is the class final. While we're waiting for the action to go, let's just go through what's going to happen for the Classic Conqueror. Our top 10 is Franco Scribante, Ian Schofield, Andre Bezuidenhout, James Temple, Richard Roots, Mike McLachlan, Rui Campos, Nicholas Vostanis, Josh Dovey, and Robert Walk. That is the latest one I have got. It might change, but that's the latest form I've got. I will check just to see if there are any changes to that lineup at the moment. And the battle is going to be, Franco versus Ian Schofield. On their last run, there was a bit of a gap between them, but prior to that, we had a 1/100th of a second difference on one of their runs.
Goodness.
So, it's exceptionally tight. And, that's what we're here for, is to see something really, really close between those two cars. And two cars that, yes, have incredible racing pedigree, but very different in terms of their setups and aerodynamic design.
Good point. My good friend of mine, BMW fanatic, went and had a look at the E30. So it's running an E46 M3 engine. The engine code S54 is one of the reasons why it's so fast. But I do believe, Sasha, I think Colin's waiting for us.
Yeah, we'll get back to Nico's car. Collins with our first class winner from Class H1, Gero.
So, Greg, normally Margaret drives the car. It's 100th birthday, and you end up winning the class. How does that feel?
Well, that feels fantastic, but it's credit to Dad, who built the car so many years ago. And also, I'd like to give credit to Margie's dad, who had it, and also the guy who built it, Alex Zyler, and his brother-in-law, Billy Gilbert.
How much fun did you have today?
More fun than you guys did.
Well done. Congratulations. Gero, everyone was asking about you. Glad you got to the run in the final. Are you okay?
Yeah. It was. I don't really know what happened, but I was okay, and then not okay, and then I went farming. We should have put a plow on the back of that. We would grow vegetables on the side of the track.
So don't worry, you've bought the first farm for this year. Congratulations as the proud owner of Turn 1 Outside Farm.
Great, thank you so much. I'm glad to be okay.
Congratulations, Greg. Let's go walk and find the rest of the class winners while we're still waiting for things to happen. Peter McIntosh has won his class. We find his car. No doubt McIntosh has already an ice-cold beer in his hand, as one should have. Headley, hold on, here he is. First and second in class. Peter, come around. Peter, you've, congratulations, won the class.
Thank you, yes.
And got to be a happy chappy.
I'm a happy chappy, yes. Last year was a bit wet, so I had to succumb to the little mini beating me, but great.
Now you beat a mini.
And now I beat a mini.
Love that stuff. Congratulations. Enjoy the cool drink. Right, let's go. Next one we've got is Gendre. Headley?
Yes.
You allowed a Ford GT40 to beat you.
I was told to be careful. Yeah, I was told because he's a local, I must go cautiously. So I got a prize for doing that.
Excellent. Hopefully he'll buy you a beer tonight.
I hope so too, yes. But I did have to borrow his gloves, so he's paid for it, okay?
Awesome, well done.
All right, thanks.
Great entertainment in a mini genre Bezuidenhout. Congratulations, genre. Get your tacky shoe on. It's very important. Class winner.
Dancing shoes on. Thank you very much.
Now you go and watch Dad and see if he can do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it feels like there's still a bit of time that he can squeeze out of it. But it's been such an amazing day, and I'm getting that fever now to play with the big boys. So hopefully next year I can race something a bit bigger.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. No. It was a
Awesome.
fantastic weekend. Thanks, Colin.
Enjoy it.
Thanks.
Cheers. Right, the next one is the shortest oak in the entire history of racing. He's short. Do you know how tall he is? He's absolutely...
Let me sit down.
No.
Let me sit down.
Yeah, at least we can be on eye level now. Enzo, you bring Marinella's finest sounding machine. Every year you just have so much fun.
I just enjoy this event. I really think that the classic car Friday is the one to do. You know, there's camaraderie, there's heritage, and a lot of jewelry that guys bring out of their collections. And it's just great to be here. It's a privilege.
The finest time watching you was in the Lola T70, where you had to have, head out the top and the window door open. It was hilarious.
I wasn't born to be a racing driver or to sit in long-haul flights. So, yes, most racing cars are too tight. Me and Sorrel were always exactly the same shoe size and length, and we always struggled to fit into the cars. But luckily, real race cars, they manufacture to fit you and your body. But yes, the Lola was a tight fit, and thankfully the organizer allowed me to race with the door open, and we were duct taping it to allow my helmet some space.
At least this year, I get to interview you with all your clothes on.
And I'll never forgive you for that. When you walked up to me there and my overalls were on my ankles, and most of South Africa saw that moment.
Yep.
And keep reminding me of it.
Wasn't it fantastic?
Well, it was. I think it pushed up your viewership. Maybe they're hoping for something more this year, but my eyes are on you now.
Come on, just take your overall top off.
No chance.
Thank you, Enzo. Always a great entertainer. So now
is it...
Mr. Greg, the phone... now we've run out of class winners. Because there's a race still on. So let's go and talk. Let's go and walk up here. So we've got Dirk Venter getting ready to go. Sadly...
Did Dirk not go out?
Yeah,
he went out
sorry,
before,
he
I
did
think.
go out, but
I
now
think
he's
it was
got to
Dirk
wait.
First, so he's got to wait. Unfortunately, the Datsun.
The Datsun is
and then there's the
not straight
Scribanti
anymore.
Escort still.
Yeah, Tuck is sulking, drinking beer again. Dirk's done.
Where's Dirk?
We don't know.
He's run away. But as a team, you guys have got to be very happy how the car's run.
Yeah, we're going well so far. The poor Pinto did itself, and all very well done for the little car.
So the worst he can finish is third in the class.
Yeah, that's so far the worst outcome.
We've got to wait for the others. And now everybody waits.
Yeah.
You'll
no
see
one else
some of the pits are out.
Yeah, they're sitting in the lineup.
Yeah, clearing stuff and waiting for things to go. We still don't know some news there. But no doubt it will come back. And so as we walk up here, Stuart, it's been a lacquer day so far, hasn't it?
Very lacquer. And and the way it's
not
played out,
over.
it's still buzzing. I mean,
There's some
everyone is
proper
watching,
close
everyone
racing going on now.
Is keeping an eye. Everyone understands it. The spectators even understand it now. So it's a proper buzz and it's proper motorsport.
There's some things I don't understand. The weather system around Knysna. Thank goodness it's been a beautiful day today. I'm told that we'll have more of this tomorrow.
Yeah.
And hot is good for grip but bad for turbo cars.
Yeah. And there's lots of turbo cars over the weekend.
We're going to smell one of the finest smells in life. Burning rubber, clearly. And the smell of E80 whatever fuel they run.
Whatever. Yeah.
And all the jungle juice they put in those things. It makes the eyes water and the back of the throat hack. but we love it.
Yeah, there's a few cans lying around the back of the pits here. I see.
We saw that. And worst smells
Clutch.
in the world?
Gearbox oil. Diff oil.
Burnt LS diff oil. It is, I could smell baby poo all day long, but burnt LS diff oil is absolutely horrible. Darwin, and now we wait. Sorry just to walk in and interrupt, but you know that's how we roll.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, Colin.
Yeah.
Correct.
You still got some work to do.
I do. Yeah. I need to still keep it on the black stuff, so it's still not a flat out corner for me that one. So I need to just remind myself that. But
And it's not even flat out if you take a deep breath and pucker the purple a little bit and then have a go.
Colin, no, it's not a flat out corner.
I won't tempt you. Good luck. Have fun. And now we get to the big hitters. Temple has been absolutely amazing. Really, really proper.
Yeah, almost the surprise of the day. I think that car on the sort of non-slicks, all of that putting in time like that's crazy.
Can I
And
tell
hairy,
you,
I think it's
my
hairy.
surprise of the day is this oak.
Yeah. Was he sandbagging? Or did he fix something?
No, apparently they found a loose boost pipe. You know those mysterious pipes that steal a 500 odd horsepowers. And apparently there was a spare wheel in the thing. But I just think it's Reggie Roots being Reggie Roots. He just pulls finger and stuff happens.
Yeah.
Nearly said a word.
No, I think that, yeah, it's a surprise one. That one I'm still
Okay,
blown away
all
how
right, so
quick it is.
there's another one. And the other one that I think is pretty cool is Mike McLaughlin as
Yeah.
he sits and contemplates. Should we go and...
Also, I think a top 10 for Nicky.
Yeah?
In the M3 powered E30, 6-cylinder M3.
So it's a combination, it's a bit of a, what do you call it, Frankenstein M3?
Yeah. But he's improved and he's got really quick.
Mark.
Yo, hi, Cole.
It's, are we going to have a go?
Yeah, we found our problem.
What was the problem?
It was linked to one of the coils. So we've sorted that out. Now it's all down to, got to make all those, everything has to come together in that one final run. So,
that's for the, and you still got top 10 shootout, but I'm going to go away and let you connect the dots and get that, all the little sectors. Luckily we've got an in-car camera. Hopefully we'll get some good footage.
Yep. Yeah, good. Thanks, Span.
Good luck. That's the little bit, is connecting all the dots. There's another guy we've got to talk to, Joseph. So
Hello,
good
Joseph.
to see you.
How are you? I'm well, Joseph. How are you?
Absolutely magnificent. What a beautiful day.
It's an absolutely incredible day. Doesn't it usually rain on a Friday in Knysna?
There's some things we don't speak about. That's one of them.
Is that one of them?
Yeah.
How's your day going so far?
Fantastic. What a brilliant day of entertainment. And it's not over yet.
It's not over, and this is going to be a knife fight between Franco and Ian that is going to be crazy.
It's a knife fight that they've both brought guns to.
100%. Well put. Well put.
It's going to be magic.
It's gonna be
Enjoy the rest of your day. Great news that we've got is Sean Hepburn is okay. He extricated himself from the car and used his own legs to perambulate away from the machine, which is somewhat second-hand, but they'll bring it back to the pits and he lives to fight another day strongly. So it's always great when
good.
drivers walk away
it's
from
always
things.
a risk at a hill climb. You fall off a hill or you hit a hill when it goes wrong. So it is a risk, but it's cool that he's walking away and it's all good. So
Let's go and have a word with Craig Zank. He's just got out of the car. Waiting is never a good thing. Craig Zank, waiting is never a good thing, and there might be a little bit more time. And then you've got to Reggie Roots. We don't know where he found that time from.
Hot tyres. Second run, that's why the cookie crumbles. He got given a second run because the timer never worked the first one. Hot tyres, you're going to find time. So it's now what it is. Now we go.
Now we go. I love that. Good.
Now we go. Now there's no...
Faster, master. Now we go. Gotta love that stuff. We're not going to talk to Franco because he's got a connecting dots game going on in his head. And Stuart, you've raced a whole lot of this thing, and so much of today and even more going forward They've had 6 runs, 3 practice, 3 qualifying, and they've tried a little bit here and a little bit there. And as Mike was saying, it's now about connecting those dots. And not only connecting them, but you've got to nail every one perfectly.
I mean, I think it's connecting them, but it's also, like Scott Temple said, it's forgetting the bad dot. You know, the one that was over there, and you've got to then pull the best dots and stitch them all together. So, yeah, I suppose some guys need to sit and do that. Other guys ignore it and just wing it. But it's the coolest part. I keep saying this. The coolest part of a hill climb is now that it's just...
Well, this is
day
class finals. No. In my mind,
okay.
The real stuff
Yeah.
is when we get to the top 10 shootout for the classic conqueror. It's important. There's, people ask, how much money do you win for this thing?
Yeah.
This is not about money. This is about fame and glory and achievement and delivering under huge pressure. Because this is the cool thing about motorsport. It's your results are highly visible and immediately apparent of where you rank amongst the people you're playing against.
But they do say about motorsport, the only circus where the clowns have to pay. But we all love it. It's addictive, and we'll keep doing it.
Yes, because we took a kid. I was a kid who got took to a racetrack when I was young.
Yeah.
Now, if you're watching this and there's ever any local motor racing around, find a kid and take it to the racetrack so that they have our joy of racing. When you find the kid, it's preferable to get some permission to take the kid to a racetrack. Margaret is coming. We have to talk to her. Margaret, how proud are you of your car? We say it's your car because you've driven it for the last couple of years. It's its 100th birthday, your family car that your dad built. And you guys are winners again.
I'm not involved directly with the car, but delighted that they won. So, this is all down to the Smiths. But, what I'm very proud of is that I kept the oil in and the rubber down on the Malak I was driving today. So,
congratulations.
Yeah, I reckon another couple of qualifying laps and I'd have had that one waxed too. So
now you go from being a competitor today and you come back tomorrow as a marshal.
Yep, I'm marshalling tomorrow and Sunday, bottom end of the pits. I love doing that, so I'll be back tomorrow morning.
And for those of you who don't know, Margaret makes the finest MG cookies. Well, the finest cookies in the world. They just happen to have MG on them.
I've got a packet for you.
I'm coming for them. Thanks, Margaret. Right, we're getting to the sharp end over here, and guys are a little bit more relaxed, and because they're not as close to running. I mean, just turn around and have a look at Roy. And just the animation that they go with and tell us the stories, talking to their mates and having some
hand
fun.
movements.
The camaraderie. The hand movements, Roy.
How's it going?
I don't know. Just do that again. Gavin. Hello, Mrs. Gavin. He nearly got very close to you.
You either pregnant or you're not.
So you didn't win, so therefore you are
We haven't run the race yet.
Ooh, that's fighting talk, eh?
Yeah. He's going to duff it. He's going to hit fifth.
No, we don't speak about that.
Yeah. Only about the Datsuns. There's no Datsun in our class.
Okay, so you've got a Ford and then a Porker and another Porker.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
So this is time to take it out.
We still got 2 runs.
Yeah.
This one here counts for a little trophy.
Yeah.
Bragging rights.
And the other one?
The other one is bigger bragging rights, to be in the top 10, which that alone is an achievement.
Very much so. But what a beautiful day of racing where the weather's played along, the cars have played along.
Neisner has done it again,
Yeah.
Simola, Jens Rosby and his team, I mean, they created a monster. Because this is now everyone wants to come and do it.
And for only 1,972 meters, 40-odd seconds. 6 runs on a Friday. 7, 8.
The money per kilometer, the guys with those old cars, they're getting the most value.
Yeah.
Because they take about 2 minutes to get up there.
That's the same kilometers, though, eh?
they're
Money
getting
put
the most
per minute,
value.
maybe.
I mean, poor Franco is getting bad value.
So what you're saying is next year you're going to come back in a slow car?
No. I just get slower.
Roy,
the car's the same.
But you've gone faster than most of the times.
Remember, we've done a 46-70 in this car, but those days we were allowed tires. Now we got no tire warmers.
You know, there's drivers' excuses and there's reasons. You know,
I just gave you a reason why we only doing 48s.
I call it an excuse.
And the fact that we mothball the car until next year.
That's another excuse. Roy, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Colin.
In-law to the Peppers. How the boys? Where the boys racing this weekend?
No. Keegan, Jason's here. Keegan wasn't allowed out. Tasman did a foot operation. So obviously they got the kids to sort out, so they weren't allowed out.
And family is absolutely important.
And Ian Pepper's in Brands Hatch to watch Jordan race this weekend.
So Pepper was abusing you, and I think that's not right.
He always does that,
His father-in-law.
Yeah, I know. It's Keegan. That's why I don't eat him. He's like part of the family now.
Well, this is a family. Let's go that way and just talk a little bit more while they bring the car back. So the doctor is here. Dr. Stevens. Dr. Stevens, what have you told him?
Do what he did in all other runs, P1.
But just go a little bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, we know where we've tried a few things in the runs. He's tried, different gear, and there. So when it comes to the final, just put all the best sectors together and see what we can do.
Right, last word for me. Thanks, Michael. Silvio, go. What you gonna do?
Flat out. But I ain't coming second, Colin.
And then as Pinky said, what are we going to do tomorrow, Brain?
Oh, for Pac-Man.
Same thing we do every day. We go hill.
We go hill. No, look, I think we just tomorrow we got a good taste of the track today. So obviously different speeds in Pac-Man compared to this car, but ultimately I'm going to try and I will build, but I'm not going to go flat sticks from the word go. But I will build, and let's see where it goes.
Suck it and see.
That's it.
And on that note, we're going to go back to the shack, the boys in the shack. And we've gone from the one end of the pit lane to this end of the pit lane. They're sitting over there in their tin shack, and they know what they're talking about. So to the boys in the shack, take it over.
Oh, I think he's complimenting us a little bit too much. We sort of know what we are talking about. Now, here's something which is confusing me completely. Okay? First of all, most importantly, is that Mr. Hepburn is fine. Okay? The car at the moment is getting prepared to be brought back down to the pits, but the most important is that the driver is a 100%, and that is Sean Hepburn. Okay, that's the most important. Now, earlier on, they said, okay, let's go and talk to the class winners, which they did. And then Greg Smith was the class winner in the H1 category, yet I thought Gero was, but there's a handicap system. And my mathematical brain has been looking at this screen for the last 15 minutes, and I still cannot work it out. Okay? So I'm just going to go with the clerk of the course that clearly Greg won. I genuinely have no idea how this works.
I go with whatever Colin says, really. That's my tactic. But Sasha, just if we can take some time, if you don't mind, we're getting some lovely comments through on the live stream. Many commenters and YouTube viewers saying that this is the best coverage since the inception of the event. There's a lot of compliments.
Rodrigo,
and that is, of course, thank
Obrigado.
you to Rodrigo
Obrigado.
and the tech team. They've done an amazing job. So I just wanted to say a huge shout out to the tech team. They are the unsung heroes of this broadcast.
Now, a little earlier today, we just slightly off topic. As you can see, I mean, I would never ever dress like this, where I'd have something sticking out. So it's a very, very special day for me. And for many, many people around the world, a very, very emotional day for me because it is the 1st of May.
Okay. Senna Day.
It is Senna Day.
There we
so
go.
that is why this thing is sticking
Do
out.
you remember where you were?
I remember exactly where I was.
I always make this question, and everybody remembers.
I remember exactly where I was. Yeah, I remember the day. And it's just one of those things. May the 1st, it's just that day.
1994.
1994. Yeah, 32 years ago.
Tamburello.
Yeah, the Tamburello. So, okay. Now, we're still waiting. We've got some class finals. Hopefully, the marshals, believe you me, are working as rapidly as they can to ensure that the track number 1 is safe. Most importantly, Sean is fine. The car apparently not looking quite as spectacular as it did before it started going up the hill climb, but those things can be fixed. So that's the most important. Then, of course, we'll get on with the coverage. But most importantly, it will only get signed off once the clerk of the course has inspected it and sat and said, okay, we're ready to go racing.
There was a very amusing comment which came through, but I've been sitting on it because we're obviously waiting to hear that the driver was okay. But there was a story going around the pits that Hepburn's rear right tail light, he had to scrounge for it. I think Stuart was talking about it because it got taken out in the last competition. So when Hepburn went off, somebody commented, "Oh, shame, and he's just fixed his tail light." so thank you for that. But of course we had to wait until I brought that comment to him. Yeah.
Oh man, imagine that, searching for a tail light for an old Datsun, getting it, and well, I think it's a little bit more than the tail light. We'll find out a little bit later. The top 10 shootout, that's what it is. It eventually comes down to the classic conqueror for this one. And we can't emphasize, Andre Bezuidenhout could find something. Reggie Roots, all of a sudden, and it's always with Reggie, they found something, and the turbo probably wasn't connected properly. So, I mean, Reghard could all of a sudden find something, but I don't think he's going to be up there with the likes of Franco and Ian Schofield. Schofield, I think, was unbelievably impressive in his second last run. But he was right on the edge. And then Franco managed to go fast in the last run, and Schofield didn't. How did psychologically, Rodrigo, now these guys are sitting and waiting, and they know that each one of them actually can do it, and it's the tiniest of mistakes. What are they focusing on now?
I would say that even better than focusing, it's really not thinking of anything in particular and really clearing your mind, because that's the magic of the Simola format. You guys run a format that pretty much is hill climbing distilled to an even more aggressive level, which, okay, we are dealing with a sport where every mistake and every single little thing can count for a lot, but then you guys add another layer on top of that, where everything you've done before, it just counted for you to qualify for that run, and then that's when everything will count for the final classification. And at that point, you are just putting all eggs in that basket, and you are just trying to not break any of them all the way up the hill, while being very fast, juggling all of them. So from my own experience and seeing a bunch of seasons where I saw guys going on very high risk, high reward runs, the ones that I have seen doing better are really the ones that can clear their mind and can step away from the pressure and really just think it for what it is, driving fast up a hill.
Sasha, talking about Senna, you might know this quote better than I do. But he was interviewed about one of his drives through Monaco. It might have been the Honda. And he said something like, I wasn't driving the car anymore at some point. It was pure flow state. He says something more than that.
Took over.
Yeah.
It was a qualifying lap where I think he out-qualified Prost by about 2 seconds. And he was asked about it, and he said it was very much like a spiritual experience where he genuinely... in a way, basically said he actually could close his eyes. He just the car. He just had complete control.
There was a second time where he said that, also in Monaco. But this one is a bit funnier because this was a Grand Prix, and I think this is 1992, if I'm not mistaken, where he got on top of the field, and on Monaco he was king and reigned supreme. But on that particular Grand Prix, he was just so fast that he was almost lapping everyone, and with nothing to gain, he just kept going faster and faster and faster until he crashed, and then he lost.
That was 91.
91.
It was 1991. He was 53 seconds ahead of the field.
Jeez.
And went into Mirabeau down. There we go, just before the tunnel, and crashed.
That's like an entire lap, basically.
And we all remember years ago when Kimi Raikkonen's car broke down, his McLaren broke down, and he walked straight to his yacht and just sat there. I mean, it was it's still to this day a laughing joke. Senna went straight to his apartment and did not speak to anybody for 3 days. Oof. Nobody. Ron Dennis was trying to get hold of everyone. He did not speak to anybody for 3 days. He was 53 seconds in the lead in Monaco. And unfortunately, all of a sudden, it was in 1991. It was 91.
Yeah, but that was the second time that he spoke about that flow state. He simply felt that he couldn't go any slower. It was just going faster, faster, and faster, never looking behind.
If you're just joining us, thank you for joining. We are chatting about the late great Ayrton Senna because, as Sasha just revealed by baring his chest, that it is Ayrton Senna Day. So we are having a little bit of reminiscing in the commentary box, but we will be back in action soon. We have had an off, which has resulted in a delay in the class finals. There is the Classic Conqueror after this. So if you have been following the program, we are running a little bit behind. But the most important thing is that the driver of the Datsun, Mr. Hepburn, is totally okay. He walked away from the scene. That sounds good.
Here we go. Silvio Scribante. Action is about to happen. This is the class finals. And then, of course, we've got the Classic Conqueror. That will come up in a short while. Sean Hepburn, unfortunately, not out there. This is all on pressure on Silvio. He's been waiting for a good 20 minutes. He has been quickest in this class the whole weekend, but he's got to go out there and perform it again. It has been pretty close between all of these cars, so this has got to be a strong lap from Silvio Scribante. The time he needs to beat is a 55.1.
Yeah, he's on it.
I just wanted to correct myself. It was the 88 Grand Prix in Monaco,
there we
not
go.
91.
I was even further from the truth.
Here we go. Silvio Scribante going up the hill in Simola in the class finals on Classic Car Friday. Man, bouncing around there, just giving it full beans. That was nice and steady. Seems like they stiffened up the shocks there a little bit. It's a little bit bouncy. Here we come. 54.223. There we go. Another class winner. Well done, Silvio Scribante. I think he'll be ecstatic with that. And also, I think putting in his fastest time of the day. Yes, it was fastest time of the day.
Huge thank you to Colin Malman, the press man here at Simola. So we were trying to figure out which of Franco Scribante's time. We knew he was the track record holder for Classic Car Friday, but it was in his B26. So he has two cars which look the same. The B19 is here with its original engine. The B26 has a V8 that he made out of two Hayabusa engines, Suzuki motorbike engines. Now he can't run that anymore because they've changed the rules for Classic Car Friday. However, he is the fastest man on a Friday with a 39.553 in his B26. So I wonder if he can get his B19 close to his other Chevy.
I tell you, that would be
Chevron.
astonishing to do that. That was Gavin Rook with a 51, so sure, good 2 seconds down on what he did a little bit earlier. Could be track conditions, but we saw Silvio go faster. This is the man to watch. Rui Campos just seems to deliver. He seems to be a big BMT man.
He's also absolutely hilarious. There's so many characters out there. Enzo Kun is an absolute riot. Reggie Roots is hilarious. They're all very, very quick-witted and full of quips.
Wonderful stuff. And I tell you, this is just such a beautiful car. The 911 RS RR. So here we go. What can he do?
He really wants this. He's not looking for second place here. Whoa.
A 48.113. That puts huge pressure on James Temple now. Okay, he has been phenomenal this weekend. Again, they're off the line there, Rodrigo, pulling off to the right-hand side.
Yeah. But let's remember, he is not running full slicks.
I really don't think this car has any business being as fast as it is. James Temple's doing an amazing job.
I mean, listen, his fastest today so far has been a 45.7 and 189 kilometers an hour. That's a good 15 kilometers faster than what Rui Campos was. So, James Temple, wow.
Built here in South Africa. Daytona Coupe, raced by James Temple's father-in-law, Peter Lindenberg, for 34 years. Here it is, going up the hill in Knysna. And what can he do to reply to Rui Campos?
Oh,
46, he's got it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, but he was playing it safe to avoid the markers.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that was good to watch. So, Sasha, does that conclude that class?
That's it. There we go. And I think it's just been a brilliant weekend or brilliant day for James Temple. Really, really fantastic stuff. The Nissan Sentra, that of course was a Group N car in its day. Great to see that out on the track, and of course in its class final as well.
And a bit of trivia about James Temple. I was chatting to his wife Chiara, who now runs Lindenberg Racing. He was in a Formula Ford accident where another car landed on him and it broke his back. And he took many, many, many years off, but he is obviously very much back in action, which is great to see. Sounds good.
Yeah. John Craig, a little bit of feathering of the throttle over there, comes over the line at 54.3. And that, track's again, track's slowing down a little bit, so 53.6 is what he's done his best. Here's Roy Obery in this very, very interesting looking 924 Cup car.
Rodrigo, you're a bit of a fan of Porsche races. Tell us a bit about this car.
This should be a replica of the 82 944 GTR, which is a very rare car in its own right. The type of bodywork this car uses, there were some very few kits made available by Porsche, and they are ultra sought after nowadays. I don't know how they made this one. They did a great job. I've been close to the car, and the quality of its finish is outstanding. And like I said before, this is a personal favorite of mine.
51.1. The times are definitely slowing down. I think the track temperatures are cooling. Let's see what Davy Hubert can do. He should take this class if everything works relative to where the timing conditions are. He should be able to take this class. His fastest time has been a 48.4. Roy's fastest time prior to this run was a 49.9. 159 kilometers. He knows that he can't go flat here. Little lift, yeah.
I quite like how he's put 4 DSTV dishes on his wheels, which is a very well-known aerodynamic tactic in racing circles.
Yeah, well, it limits the drag. The car's exceptionally light. Ooh, on the brakes there as well. I mean, he's really pushing, as we know Davy loves to do as well. Let's see, he's got to beat a 51.
I think they're known as
super lap.
48.5. No, that's great. I think they're known as turbo discs. Am I right?
Turbofans.
Turbofans. There we go.
Originally made to redirect air into the brakes, but nowadays used because they look really cool.
This is going to be super competitive. Mike McLaughlin on his last run had a little bit of an oil sensor issue, but they seem to have fixed it out. There's nothing between Mike McLaughlin, Craig Zank, and Richard Rutz. Craig has been dominating that the whole weekend, the whole of Friday, and then all of a sudden, Richard came something. Oh, we're on board as well. Magic.
Fantastic camera angle there. You can see how hard he is working in that car. This is looking good. Keep it on the black stuff. fighting for class honors here. 46-0.
Guys, that is the fastest out of the group the whole weekend.
Correct, Zank.
Zank is back.
46-0. Now that's the fastest time out of any of them in this class so far. So he's found plenty of time. Craig Zank's fastest time so far is a 46.5.
Wow, this is getting close. Only half a second between them.
Sure, that's
That's
quick.
our first 200 kilometer in our Suzuki Trap of the day.
No, we had a 204 earlier, which
did.
I think was also Zank.
206.
206. Yeah, it was also Zank.
One of the beauties of having Rodrigo here is that I can actually go out and walk through the pits. So I missed that one. Come on, Zank. Never ever write Zank off.
46-0-1-1, 46-0-1-1, 46-7. Wow. It's all up to Richard Rutz.
All right, here he goes. He has been getting quicker all weekend. Struggled a bit in the beginning.
He's got to find a 10th from his fastest time in order to beat Mike McLaughlin.
Rodrigo, I also noticed very interesting. I don't know if you had a quick look at the R34, but negative camber on the front and positive camber on the rears, which I've never seen before.
That's probably, well, we have to talk with Reinhard and their engineers, but the logic behind that, it's because of the
he had to back off there big time.
Because of the Super Ecos system that these cars used. They use this four-wheel steering, very rare system at the time, so it throws off all the setup you have to do on a car like that.
Come on, Reggie.
This is going to be tight.
Whoa!
Wow! Out of nowhere, Mike McLaughlin, well done. What an unbelievable lap. He wins the class ahead of Richard Rutz and then Craig Zank.
Less than 2 thousandths of a second between them. That's how close it is here at Simola 2026. And well done to McLaughlin and everyone in that class. That was very, very entertaining to watch. Thank you, guys.
Josh Dovey going out there. He's up against Andre Bezuidenhout and Ian Schofield. Andre could find something still. It's all to play for now.
It's all to play for. And even if he doesn't find, the others might find something along their way that slow them down.
I think beers on Mike McLaughlin this evening. 50.40 for Josh Dovey. That wing, it's incredible when you're on the line and you see it take off. You cannot believe how much that rear wing vibrates.
Bit of trivia there. Bertha is the name of Andre's late mom.
Yes,
and it's also the
their
name
wine
of
farm.
his wine farm. Yeah. So that's why it says Bertha on the wing of the Lola. He was very close to his late mom, and he races in honor of her and makes wine in honor of her as well. Very good wine. But he's probably hasn't indulged in any of that today. He is racing as hard as he can up the hill. Fully flat. I think his fastest time is a 42 for the weekend. What has he got? 42.3.
Which is his fastest. Which is his fastest.
Yeah.
But
I
is it
don't
enough?
think.
No, well, listen, at this stage, Ian Schofield's fastest time is a good 0.8 faster than that. So, Ian, I think with this one, probably should be, a little bit more cautious. Has a little bit of time in sight. And then, of course, when it comes to Classic Conqueror, go for it again. Huge drop of gear there to give himself more torque, more power going up the hill. Catching the side there, missing out the TML.
This is for
super fast.
This is for H9 honors. Time to beat 42. Whoa, 375 from Bezuidenhout in the Lola. What has Schofield got? He's got it.
Wow. That is unbelievable. 41.8. Not his fastest time of the day, and only half a second faster eventually ahead of Andre Bezuidenhout. So
that settles,
cracking to see that.
That settles H9, I believe.
That settles H9. Now we get H10, which is this immaculately prepared Renault prototype, sports car. Unfortunately, I hate to say, I think Franco Scribante could drive up in 5th gear and still win the class, but that's how the format works.
Yeah, it's based on displacement, drivetrain, whether you're all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, whether you're turbo or not. There's also an age cut, there's an age factor as well. So they are in the same class, but they'll be enjoying the event as much as anyone would this weekend.
And also, first time I've seen this car. I've never seen this car before.
Yes, first time.
Really, really stunning.
And he's got his headlights on. It is getting a little darker out there. Maybe it's not as dark as it appears on the TV screen.
Yeah. Maximizing cuteness.
And across the line.
Well, a 106, just to let you know that 4 seconds quicker than he has been before. Here we go. Franco Scribante has been the fastest up the hill the whole weekend. This is for class honors, and then of course we go into the Classic Conqueror.
So can he put in a 39? This is his Chevron B19 with its original engine. That's quick. Good line through 3. Sachet's fastest time so far, 41 dead, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
41.107.
41.1. $41.5. Close enough, I think.
41.5. Okay, that is for class honors. There we go. So we got the Classic Conqueror that is coming up now. So 41.5. And just to let you know, Ian Schofield did a 41.9. So it's all to play for. Colin, let's catch up with you in the pits as the cars line up for the Classic Conqueror. There were some really, really tight ones over there. And I think Mike McLaughlin must be a man smiling ear to ear. But he's still got one more run to go, I think.
I tell you what, it was tight as a shark's bum in a power dive. Sylvia, you've got to be so happy. You've got your mates here, you win.
Absolutely, Colin. It was, it's always hard to have a break before a run like that, and especially for so long, 40-minute break to stand there and suck up the pressure. But, I kind of like that in a way. But, yeah, we did it. I'm super proud of the team. Well done to Mark, Roy, my main Mickey, and my supporters here next to me. I'm super chuffed. Thank you.
Just shows you where your head's at.
My head's positive. I'm relaxed this weekend, not like last year. I'm well prepared. Backman's ready, and we're super psyched for tomorrow. Can't wait.
Start on the front foot tomorrow.
Well, that's a good start. So let's see how it goes tomorrow.
Awesome. Great team, great engineering, Mark. And I'll tell you what, the surprise of the class. Check at the smiles in here. I mean, you cannot believe Mark McLaughlin comes out of like Lazarus. It was a bigger comeback than Lazarus. Mark, are those tears in your eyes?
Oh, yeah, I'm super chuffed, Colin. I'm super chuffed. I really tried up the hill in the last run. I mean, I gave it everything, and I just managed to keep it just on the limit and not pass. So it was less mistakes and join the dots, and it counted. So I'm super thrilled, and congrats to Craig and Reggie for their efforts. Great competitors to race against. It makes it all the sweeter. Now, our class was tight, and going into that, I wasn't the quickest. So that just was a special run. I loved it.
Now you got a top 10 shootout.
Yeah, I think I found something in that last run that I want to try in the shootout.
Always looking to go faster. Congrats. What a brilliant, and I'll say it again, a brilliant run from Mike. Completely surprising everybody. We're looking for James Temple. No idea where he is at the moment. The pit, here's his pit. Haven't got him. Unbelievable. He's right at the back there. We've got to go and find him. We're going to get right in the back there. James, our rabbit out of the hat. What a brilliant run.
Yeah, it was just what we needed. That was all I was looking for. I went out there, the pull away wasn't great, and I could feel the grip wasn't all there. But I mean, it's the same for everyone, so I just figured, and let's just bring it home with a decent performance. And yeah, I think it was like a low 46 somewhere there, which was great. I mean, that's enough. That's all I needed.
46.396.
That's it. Yeah, that's perfect.
Congratulations, well done.
100%. Thanks.
Oh, check the smile. Hey, now you got the top 10 shootout.
There we go. Now we give it all.
Give it all. Stuart, I'm sorry. I just get so excited about just in amongst
it's pretty
all
wild.
these fast cars and
Keep running.
stuff.
It's good.
And the grumpiest fellow in the history of the world, Graham Nathan, you've come for the... I've got to stand on my tiptoes.
Yeah, you do.
You've come for the big day tomorrow.
I have. Tomorrow's the day. I'm looking forward to it. I'm very nervous. I haven't driven for a long time, but we're going to go and give it our best.
Lovely. We miss you in your E9 on a Friday, because that is Say again? He says his E9 will be back. Darby wins. Where's Darby? He wins with a brilliant run. Duct tape, tie wraps, the whole bang shoot. He's won it. We'll find him. He's got to be here. He hasn't gone far away. John Craig has an absolutely brilliant one. And just while we're walking, you know what? Temperature's dropping just a little bit.
Yeah,
Stuart,
it's definitely dropping. There's a bit of cloud rolling in over the hill. But
yeah,
it's definitely
but
a few
there
degrees
ain't going to be
cooler
rain.
than
That's decided.
yeah.
The weather will weather.
But it's cooler, so the turbo boys are going to love it again.
More power, baby.
Yeah. But it's definitely a lot cooler in the last 10 minutes, eh?
But the temperature is still in the tar. It hasn't dropped that much. It's a welcome respite from some of the absolute really, really hot bits and pieces. I'm just scanning the pits quickly to find Darby. Can't find him.
Darby, he's in the car.
Is Darby there? Now we saw his car there. Reggie Roots must be a little bit disappointed. He's still in the car, but they're going into the top 10 final. Reggie, that was a bit of a surprise from Mike McLaughlin.
Hey, Mike's been on it all day. That car's amazing, and we all know Mike is an amazing driver. So, yeah, he deserves it. We had two little surges, which are, with the turbo car always makes me nervous. I just came out off the throttle, went again, and it went and it cleared. So we lost a little bit of time there, but taking nothing away from Mike. That was an exceptional run, eh?
Right, now you got the top 10 shootout. You're staying in the car, helmet on. The guys are tuning on the computer and doing all sorts of stuff. You got more time in it, eh?
Yeah, we just want to see what the glitch was, I don't know if it was a fuel level that was low, that it was surging, or what it was. So we're just checking everything to make sure, hopefully we can find what it was.
Awesome, well done. Thanks for the entertainment. Got to find Craig Zank, because he led all day absolutely brilliantly, and then the final came and it wasn't to be. And who else have we got? Darby, McLaughlin, Ian Schofield. I mean, what a beautiful run from Ian Schofield. Where is he now?
They're still up the top of the hill, I think.
The flatties are still coming down from the top of the hill.
It's definitely in cooler.
Yeah, but it's lacquer.
Having said that,
more
I see
power, baby.
a bit of the radiator cap blowing on Rutz's car. Some water came out the radiator cap.
Yeah,
so
but
they got the leaf blower in trying to cool it down. They're all working on the cooling on the GTRs.
The heat generation in that stuff is absolutely completely sick. And now we've got the top 10 shootout. And, if we just go out of the class results and look in overall. So, Scribanti, Schofield, Bezuidenhout, McLaughlin, Rutz, Temple, Zank, Roy Campos, David Joubert, and Josh Dovey.
The little F2
in the Chevron.
F2 Chevron, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Franco Scribanti wins another one. He's won his class. Ian wins his class. But it's the overall that really counts. Scribanti 41.5. It's close. And we love close racing, don't we?
Yeah, I'm excited for that. The next clash here will be really close.
So let's have a quick look. I see Andre's out of his car. Always great for a chap. Let's have a quick word with him while he's got his helmet on. Andre, the real important part comes now, the top 10, the Classic Conqueror. Did you learn anything from that run?
Well, I'm told that I gained a half a second. I've got 0.5 more to go, so I think it's going to be up to the last run. I've learned a little bit, and that is not to overdrive the bloody car. I tried too hard earlier.
So it's a deep breath, calm yourself, and let the car do the work.
Absolutely. Put it all together. Last run.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
Always great for a chat. And here's Davy. He's... we're not going to talk to Davy, but while he's going up there, let's just have a quick look at the car here. He always looks for all the little advantages. So he's got these flat discs over here. It keeps temperature inside the tire. More importantly, it just helps with a little bit of aero. And you know what? It looks lacquer. And that is one of the reasons to go. Josh Dovey's just coming in now. Another beautiful run. Watch this BMW here. He's going to have a great run. So, Classic Conqueror up next. All the times are reset. There's nothing that's counted. All we've got is an order that the cars are going to run in. And it is the next 40-odd seconds of their life that they hope to put all the little dots together, just like Mike McLaughlin did in winning that class and beating the 2 GTRs. All the little dots, and to deliver perfectly in each tenth of a second as they go up the hill. We've got the guys in the box who, the shack, the tin shack, the love shack, the caddy shack, and we will carbon fiber. Sorry, I noticed all sorts of things in carbon fiber. Why? Because carbon fiber. This is what racing cars are all about. So the guys in the shack are ready to go. Let's give them the build up to the top 10. This Classic Conqueror shootout. All I can say and all I know is it's going to be close and it's going to be exciting. So boys, in the shack from an exciting pit lane, take it away.
What a day it has been so far. It is Classic Car Friday, Simola 2026, the 16th edition. We want to have a quick little recap before we get into the Classic Conqueror, because that's what you've been waiting for, the top 10 shootout. If you're joining us for the first time, this is from Hillclimb Monsters, a man who's been with us for the last 3 years, yet via digital stuff. But he's with here in the presence and live, Rodrigo de Oliveira. Wonderful to have you here. Cliff is with us as well. It's been a spectacular day. We've had the class finals. We've had some phenomenal upsets and one or two little disappointments. But here we go. It is the Classic Conqueror, a man who's just won his class, and I think it's going to be an emotional win as well. This is Davy Hubert in his Lotus, which has got the Rover 1.8 engine in it. It's got the little discs around the side for less drag, and you know that this one's going to be very, very special to him, Rodrigo.
It is. For anyone following the Simola for some time now, but especially since last year, and knowing the history, and knowing that Davy decided to come back and now tackle the Classic Car Friday, for him to take a trophy here will mean way more than just the victory on track itself.
Without a doubt. So it is back to zero, no times count. It is a top 10 shootout. We know who we think in a way is the quickest, but anything can happen. It's only 10 cars. Davy knows the circuit exceptionally well, comes up to the finish line, a 47.808. So there we go. That is our benchmark. This has been just a wonderful, wonderful surprise today. This is a Nico in the BMW. Cliff, quite an exceptional car with a M3 6-cylinder in it.
Yeah, and he's driven like an absolute star. First time on the hill, he saw it the first time this morning, or probably yesterday in a rental. But he has progressed and been on fire the whole day. He really has, and he's giving it a good go now.
He's been impressive, Rodrigo.
And I really liked when he was on camera in his interviews, because he seemed like a really passionate guy. He really seemed like the kind of character I see turning into a proper hill climb driver.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. I mean, he's just really hustled this. And we looked at it yesterday and we were like, what? Where's this from? What is it all about? And this young Nicholas Vostanis has come out and just really been one of the cherry picks of Simola Classic Car Friday. Coming up towards the end of the lap, he wants to be at a 47.808. Wow, 49.889. Okay, that is where he is at the moment. Just to let you know, we are hoping for a new lap record, but it's going to take an astonishing drive from probably the likes of Ian Schofield or Franco Scribante. One of the crowd favorites, just such a delightful man as well, extremely humorous. This is Rui Campos, Portuguese like you.
There it is, from the very strong Portuguese contingent in South Africa. Here we have probably the greatest representative here at Simola, Rui Campos, both present in both days with spectacular cars each day, and he really took good care of himself during the Classic Car Friday, and he has this awesome RSR-inspired 911. Let's just watch it.
.47.8 is the target time. 48.2. Wow.
It looked quicker. I thought we might see slightly quicker, but maybe the car got a bit out of shape in certain areas.
This is a guy that, I mean, he's got to control his emotions now. He's just won his class. He is so excited about it. Might as well have a go.
Sneaky devil, eh? Played the class finals like a pro.
And the most modern classic car.
Yes.
We have on the field.
It's only 21 years old. And it's a classic. Let's see his top speed going up to the hill. 184. A little bit of a lift going under the bridge. And now the tricky S's. Hug the inside, drifted out to the left. Then turn in nicely now onto the right-hander. Through the left. And again, the second set of S's. It is so steep up there. Man, you can see the focus in his eyes. Brilliant camera work. Here we go. 46.0. I mean, could he get a podium?
I mean, stranger things have happened.
Craig Zank.
This is a man with a point to prove.
I agree, Cliff. I think he was leading this class the whole day.
All day, yeah.
Angry Zank.
You can feel it.
What a launch.
A taste of what's coming tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you think this is pretty hairy, tomorrow, be ready for something insane. Looks very, very quick. .46.4.
It was his fastest time of the day, I think.
Fastest time. Yeah, you see, somebody should have made him angrier earlier.
Let's see if this is the truly first clean run that Reinhard Rutz does during the day. Launched pretty well.
Sounds pretty good. They were checking out a couple of little turbo blips in his previous run. But gave all the credit to Mike McLaughlin. A little bit of understeer going into turn number 2. That's quick.
Slightly down on Zanks, eh? On the top end.
But he was really hanging onto the brakes.
Yeah. Gotta get the turn in.
Oh, he's working it so hard.
Oh. goodness gracious.
That was incredible.
45.290.
Potentially the ride of the day.
That is 8/10 quicker
that
than
is a
than
time
McLachlan.
that I would say 5 years ago would put him on the top 10 shootout on the modified
in
saloons.
the modified saloon is incredible. What a time. This guy's been one of the star, well, in my opinion, probably the star of the day besides Franco Scribante. But James Temple has had, wow, every single run has been incredible in an incredibly difficult car to drive.
Without slicks.
Yeah. He's just gunning it. 195. Hard on the brakes there. Turn in.
The guy really is squeezing everything out of this car.
He is flying.
John ducks in on the brakes.
So for those who don't know, unfortunately, 45.5 is the time that he actually set, but he hit one of our TMLs, which is our track marker limits, and that means his time will be zeroed out, which is very, very unfortunate. But 3/10 slower than Richard
Denver
Roots.
still. So goes to
Reggie
show,
must be sitting there going, where have I been all day? Massive wing shudder from Andre Bezednode. He said he thinks he can find something. No, something happened. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think he's lost a lot of gears.
Seems like we've just had 1 bad minute of Simola all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, probably a contender for the podium is gone.
Two main drivers.
In 3 straight runs, we saw the guy that had problems during the whole day having a perfect run, and 2 guys that had great runs during the day.
Having bad ones.
Having their only bad
Wow.
And just like that, balance is restored, huh?
Just like that. So listen, and yeah, Richard Roots is on the podium,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
He's on the podium, regardless.
You've just got to be there, yeah?
Strangest thing that happened.
Yeah, I feel for Andre, but these things, this is the beauty of, never mind just hill climb racing, motorsport.
Yeah.
It just is. You just cannot. You have to have everything spot on.
Also got to feel a bit for James Temple. Been strong all day, and then a pull noodle-like substance ruins your day.
But still, he wouldn't. Well, let's wait for this one, but he wouldn't beat Reinhardt, at least.
Yeah, he wouldn't have. Okay, here we go. At one stage, they were split by 1/100th of a second. This is Ian Schofield. After this will be Franco Scribante. He's got to hang it out. He's got to push it as fast as possible. And the track might be slowing just a little, but it's the same for everybody. Here comes Ian Schofield. I didn't see the top speed there.
Oh!
He's done that too
Using
many times.
all of the track, yeah.
Now it's this first set of S's.
That looks good.
That's pretty good.
He's going.
Nice out.
Yeah, that is good. Whoa, that is massive. 40.088, 40.881. Wow. This is it, everybody.
Yeah, here's the pressure to you, Franco.
This is the final run of the day, the Classic Conqueror 40.8. Can Franco Scribante beat that time? Guys, he's going to have to find 3/10 of his fastest time.
Oh, yeah.
That's quick.
Yeah, it's up on the speed there. And that's neat out
Good
as well.
line out of there.
It's keeping it clean.
Turn in a little bit wide, but that's fine. Oh! Oh my word!
Now I have to be honest, I was totally distracted with Ian Schofield's time because I in my mind I was thinking he did a 41.8. I didn't even react to the level that I should have because he did such an impressive time, and in my mind I wasn't thinking that he would improve that much, and this was a big surprise.
Sure.
Just how much on the very last run it just boop, went that much further ahead of everyone, and kudos to him.
We knew it was going to be Schofield and Scribante.
But during all day, we saw that Scribante keeping at least 3-4 tenths advantage over Schofield, and we saw that completely flip on the very last run for this top 10 shootout.
0.3 of a second, Cliff. I mean, it's incredible. And I mean, if anybody was a betting person out of that top 10 shootout, if you look at the caliber of cars and put money and said Richard Roos is going to be on the podium, you would have made a pretty good ton today.
I feel like there's only one word to describe this, and that's hustled. McLaughlin hustled the GTRs.
Yeah.
Schofield has now hustled Scribante. It's just like whatever we thought was going to happen, flipped on its head at every given chance. What a great way to finish the day, though. I mean, Scribante left nothing on the table. We looked at that lap, and he was going as hard as he could go in those conditions, but Schofield just put in a really fast time.
And the thing is, Scribante was only a 1/10 of a second off his personal best.
Yeah.
So I mean, Schofield was an unbelievable lap. Now, what a day it has been so far. Of course, there will be a prize giving just now, but I'm just thinking of the animation of tomorrow, Cliff, because we've had we know that our dearest colleague, Mr. Twee Jacket Colin, in the pit lane, perhaps suffers a little bit from craziness, like maybe a little bit of attention deficit disorder.
Just a bit.
But we understand his excitement, and I'm just so excited to see the animation from Rodrigo tomorrow, because tomorrow is his day.
Yeah.
It is his day. And it's such a privilege to have Rodrigo from Hillclimb Monsters with us. I mean, he knows everything about he knows the size of the bolts, that, you know, that kind of detail. And I think we are going to have the most spectacular Saturday and Sunday that we've ever had in the history of Simola. So, I mean, today was astonishing. And
it was
astonishing.
It surpassed all expectations, to be honest. For what is considered a very relaxed kind of day, well, the competition was very fierce right up until the end, and it threw a lot of curveballs along the way. And I have to end it over. The spectacle keeps growing every year. Simola surpasses itself, and what we have at our hands just on this day that some look at sort of as an appetizer, it went way beyond that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Out of today, we had one or two incidents. The main one we had was with Sean Hepburn. The good news is he is fine. The car, of course, can be repaired. Besides that, everything else was okay. We had Davy Hubert, whose roof came off his car, and thankfully everything was sorted out there. But it just turned itself on its head. It was incredible. You know, you expect, nobody's going to catch that. Bang!
Yeah, we were saying it all morning. Once some of the guys threw down times, we thought, no one's gonna get close to that. But this race unfolds slowly, and everyone's got their own strategy. And whenever you think you know what's gonna happen, it just changes on a whim. It's incredible.
And you know, the incredible thing is, you know, when you're watching it on a live stream and you can see through the pictures how these guys are really pushing themselves. But when you're actually here and you see it live, you understand how hard these guys are driving and how tough that hill actually is.
I'm very much the poster boy for that right now. I come here as someone who has watched countless hours of footage from Simola, edited countless hours of footage from Simola, and this is the very first year I'm here in person. And for as much racing and as much Hillclimb racing as I have watched through the years, nothing compares to come to a place, really get a feeling of how the road is, how it evolves throughout the day, and how the drivers prepare for an event that has a very unique format, and how things can begin on one way, and we see 2-3 guys dominating their classes during the morning, and then everything flipping throughout the afternoon. Even for me, for how much experience I have in hill climb racing, this format is so unique that even for me this is a new thing and something that for me to experience in person. Trust me, it is worth it for anyone paying a ticket. You are getting your money's worth and then some.
Oh, magic. I mean, you couldn't get a better endorsement than that. And we got the proper stuff. With the greatest respect to today, we've got the proper stuff coming out tomorrow, where the big bangs and whistles and 1,000 horsepowers plus, and that's when you see guys also just pushing onto limits. But even in Classic Car Friday, it doesn't matter what capacity your car is, you have to respect every single driver for their ability to hustle and take that piece of machinery and push it to the limit that the car can go, and of course to their own personal limits as well. I mean, it is something really magnificent to, thank you very much, magnificent to watch. We've just been given the official class finals, of course, from everybody. Greg Smith winning H1, H10 Franco Scribante, because it goes 1-0. You know, never mind. Stick with me. Peter McPherson in H2. Joandre Bezuidenhout, brilliant driving today. H3, H4 was Enzo Kuhn. From the time that he arrived here, was just on the pedal. It was spectacular. Silvio Scribante, well done in H5. That was also a very, very close class. James Temple, incredible. And then last run of the day, unfortunately, clips the TML. And then we've got Davy Hubert, who wins H7. And then H8, Mike McLachlan, also probably one of the upsets. But let's say for what it is. He drove spectacularly throughout the whole day. And then Ian Schofield winning his class and Classic Conqueror. What a day.
It certainly was.
Yeah, it's sometimes good to see a few guys win a class, but not necessarily win in an overall. So everyone's sort of going home with some sort of silverware, so they have something to show for it. But I think a lot of the guys are going to be a little bit disgruntled when they go to bed tonight, not taking out the top trophy. Yeah,
exactly. Most of them will take something to remember, something positive to remember, but at the same time, they also take something negative to remember. So they have those kinds of incentive for next year.
It is always those where you sit and say, man, what went wrong? What went right? How come we didn't manage to do it? But let's cross over to Colin, because a man who all of a sudden, when of course it counts because it is a podium, but not a class win, but what a final run for Richard Roots.
Reggie, how did you do that?
I don't know, Colin. I had my eyes closed.
Check the smile on your face. Top three, who would have thought you... Honestly, you were hacking a bit this morning. You are top three.
Yeah, we had a couple of in a class final car, had a cut out twice. And it had me a bit nervous. The guys did some magic with the car there, and it all stayed together, and it flew up the hill.
You've got a beautiful launch. Just talk us through your purple puckered once or twice up there.
Yeah, she likes a little bit of oversteer, you know, get some bugs on the side of the car, but nothing wrong with that. Slideways is fun.
Awesome. Congratulations, Reggie. Now we go to tomorrow. It's going to be exciting.
It's going to be good. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow?
Well done. Congratulations, Richard Roots. What a brilliant, brilliant run. Absolutely fantastic. Andre Bezuidenhout, man, you've got to feel for him. Not a happy day for Ian, and probably the one that you've got to feel the really absolute feel for is James Temple, who delivered the performance of the day and just hit a track limit monitor. Talk to Franco while he's still in the car. Franco, good run, but it's not what you wanted.
No, look, I mean, policeman passed literally inches I couldn't do better. So I can't say I made a mistake here, I made a mistake there. He was just better than me, and that's the end of the story.
But what a beautiful close to you drivers. And it's a little bit of competition is always a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this certainly wires me up for the weekend. I don't like this, Colin.
I know you don't like it. It grates. You can see the disappointment in his face. And the one good thing about racing, you really want to win is the emotions are there, and second sucks, but winning is glorious. And a guy who plugged away at it, and all the time we spoke to him, he said, you've got to build it up and get there. Ian Schofield, you delivered when it counted.
I told you we'd get there.
Just quietly confident he is.
Yeah, well, just had to be being consistent. In the last run, there wasn't much on.
Congratulations, Ian. It's been a pleasure watching this battle all day. Absolutely magnificent. Well done. There's your classic conqueror, first overall. And that, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and little furry animals, is about it from me in the pit lane. I've had an absolute blast. I'm living the dream. I've had the time of my life. And now we're going to do it all again tomorrow. Thank you, P and the brain, because tomorrow we take over the world and we run the hill climb again. Back to the box.
Oh man, you know, when you work with people who are so passionate about what they do, like you and I are passionate. But then, of course, you've got Colin in the pit lane there with Stewie as well, Rodrigo, Cliffy. It's just what a beautiful, brilliant start to Simola Hillclimb 2026.
I just bumped into Emma outside, Emma Ross, the Chief Operations Officer, and just big smiles. Hey? And as you can see on me and Sasha as well, big smiles and a huge thank you to everyone involved today. I'm absolutely knackered. I don't know how these guys have been driving all day. I've just been sitting here and I'm absolutely knackered. But it's a long day out. It really is. You know, most of the drivers are up most of the night. Then they're here at 6 in the morning for an 8 o'clock start. But they put on a real show.
It's been a brilliant Classic Car Friday, as it always is. But this one, I don't know, just felt even more special. Been fantastic. Well done to all of the winners. Well done to all of the competitors for just being here and being part of Simola 2026. The big guns come out tomorrow. There is a variety from modified cars with 1,500 horsepowers to electric vehicles to hybrid vehicles to buckies, you name it. You do not want to miss it. If you're in the Garden Route area, make sure you come to the hill at Simola Hillclimb. If not, join us on our live stream from around about 7:45 tomorrow morning. Thanks very much for joining us today. We look forward to your company tomorrow. From all of us, let's go racing.
In a world where every second counts, will he make it on time? Out here on the streets, anything can happen when the odds are stacked against you. One man finds the will, the drive, the passion to steer his path to destiny. It's a Swift.